Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with all of you. How are we doing? Hope you're doing well. Rhonda, hello, my darling. Nice to see you. I'm sure you're not here, but hello to you, my darling. Bad afternoon, sir. I know you're here. How are you doing, brother? Hope you're doing well. Oh, she is here. Happy Friday, everyone. Same to you. So we don't celebrate Memorial Weekend, but you know, we, hope you all have all our American friends and family have a happy Memorial Weekend. In the UK, there's no such thing as that. I don't believe anyway, but we got Bank Holiday weekend next weekend. So Memorial Day, I believe that Mondays are, most people aren't working in America on Monday. We have the following Monday, where it's like a bank holiday. So, or Friday as well, is it? I don't even know. But it's not this Monday for us coming. It's the Monday afterwards for us. No worries, my darling. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, there you go. I have my Starbucks pistachio latte. I bought it and I drink it now because I heated it up in the microwave. I can drink it now. There's a massive queue in Starbucks today as well. Much. And do you know what? I'll have a rant to begin with because it pissed me off today. Something pissed me off today, and I wanted to share it with you all. Starbucks cup, 3 blonde roasts. Don't have to give me semi-skim today. Normally they give me oat milk, but there you go. I went to Starbucks. They've got new stuff, a lot of new stuff in there. I was very busy, so I'll give them a pass. But I have the Starbucks app. And I got I think I got like 800 something points now. So after 500 points, you get a free drink. So I went and I was like, hey, I got my pistachio one. And pistachio one comes out to, it doesn't say here, but it's like probably about $10, basically £7 something in the UK, or just over $10 in US money. So I said, can you take that off my points, please? And they're like, no, we can't do it. So we can't do it. I was like, why the fuck can't you do it? And they're like, you can't do it because it's a specialty drink. Pistachio is a specialty drink. I was like, mofo, so I had to pay for it. I had to pay for the bloody thing. So hang on. Marky, how are you, sir? Oh, Bardazzi saying, oh, so this Monday is our bank holiday. Shit. I thought it was next Monday. Hang on. Let's go back. Like that's normally would be about probably $7 or $8 in America, as in without pistachio on it. But I like pistachio, so I had it. But it's very expensive. But I always buy it then because I've always paid by points for it. But today the new guy was like, "No, we don't do it for." And I was like, "I'm not going to argue with him." I was like, "You know, it's very busy. Fuck it. It's no problem arguing. It's all good, whatever." Then next thing that pissed me off, I come home. I'm just going to rant to rave now. Came home, got a notification on my phone saying delivered. I was like, "Fucking delivered? What have I ordered?" Oh, I forgot. I ordered like coffee things to put in the funnels to drain the coffee. Some corsadil that I needed, and I bought a new tumbler for myself. But it's not been delivered. It says delivered. The van came in. It's been delivered, handed to resident, but I ain't got it, so I don't know where that is. So I'm not in the best moods because of that. Because I'm like, where is my parcel? Do you know what I mean? That's like, you know, what, $40, $50, you know, there. Where is it? So I'm not having the best day today. So I don't know what's going on today. So how are we doing? Marky, how are you doing? Dave, how are you, sir? Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Pistachio coffee is delicious. Erin Hack got me on them. They're delicious. They are delicious. But I'm drinking it now, but now I'm rethinking about everything. I've had to pay all the odds for it. Now my parcel is nowhere. I did go out and start knocking the doors, but no one's answering, so I have to do it later on. You call them. No, do you know what? They don't answer. What they do is you can't contact them for 48 hours. They're not interested in knowing about it because I can understand a little bit because it's Amazon. So I imagine there's a lot of people that fiddle the books with Amazon that do basically say that they didn't receive stuff and you know all this bullshit, you know. So and I'm hoping that somebody has it, just no one's answering the doors. So I'm surprised that no one's answering the doors if the delivery driver gave the parcel to the resident and it says parcel handed to resident. So like, okay, cool. So normally it's my next door neighbor and her car's there, but no answering. So unless she's in the shower or bath or something, I don't know. But I'll have to go back midstream later and see, or if I see her around. But if not, I will be definitely contacting them in 2 days, going, "Where the fuck's my parcel?" I hate this shit. Like, I remember it happened to me once before I went to Boston. And in fairness, what happened was they delivered it. They had a delivery to this one house where in my cul-de-sac, and I'm 2 houses after that house. But what the delivery driver did was he counted 2 up the other way, 1, 2. So it went to that number instead of my number. Easy mistake. But that woman, she brought her over to me, no issues. This time I've had nothing. So what's a Keurig, Dylan? Let me Google what Keurig is. Keurig. What is Keurig? Pods, is it? I have something like this where I can stick a pod in and close it and it comes through. I'm not sure if it's a Keurig, but it's a something for sure. Yeah, that's it. You put it in and then it comes out. I don't really use it. I bought it one for my father and he now never uses it. So yeah, we have something. I don't think it's a make Keurig though. I think it's something different. Anyhow, whatever. Let's get back into it. You don't want to hear me raging and whinging and bullshitting. Right, we're back to day 3 here. So I am playing it at 1.3K, 1.3x, purely because there's about, I think, After I take out the breaks and lunch breaks and stuff, I think it all comes to about 11 hours and 30 minutes. So I ain't doing that. So I've got a 1.3. So hopefully we'll be done in about 8.5 hours or so. So for everything. So if it's too quick, then please feel free to slow it down ever so slightly. So right, let's get on with it. At the start, it is a little bit quick, but I do think it slows down a little bit.
The details of what you found, is that right?
We are.
Let me put subtitles on for you to see if that will help.
Told to record the details of a narrative, what we see, and what we're doing on the scene.
You record the condition of evidence that you found if it was noteworthy, would you not?
If it's not something that we are expecting, yes, we should note it.
You ensure that these notes are accurate as to location, measurements, or other identifying features of the evidence, don't you?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Absolutely. You ensure that these crime scene notes that you take that are accurate if you're recording location, or measurements, or some other identifying feature of the evidence, don't you?
Yes.
You also make sure that those notes are complete, meaning you don't leave out details that could be easily forgotten or confused with all the other cases that you've been processing since you processed this scene. Is that right?
When we process the scene, we try to do that. When it gets to a certain hour, it's hard to remember everything, but we do try to make sure we write everything down.
And as the team lead in this case, you relied on all that training and those SOPs to process this scene, correct?
That's correct.
And the notes that you've been referencing throughout your direct examination and what I imagine you'll look at today, those are these crime scene notes that I've been talking about, right?
That is correct.
Along with your serology notes.
Yes, I have a crime scene report and I have a forensic biology report.
And you were the team lead of this unit in this case, is that right?
In this case, yes.
And your responsibility is to collect every team member's crime scene notes, is that right?
That's correct.
And you review each member's crime scene notes as part of being the team lead, isn't that right?
Yes, to make sure that there's certain information on those notes.
Now, when you arrive at the scene, you're debriefed by law enforcement or another special agent to let you know what happened before you got there, correct?
Correct.
And while processing this scene, those types of communication continued from time to time, is that right?
In this scene, it continued throughout the entire scene.
And likewise, you would report back evidence that you had uncovered. For instance, you would report that back during those conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let's transition to the vehicles that were on the scene. You talked about in your direct that Black Ford Ranger was collected, right?
Yes, we brought that back to the lab with us.
Transported back to Knoxville.
Correct.
And the contents of the vehicle was searched for evidence, correct?
Yes, at a different time. We didn't do it the day after the scene. We did it. We didn't do it the day of the scene. We did it a few days later.
And a gray Ford F-150 that was on the scene, that was not collected and searched. Is that right?
There were with the Bronco and the Ranger, there were other vehicles on the scene that, without looking at my notes, I don't know what they are, but there were other vehicles on the scene that were not searched.
But you have no recollection of any other vehicle being taken to the Knoxville Crime Lab and processed. Is that fair?
That's fair.
To your knowledge, there were no implements or anything collected out of the bed of that gray F-150 pickup truck that was on the scene.
To my knowledge, without looking at my detailed notes, I don't remember anything from the Ford F-150.
Based on the information that you were given, your team was looking for reddish brown stains on clothing, correct?
On clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
We were looking for reddish brown stains on clothing and throughout the house, looking for headphones, and this to process the scene overall to see what was present and to collect and make notations.
And you collected a pair of pants from the kitchen, did you not?
Yes.
And those pants had a reddish brown stain or potential human blood on them, did they not?
The only reason I would have collected them if there was reddish brown staining on them.
And those pants were not tested, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Clothing was collected from bedroom number 3, is that right?
That's correct.
And that clothing was tested for the presence of blood, wasn't it?
Correct.
And you didn't find any, did you?
It was negative for blood.
That included a pair of khakis?
It was khakis and a green polo shirt.
And a belt.
And a belt.
And none of those had anything on them.
That is correct.
There was clothing collected from the washing machine. Is that right?
Correct.
Those items were placed in a brown paper bag.
Yes, they were.
And you tested the clothes from the washing machine on May 19th of 2022. Isn't that right? I'll try to help you with what page that's on here. It may be on page 26. Or may I approach the witness? Special witness.
Yes, I did it on May 19th, 2022.
Clothing from the washer was not placed in plastic, isn't that right?
That is correct. It was placed in a brown paper bag.
It was not taken out of that brown paper bag and dried for any reason, was it?
I do not believe it was.
You mentioned a couple of times in your direct testimony that you were looking for touch DNA, correct?
That is correct.
And we're talking about maybe sweat or skin that touching something, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And of course, you tested blood stains for DNA.
Correct.
And I'd like to go over just a few things that did not have Jordan Allen's DNA on them, okay? If you want to look at your Exhibit 454, which is your lab report, that may be beneficial, and certainly your notes. After she's got it up there. Already entered into that. Okay. The hammer out of bedroom number 3. You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on that hammer, did you?
I did not.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on the Phillips head screwdriver in bedroom number 3, did you?
I did not.
In fact, out of the screwdrivers that were collected, Jordan Allen's DNA was not found on any of them. Is that right?
I only tested one of the screwdrivers, so I don't know what was on the other screwdriver.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA inside the boots from bedroom number 3. Isn't that right?
I did not.
And you did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on the outside of those boots in bedroom number 3, did you?
I did not.
You did not find Jordan Allen's DNA on any clothing of the victims. Isn't that right?
On the boots from Jessie Allen and the pants from Sherry Cole, the ones that I tested, I did not find.
Likewise, you did not find Jordan Allen's DNA anywhere in relation to the Ford Bronco.
I don't think anything was collected from the Ford Bronco.
There was spatter that was tested, though, correct?
Oh, yeah, underside of the Bronco.
Yes, sir. And that was not Jordan Allen's DNA.
That is correct.
You did not find the presence of blood on the clothes from the washing machine, did you?
I did not.
Those items were not blue. Excuse me. Let me rephrase it. You did not use Blue Star. I guess it's a spray to check for the presence of human blood on those clothes out of the washer, did you?
No, I did not. I did a presumptive test on those.
The only DNA you found belonging to Jordan Allen was a 1 by 1 centimeter stain on the bed sheet closest to the window in bedroom number 3. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there's no scientific method available to you to tell us when that was deposited there, is there?
I cannot tell you when it was deposited there.
The hammer that was collected in bedroom number 3 was on the bed sheet closest to the dresser. Isn't that right?
From what I remember, yes.
You did not collect any of the sheet material that laid underneath that hammer, did you?
Did not.
If it had had any sort of staining or something that made you believe there's a biological agent on that sheet, you would have, wouldn't you?
Yes, once I noticed the staining was on the other portion of the sheet, we did look at the sheet to see if there was any other staining. And at that point, we didn't see any, so we only collected that one portion of the sheet.
Let's talk about some things that weren't tested, okay?
Okay.
So 002-A, that'll be in Exhibit 454 there, your lab report. That's a cigarette butt from marker 1 that was not tested.
Correct.
Same with 003A, cigarette butt from marker 3, that was not tested, correct?
That is correct.
007A, the khaki pants hanging in the kitchen, marker 12. Those were not tested.
They were not tested.
010A, flathead screwdriver under Bronco marker 22, not tested.
Not tested.
There were also some samples taken from Rick Williams' vehicle by Blake Ketchum. Those samples were not tested either. Is that right?
I don't recall those at all, so I don't know if they actually never came to the lab.
One moment. We'll come back to that. And you are aware that there was a sock collected from Bill Cole that had RBS on it, correct?
That is correct.
It was not tested, was it?
It was not tested. I tested that his pants is good.
The pants that you tested, you found Sherry Cole's blood on as you were, on those boots. Let's go to the boots. Okay. The boots out of bedroom 3. Yes, ma'am. That would be 008-A, marker 16. Sherry Cole's blood was found on the heel of the left boot, correct? Should be page.
She was the major contributor of that portion.
The heel of the right boot from bedroom 3, that was not tested, though, was it?
The heel of the right. I tested all the staining that was on the boots.
All that you can see with the naked eye.
That is correct.
You tested the clothes taken from Bill Cole that he was wearing during his interrogations, correct? That would be the pants that had blood on the back of the pants legs on both sides.
I don't know when they were collected. The ones I have that were from his person were exhibits 21 through 23.
Yes, ma'am. Those are the ones I'm talking about.
Okay, then yes.
And both pant legs, talking about the back of them, had Jessie Allen's blood on them, correct?
Both of the bottom of the cuffs of both pant legs, yes.
And those samples were taken from the outside of those pants. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
I want to bring up Exhibit 243 onto the screen. This has previously been entered into evidence. It'll be on the TV.
You put it on the TV or you put it
Yes.
on the box?
I won't put it on the TV. I need the HDMI cable. We may have to go to that.
Hello, Jonathan. Hello, Bex. Hello, everyone that's just come in. How are we, people? The judge is telling you all. Bex, the judge, is telling you. He's sticking one finger up saying, fuck you, Bex.
What was Alan pull it up?
You're going to find 2 pair of black pleated shoes with a white sole. You see those?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Those were not collected, were they?
No, they were not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tell me to
That
show
back.
the jury
No,
when
the jury will have it in deliberation. We'll be all right.
so
Yes,
it's
please.
these items over here.
Thank you, especially.
You want to hold it, did you?
They'll have it in deliberation, or it's already part of the evidence.
You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
You're a cunt. You're a cunt.
Okay, those
You're a
boots.
cunt. You're a cunt.
Okay, those boots from bedroom number 3, which I believe in your lab is 008-A. And Ms. Allen, if you would be as kind as to bring up page 8 of Exhibit 454. Also previously entered into evidence. It would be page 8, it's probably 454 sub 8. Maybe not. Yes, ma'am. And especially look now, you're on the average retrieve.
What exhibit number is it?
It's Exhibit 454. You're on page 8. And now it'll be a free. Thank you. You testified on your direct examination that you tested the inside of the boots to determine who had worn them. That was your statement. pretty close. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, right here. What's that line, that very line of that paragraph? What's it say?
Wear inside heel and tongue.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you did that's better encapsulated, I believe, in your notes is that you took samples from both the heel and the tongue, correct?
Of both boots, yes.
Of both boots, right. So there was 4 areas that you sampled, the same place, the same 2 places in each boot. Thereabouts. Is that right?
So heel and tongue from one boot and heel and tongue from the other boot,
Yes,
and then I combined them both.
Right. Heel and tongue from both boots, you combined those, and then you did your DNA analysis, correct?
That is correct.
And the DNA that you found belonged to Bill Cole, isn't that right?
The major contributor belonged to Bill Cole.
And anything else that was there was inconclusive, isn't that right?
That is correct.
And the result of that testing, that match is 1 in a number greater than the world's population, isn't it?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 495 that I brought into evidence with Kenneth Isaac, if I have a moment to speak with my team.
495.
Yes, Your Honor.
Crime scene notes we've already introduced.
That's right. Okay. I'd ask that they be retained.
495. You got them, pass them around.
Those notes aren't from Ken Isaac.
As you were, that's correct. They are from Melanie Carlisle. Thank you very much.
There are several pages.
I believe it's page 4, Your Honor.
Page 4. Page 4, there's 8. You looked at the notes. Right, Mr. Mills, you
A few very simple questions. Let me begin, Agent Lowe, just a few very simple questions. We know, and you know from your records and your official forensic biology report, that another set of boots was worn by Bill Cole when he went to the Greene County Sheriff's Department because you tested them. That would be 22A of your report. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
You have told the members of the jury there's no way to tell when DNA was left on any item.
That's correct.
There's no way to tell when Bill Cole's DNA was left on these boots.
That's correct.
It is also true that it's more likely than not that Bill Cole was not the last person to wear those boots.
I can't tell you who the last person to wear
Yes,
the boots
ma'am,
were.
but you've talked to us about this before. Is it more likely than not that Bill Cole was the last person to wear those boots?
I can't tell you who the last person to wear the boots were.
You cannot tell the members of the jury who was the last person to wear them.
I cannot.
Now, you identified this term on page 8 that's been brought out, and it used the term wearer. I'm not sure I got that. W-A-R-E-R, wearer. What do you mean by that?
So it's just looking for somebody who may have been wearing the shoes in this case. And then I verified, I looked at the inside heel and the tongue of both of those boots.
But you're not telling them that he was the last person to be wearing those boots by this report.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
They said,
You are telling us that Bill Cole wore those boots at some particular time, though, aren't you?
At some particular time, but I don't know when.
You had mentioned, and I appreciate you correcting me on the crime scene notes that were Ms. Carlisle's. I'd like to hand you a document here to see if you recognize it. This is not in the exhibit book, Judge. This is
It's crime scene notes.
And you figured that out based, I believe, on the initials in the top left-hand corner,
That is correct.
and your initials appear in the bottom right corner.
Correct.
That's where you reviewed it, correct?
That's where I put the page numbers and put a review on it. It's required to have my initials on those pages.
Is that a fair and accurate reflection of that particular page dealing with the clothes in the washer out of Kenneth Isaac's crime scene notes as you reviewed and made a part of your overall notes?
It does look like one, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like that moved into this exhibit 496. Thank you, Judge.
And that is crime scene notes from who?
Can I, Special Agent,
Okay.
Those boots were made for walking, and walking is what they'll do.
Yes, please. Thank you.
One of these days, my boot.
One moment, Your Honor. All right.
In the courtroom, whenever Mr. Easted's expert testifies.
No, Your Honor.
Judge Hill, in the courtroom, whenever Mr. Easted's expert testifies. He's DNA expert. I'd like to have her.
On this part of the order, and I will let the district attorney's office know as soon as I can when Ms. Spencer.
So does she need to leave and come back?
She can go. I'm fine with her going to Knoxville and then giving them enough notice so that she can be
It won't
there.
happen today,
I don't
No,
see.
I don't foresee it happening
but
today.
you're gonna give her enough notice to get up here.
Yes.
That's certainly my intent.
Then you're free to go, and just be prepared for it to come back. Let's go back next, who's gonna be your next witness?
You're all right.
So it seems like Jordan Allen's DNA is nowhere near it, except for like one old, possibly patch on the sheet. But there's more of the grandfather or father, wherever he is, on there. It's hello, Dan. Sorry, hey, Dan. I didn't see you there. How you doing, bro? Hope you're doing well. Miss Lynn Dance, hello to you. Christine, hello to you as well.
Will you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name's Gerald Ray. I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Sir, how long have you been a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I started with TBI August 5th of 2019.
And do you have any other law enforcement experience beside that?
Prior to that, from 2009 to 2019, I worked at the Kingsport Police Department in the Patrol Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, and as part of the 2nd Judicial District Drug Task Force. And prior to that, in Ohio, from 2006 to 2009, I worked as a patrol officer.
Do you have experience in investigating crime scenes?
Yes, I'm a graduate of the National Forensic Academy, where I obtained a certification as a certified crime scene investigator doing them.
Don't think you did very much on the scene here, but do you have experience in investigating criminal homicides?
Yes, I do.
Sir, for those who may not know, this is exactly what is a special agent with the TBI. What does that person do?
I'm assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division. It's very similar to like a city or county detective, just on a state level. I work cases that range from theft and fraud all the way to homicide.
On April the 25th of 2022, did you receive a call about an incident that had occurred on Old Snaps Ferry Road in Greene County?
Yes, I did.
As a result of that call, sir, what did you do?
I was initially requested to go to the Johnson City TBI field office to get some equipment and then meet with officers and other agents that were already at Old Snaps Ferry Road.
Did you actually go to Old Snaps Ferry Road?
I did.
What do you see when you get there, sir? What do you do?
When I got there, I delivered the equipment that was requested and parked along the roadway. There were several police cars from various different agencies. I was briefed about what initial preliminary investigation of the scene had revealed.
How long were you out there, Agent Ray?
I would estimate half hour to an hour.
Did you do anything on the scene? Did you?
Other than being briefed about what the initial response to the scene was, I didn't do anything at the scene. I was requested to not transport, but there was 2 individuals that would be transported from the scene. I was requested to start interviews with those individuals.
And did you do so?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned being briefed, sir. Do you recall exactly who you spoke to?
But one of the individuals I spoke to would have been Agent Blake Ketchern with the TBI, and I'm sure there was other officers from Greene County and potentially other TBI agents in the vicinity.
The 2 suspects you mentioned, were they in custody?
They were detained by the sheriff's office. I do not believe I had any interaction or actually seen them at the scene
Do you know how they were transported to the sheriff's department?
by members of the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
So, sir, who do you talk to first at the sheriff's department?
Once we got to the sheriff's department, Jordan Allen was the first person that we talked to. But prior to talking to Mr. Allen, photographs were taken of Mr. Allen to document his what he was wearing and his physical description at the time.
Based on what you had been told, did you look at Mr. Allen as a suspect?
Mr. Allen was viewed as a witness.
And why was he being viewed as a witness?
The preliminary investigation from the 911 call was that Bill Cole had killed Sherry Cole and Jessie Allen with a hammer. And it was also relayed to me at the scene that Bill Cole had blood on the back of his pants.
So you knew about all that?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Before you do so, you mentioned you took some photographs of him.
Yes.
Can we look at those, please?
Yes, sir.
Let's go through them all. Let's start with 406, please. Would you please look at the photograph there behind you and tell us whether you can identify it, sir?
Yes, that's a picture I took of Jordan Allen at the sheriff's department.
Would you look at 407? Were you able to identify that photograph?
Yes, it's another picture I took of Jordan Allen.
And 408?
Another picture of Jordan Allen.
409?
A subsequent photograph of Jordan Allen.
410?
Photograph documenting the palms of his hand.
411?
It's an additional photograph documenting the palm of his other hand.
412?
A photograph depicting the backside of Jordan Allen.
413?
A photograph focusing on the backside of Jordan Allen to his pants and shoes.
414?
And an additional photograph of documenting the backside of Jordan Allen.
And 415?
A photograph documenting the backside of Jordan Allen focusing on his shirt.
You've been trained on what to look for on individuals involved in these types of accusations. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything about his person that caused you to have any concern about him?
I didn't see any type of defensive wounds or what we refer to as reddish brown stains, something we presume to be blood on Mr. Allen. There was nothing that stood out initially.
You didn't see a drop of blood on him anywhere that you could readily see.
That's correct.
Don't think there was anything on him. Is that?
Yes.
That's correct. So you spoke to Mr. Allen. After that, sir, what did you do?
We conducted an interview with Mr. Cole, Bill Cole.
Did you use what Mr. Allen had told you to talk to Mr. Cole?
Yes, I did.
Did you treat Mr. Cole the same way? Did you photograph his person?
Yes, I photographed Mr. Cole in the same way that I photographed Jordan Allen prior to the interview with
Prior
Mr.
to the
Cole.
interview? Sir, what time was it when you talked to Mr. Allen?
Approximately 5 a.m.
5 a.m. You recall how long that interview was?
Approximately 17 minutes.
And do you know where you'd been prior to that interview?
I know now that he was at the scene, and when initial responding officers arrived, Mr. Allen was there, and a short time after the officers arrived, he was placed in the back of a Greene County Sheriff's Office vehicle.
I think he was in handcuffs, right?
Yes.
I want you to look at it. I'm sorry. All the photographs of Mr. Allen, are all those true and accurate as to what you yourself observed that morning?
Yes.
Would you make those exhibits to your testimony?
Yes.
In a big file.
Now let's go to Mr. Cole. You recall about what time it was when you spoke to Mr. Cole?
I believe the interview started at approximately 5:22 a.m.
Did you go right then to Mr. Cole after you spoke to Mr. Allen?
Yes. Right after the interview with Mr. Allen ended, did the interview with Mr. Cole.
Okay. Let's look at, can we start with exhibit? I think it's 390. Are you able to identify that photograph, sir?
That's a photograph of Bill Cole at the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
Sir, you've seen all these photographs. Are you able to identify all of them?
Yes.
Can we go to 391?
It's a photograph documenting the backside of Bill Cole.
392.
photograph focusing on the backside of Bill Cole, specifically a reddish brown stain at the bottom of his pant leg.
393.
An additional photograph of the reddish brown stain at the bottom of his pant leg.
As a trained investigator, did that concern you?
That blood being in that position was very concerning at the time.
At this point, did you have any reason not to doubt him as a prime suspect?
At that point, with the information that we had from the scene and with the blood evidence on him, he was the suspect.
Would you look at 394?
Photograph of Mr. Cole's hands.
Would you look at 395?
That photograph partially shows his hands, but shows an additional reddish brown stain on his pant leg in the thigh area.
And would you look at 396?
That's an additional photograph of the reddish brown stain on his pant leg.
And 397?
It's a picture of his elbow where the injury that he said caused this blood stain on the front of his pants came from.
And I can't recall, did you collect Mr. Allen's clothes at this point or at that point of the day?
Jordan Allen's clothes were not collected. However, Bill Cole's clothing was collected.
Did you collect them at this point after the photographs were taken, or did you?
After the photographs were taken, the clothing was collected.
You spoke to Mr. Cole?
Yes, I did.
About how long did you speak to him?
The interview recording was about an hour and 41 minutes.
You had a lot of questions to ask him.
Yes.
Can you recall the types of questions that you asked him?
We asked Mr. Cole to account for his day, starting from the time that he got up, give us kind of a rundown of everything that he did that day, up until the point where police arrived at his house.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes, he did.
You cover everything with him. You had seen blood on him. Well, you saw blood on the bottom of his pants, on the front of his pants. Looked like you were taking a picture of his elbow. Did you ask him about all those observations that you had made?
At some point during the interviews we conducted with him, specific questions were asked about the blood on the bottom of his pants and how the blood got on the front of his pants.
You asked him about the crime scene.
Yes, I did.
Ask him about Jordan Allen.
Yes.
Ask him about Jessie Allen.
Yes, sir.
You ask him about Shirley Cole.
Yes.
Any hesitation in answering any question?
No hesitation.
Was he cooperative?
He was very cooperative and forthcoming. He volunteered a DNA standard. When questioned if he'd be willing to take a polygraph test, he said he was willing to do anything and maintained his innocence.
So that interview lasted what, approximately? I forgot what you said.
The recording was an hour and 41 minutes.
So what did you do at that point?
At that point, I was notified that a search warrant had been obtained to go onto the property. So as our violent crime response team was processing the crime scene, I wanted to go out to the scene to be able to get a visual representation of what Jordan Allen and Bill Cole were explaining to me. So there was talk about him being in certain portions of the property and mentioning a hill. So I wanted to be able to get a visual representation to kind of view what they were talking about and test that against their statement to see if what they were telling me made sense with the physical evidence at the scene.
I don't want to skip anything. I don't want to go out of order. Did you say you took Mr. Cole's clothes before you interviewed him?
Yes.
What was he put in, or what kind of clothes did he have on?
The clothing his clothing was packaged as evidence, and then he was issued I guess, for lack of better terms, one of the jumpsuits from the jail, a jail uniform.
Were those clothes sealed up and placed in the evidence there at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
So you took some photographs of him in the jail outfit, the stripes.
Yes.
Can we look at those, please? I don't want to miss
Yes.
anything. Can we look at 398, Ms. Allen?
That's an additional photograph of Bill Cole documenting the backside of his hands.
You let him keep his cigarettes, I see.
Yes.
Can you look at 399, please?
It's a photograph to document the palm of Bill Cole's hands,
And 400,
documenting the other palm of Bill Cole's hands.
401,
That's the backside of one of Bill Cole's hands,
and 402.
and a close up of the backside of the other one, Bill Cole's hands.
Did you see, was there anything about what he said that brought into question any of these, the the things you were seeing that you had documented.
Can you clarify that?
Well, you took these pictures though, and then you spent an hour and almost 2 hours with him.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything that would have caused you to question the things that you had saw? The blood on the pants, the blood on the front of his pants?
At this point, I was still very concerned with the blood on the pants, and that's one reason for going out to the scene to see if there would be anything that could
Sure.
substantiate his claims.
Did you see any wounds about his hands? You took several pictures of his hands.
I didn't see any type of defensive wounds or any wounds on his hands.
Okay. Didn't see any blood or that you could see.
Correct.
I'm sorry for, I almost forgot those. Forgive me. So at this point, you speak to him and tell us again at that point, sir, exactly what you did after you concluded that interview.
After I concluded that interview, I went out to the crime scene to do what we could call a walkthrough of the crime scene.
Okay. And you used all the information Mr. Cole had provided to you as well as what Mr. Allen had said.
Yes.
Sir, what did you do after you walked the crime scene?
After walking the crime scene, I was notified by some members of the violent crime response team that a pair of lace-up style work boots were found in a bedroom that was presumed to be Jordan Allen's bedroom at the time, and that those boots had blood on, what was believed to be blood on the outside of them.
Are you getting updates from the violent crime response team throughout all of this? Or
It's sporadically, I'm getting updates as if something was found that they thought would be significant to help with the interviews, then I was being notified.
and was someone assisting you with all these interviews?
Captain Jeff Davis with the Sheriff's Department was assisting, and then after the initial interview with Jordan Allen and Bill Cole, Agent Blake Ketchrin sat in on the subsequent interviews.
So what happens after you go to the scene, sir?
After I leave the scene, come back to the sheriff's office, and we conduct a in-depth interview with Jordan Allen.
You didn't Mirandize him the first time.
I did not.
Did you Mirandize him this time?
I did.
Did you go over with him what that meant?
Yes, I read the form to him, explained it to him, and he acknowledged that he understood the form and was aware of his rights.
Do you have any concern that he didn't understand anything you were saying to him or anything that he was reading?
I did not.
Would you look at Exhibit 426? Are you able to identify and explain that exhibit?
That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's warning as the constitutional rights form. That's the form that I read to Jordan Allen before the second interview with him.
All those photographs that we looked at, they are true and accurate. This is what you saw.
Yes.
Would you make those exhibits your testimony in case you haven't already?
Yes.
Oh. So you read this form to him. Do you give him the opportunity to read this form?
Yes, he was given the opportunity to look over the form, and he acknowledged that he was aware of his rights and understood and was willing to talk with him.
Do you have any questions about the form?
The only question I specifically recall him asking is if he had to actually sign it in cursive writing or just write out his name.
Sir, do you recall what Mr. Allen said to you during this interview?
During this interview, we questioned him similar to what we did with Bill Cole, wanted to know where he was at for the entire day, all the way up until from the time he got up until the time law enforcement arrived.
And did he answer your questions?
He did.
Well, you know what? I could ask you a gazillion questions about this interview. I think we should just play it. 426, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
And can we put up 427 per N1? Sir, that disc, have you listened to the contents of that disc, the audio that's on those discs?
Yes, I
That's
have.
on that disc.
Is this audio and visual?
This is just audio. You're right.
Audio.
Have you listened to that, and is it accurate as to what you yourself heard that day?
Yes.
Why?
We should be able to turn it up.
deal. Well, you like to watch TV? Yeah. You watch any cop shows or CSI type stuff? I used to watch CSI. Okay. So you understand that you see someone get a right resume, you got your resumes and all that stuff? Yeah. I'm gonna do that to you right now. We're not under arrest or anything. This is just we'll talk to you, come to you, dead crap. It's happening. It's just we'll make sure that you're everything right by the book. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand the constitutional rights. You're ready to sign it and not answer any questions. If you do answer questions, your answers will be speeches, evidence, and more. You have the right to consult with the lawyer before your own question. If you can't afford a lawyer, we'll provide it to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now about the lawyer present, you can still have to start answering questions at any time so you're talking to a lawyer. So basically, in a nutshell, that means that you're okay with talking to us about a lawyer being present, and just because you start talking to us, you can stop talking at any time. You understand all that? Okay. Just the way the court regulates, I've had it to be constitutional rights, understand the rights on to make statements.
I forgot, Your Honor, I've got transcripts if you need just for A.
They're going to provide you with transcripts. Transcripts are not the evidence. The evidence is what you hear. A transcript is only an aid for you to listen to what you're listening to look at it on a type. Somebody listens to it and types it out, may not be right. That's why it's not the evidence. The only thing the evidence is what you hear. Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I would like to just put on the record that I have not received this particular transcript previously. I agree with the court's ruling as far as that it's not evidence, and I'll review it as we go. I just want that maintained to the record.
It's not evidence. Now go ahead.
I know a lot of times already teach us. What about English? That's the point about right? So you can read and write and all that.
Well, you with that chair, so you know what's trying to. That's what should be doing. Right.
So what I kind of do right now, we're kind of looking at the timeline and getting into some specific things that transpired yesterday. You good with that? Okay. What do we need? Above, like at your house there, above the barbed wire, above the rocks and stuff. So that piece of barbed wire, is that the property line on your house? They just found the half side of the barbed wire, so you're just needing around those rocks. And what time of day was that? So earlier today with Brian, Roger, Brian.
But I will leave Saturday. Saturday, so it's like, that's what he.
So yeah, right now it's Monday morning. So yesterday, is that what you believe you or that was Saturday?
Saturday.
So what did you do yesterday?
Yesterday, I went to work and we did actually came back.
And what were you supposed to do work with Brian?
I
And what were you supposed to do there? What you guys did to do that yesterday?
Share a box, so we just turn around. That's what he did.
Where did you eat?
The next door.
What was all this? Was it like a restaurant you ate at?
Just like Federal Constitution.
So after that went Ryan. How much do you want to drive, right? So Ryan, after you bring it back to the house. You got any idea what time that was?
I guess I had to decide. So there's
So when you go down the calls there, that's, I'm going to ask first this, exact time, I go get it all the time, I go, what time is it? So it's around 12:30, they're out there. Okay. We'll come on the house. We'll do inside, outside, both.
Whether outside, it's functioning inside, whether they stay outside, they're just in their home. Talking about the one negative. And that's so that's outside.
Yeah, I know it's rough. But I wanted to do it, is we try to get by this weekend, because, whatever happened, we want to make sure that whoever did something is instead of killing them, whatever we can ever hurt them, we did, right? So, you mentioned like we did stuff, we're talking about you, and grandpa, you, and brother, everyone.
Just be great.
And, Bill, can you give us a specific example, one thing, like someone cut grass, someone played kickball, what was going on?
But like, on the back truck, he was fixing brakes, the brakes now, so he's fixing the brakes.
On the Ranger?
Yeah. And then he started trying to, he went back, the car was in the phone.
Okay.
And then, so, and then it was over traffic, we already put the other, other than that, all day.
It was fixing units. If you remember what that ball was wearing, yeah, you know all the time.
Just like meetings and career stuff.
Okay.
I'm going to for a cage. And another ring pull up the dog. I go up and pull it down. So that's something we're doing. It's not this time. So we got there. Happy. And I had no set in the back, but that's the crank. I had this one. What's not cheap? So I have to look here. So there's we were just
So we were watching, close, gross, and then I said, we can decide doing that, but
have all the kitchen and just trying to get around, trying to cook or something. And I was in the living room, and so outside talking. I checked off a few times already. Where's that? That's the president.
it's not easy, but
So, generally,
It was all beautiful. Yeah, they were up there.
what's on the board line?
Oh,
They're all set. And you see them before you. And that's probably what you have, right? But would you come out that door, kind of go hard?
But it's the one with the.
it's basically like this. And who else on the hill?
Just my office. Okay. They're just saying,
You want to have all inside?
I said, that was, it was supposed to get some. Just because of the house, take time.
You don't help us over, but he's not. Help us over. I know that yesterday, General Messages, you want to go red, you don't go red. So there's not the direction. You watch out. You did a great job. I, in water, you need to listen. I feel what's he does. It's how much you want to do, how much gas you do. We need kind of skills of what that means. I know it's,
I don't know what that is, what that was.
we're through.
I was sitting around the couch. I said, someone around the house, on the house, yeah, in the house, somewhere else, but I hold it. He is cheap. I go back to the house. And I'm going to let it know he's on the plate. So if you have something with him, I would say that he's going to have to just grab that.
So you disagree with me, or do you tell them to your house and your car street?
Not really, because one of them's supposed to do, he's not that.
Okay. So you get 2 sets of screens?
No, I took that one out there.
So after you get the screen, how long you just inside when you went out?
But all that, I didn't realize it was true.
You said you were watching American Figures. You off the cable and you got the same line of videos.
You got to have to do the cool bit of this.
Don't hesitate. Tell someone, come down and talk to you, bring you back up here, do whatever we need to do, because there might be something. You know, you just sit down there and all of a sudden it falls to your mom. Oh man, why the heck did I tell them that? Oh, hey, I remember this. You might remember something you completely forgot. So that happened. You know, make sure you tell someone not to get out and talk. All right.
So would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
That's 427, right?
427, prelim one.
We're in one. I'm gonna be filing, I'm gonna file together all transcripts, put them as a collective exhibit, which are not evidence. And that is collective exhibits 497.
So they went to break. So let's skip to, I think it was lunch break. So let's skip to after. Here we go. We're back after lunch break.
Thank you. Special Agent Ray, sir, can you tell us what time?
I'll just slow it down.
It was when you interviewed him, or can you tell us what time it was when that interview started?
The interview we just listened to started approximately 10:50 a.m.
Sir, it sounded like from that interview, you showed him a copy of a pair of boots. Is that right?
There was a photograph of the boots that were found in his bedroom that were shown to him during that interview.
Can we look at 174 right quick, please, ma'am? Agent Ray, when that gets up there, are you able to identify that photograph?
That's the boots that were found in Jordan Allen's bedroom and the boots that were mentioned in the interview.
You had, sir, did you have several different angles of that photograph, or is that the one you showed him?
The actual photograph I showed Mr. Allen, I took a picture with my cell phone of the violent crime response team's camera from the scene to show him. So it was a picture on the phone. It was a picture of a picture.
Does that accurately portray, though, what you showed him?
Yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Now, you were aware of the Little Caesars receipt, is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm that he actually went to Little Caesars?
There's video surveillance from Little Caesars.
Would you look at exhibit 416? Are you able to identify that, sir?
That's a photograph of the video surveillance from Little Caesars depicting the Black Ford Ranger.
Sir, how was it you were able to obtain that?
Agent Lowe from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation physically went to Little Caesars to obtain that.
Stephen Lowe?
Yes.
Does that have a, sir, I don't know if you can see it, but does that have a time step on it?
It says April 24th, 2022 and 21:26 hours.
And were you able to confirm the trip to Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. Back when you check 417, please. Excuse me, not that one. Next one. Yes. Don't put it up. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Well, you don't put it up. That's fine. You able to identify that, sir?
That's a transaction receipt from Walmart. It shows that earphones or headphones were purchased for $1 on April 24th, 2022, approximately 22:35 hours.
And sir, how did you get that information?
Stephen Lowe, Agent Stephen Lowe with TBI went to Walmart.
So Mr. Allen's being truthful about both of those. Is that?
Yes, about a trip to Little Caesars and Walmart.
Sir, did you also look into the existence of any video at the marathon off the Georgetown Road exit?
Yes, that was obtained in the days following Jordan's statement.
Would you look at Exhibit 2-1? Tell us whether you can identify that.
That's a disc that contains still photograph shots from the marathon's video surveillance.
Did you get the video from the marathon?
I
Or
personally
did you receive it?
I did.
Would you please tell us how you got it, sir?
Special Agent Emily Duran with the TBI went and got that video.
Did you then review that video and capture some still shots from that video surveillance?
Yes.
Can we go through some photographs, please?
Yes, sir.
There's 7, but we'll go quickly. Can we start with 2, Korean 2? These are all Koreans. Sir, are you able to identify these photographs?
That's an exterior shot of the marathon gas station video surveillance.
Let's go to 2-3.
It's another exterior shot of the marathon.
2-4.
It's another exterior shot of the marathon.
And sir, if you've got that laser, if you would just, sir, if it helps you get it all.
Okay.
2-5. Sorry, I went out of order on that. Can we go to 2-6?
That's another exterior vantage point of the marathon gas station, but it's a different video.
2-7.
It's a subsequent exterior shot of the video surveillance.
Were you trying to walk him into the store, Special Agent Ray?
Yes.
2-8.
That's the interior video surveillance, and there's Jordan Allen.
2-10.
It's the same camera, just a different viewpoint of Mr. Allen walking through the store.
Sir, do you know who the gentleman is that's in front of him?
I believe that's one of the Broadwaters. I don't recall if it's Brian or Roger Broadwater.
We'll go to 2-11.
So another shot depicting what Jordan Allen's wearing inside the marathon.
Can we go to 2-19?
So another image of Jordan Allen inside the marathon.
Can we go to 2-22?
It's another video from the interior.
23.
Another photograph of the interior of marathon.
Sir, does that appear to be the same boots that we just saw?
Those appear to be the same boots that were found in his bedroom that Jordan Allen admitted to wearing.
2-26.
It's another photograph of Jordan Allen inside the marathon.
28.
That's inside the marathon. It's a different vantage point that shows Jordan Allen up near the counter.
36.
Jordan Allen inside the store. That's another vantage point to show the clothing that he's wearing.
38.
Another video or another picture of the video from inside.
And 42.
Jordan Allen inside the marathon gas station.
And sir, are all those time stamped with, or date stamped with the date of April 24th?
Yes.
All right. You speak to Mr. Allen?
You want to introduce us, right?
Yes, sir, those are all true and accurate as to what you yourself observed.
Yes.
Make those exhibits your testimony. Thank you, sir. So you talked to Mr. Allen that morning on the 24th. At the conclusion of that interview, did you have any anticipation of speaking to him again?
At that time, I did not. And the only way that I potentially anticipated speaking with him is after speaking with Mr. Cole, if new information was developed that would necessitate us talking to Mr. Allen again. But at the conclusion of that interview, I didn't think that we'd be talking to him again.
Did you still consider him to be a witness rather than a suspect?
Yes.
Sir, what did you do at the conclusion of this interview?
After interviewing Jordan, we had Mr. Cole brought to an interview room and interviewed Mr. Cole.
Did you question Mr. Cole using the information Mr. Allen had provided you?
Yes, I did.
You also received information from the scene as items were uncovered or discovered.
Yes, and it was using my visual observations from the scene to assist me in the second interview of Bill Cole.
Did you get with Mr. Cole pretty good? Did you question him hard about the blood on his pants?
Question
at the
him
bottom
hard.
of his pants.
Yes, I did.
Did you obtain Mr. Cole's socks?
Through the course of that interview with Mr. Cole, we did obtain his socks.
How'd you obtain those?
As I was questioning Mr. Cole as to what happened, I let him know that it was very concerning, the blood stain on the bottom of his pant leg, and it did not make sense that he would based off my observations at the scene and the blood that was in the yard and near the Bronco, I didn't feel there was enough volume of blood to cause a stain like that on the back of his pants. And that's when we had learned that he was not wearing, Mr. Cole was not wearing shoes during one of the trips he made from the house out to the Bronco to look for his cell phone. And then he raised his foot up and showed us at the bottom of his sock also had a reddish brown stain on it.
Did Mr. Cole volunteer you that?
He did.
Now, earlier you'd taken his clothes. At that time, sir, did you take the boots he had on?
His boots were collected too.
Did they? Was there anything about those boots that caused you any concern?
Nothing initially, and that was another thing that led me to be concerned about the blood on the back of his pants. I had thought that there should be subsequent blood on the back of the shoe there too, and I didn't see any of that.
Can we look at Exhibit 403, please? Just tell the members of the jury if you can identify that photograph.
Those are the socks that were recovered from Bill Cole during his second interview.
Can we look at 404, please?
That's the sock, and specifically the blood on the bottom of the sock.
Sir, do you recall which sock that was?
It was the same sock. It corresponded with the pant leg that had the blood on the back of it.
You saw it while it was on his foot?
Yes.
405?
That's Mr. Cole's other sock that does not appear to have any blood on it.
Sir, are all those photographs true and accurate as what you yourself observed?
Yes.
Did you make those exhibits to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall about how long that second interview was with Mr. Cole?
Approximately an hour.
Did you go over, did you ask him each and every question concerning the information as it relates to what you have learned from Mr. Allen, as well as what you knew that had been uncovered from the scene?
Yes.
And were you still receiving information?
Towards the end of the interview with Bill Cole, or shortly after the interview with Bill, the second one ended, I did receive information from the crime scene that a hammer had been located inside the bedroom of Jordan Allen.
So what'd you do at that point, sir?
At that point, we decided we needed to conduct another interview with Jordan Allen.
What time was that?
I would approximately 2:30 p.m.
Approximately 2:25. Does that sound about right?
That sounds correct.
Would you, Miss Allen, now were the same people present for this interview?
Yes, it was
By
Captain.
yourself, or
It was Captain Jeff Davis, Special Agent Blake Ketron, and myself.
did you record this interview like you did the last one?
Yes.
Would you look at Exhibit 428 for N1? Please tell the members of the jury whether you can identify that exhibit.
That's a disc that contains the audio recording of the third statement from Jordan Allen.
Judge, at this point, can we play that statement? Can we, I don't know if Miss Allen needs to, I've got transcripts, Your Honor, that we can pass out like we did the last time.
Transcripts are not evidence. Somebody listen to it, it's just an aid to help you, just like if you have some kind of headphones or something, it's an aid. The actual evidence is the recording.
I don't know. Agent Ray, you're in the room. Mr. Allen is asked about his pawpaw. He's asked the question, about why he didn't kill him. And there's Mr. Ketron says, or he asks, has he been good to you? You could not hear a response. Did he give any kind of reaction when that
What he
question?
should have said, up and
Should have
down,
said yes.
indicating yes.
Would you make that statement an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Every photograph you've looked at, every exhibit, would you make all those exhibits to your testimony in case I missed something?
Yes.
Sir, did you, the items that you took from Bill Cole, including his buccal swabs and those swabs that are referenced that Miss Emily Duran comes in and takes of Mr. Allen, Did you transport those items as evidence?
The evidence that was initially collected was secured at the Greene County Sheriff's Office. And in the days following this incident, I transported it from the Sheriff's Office to the TBI office in Johnson City.
Are you able to identify that document, sir? Because I don't think that's in the book, but that covers the, sir, that covers the chain of custody as to those items. Sir, can you identify that document?
This is a Greene County Sheriff's Department evidence log noting that the vehicle swabs from Bill Cole, Bill Cole's boots, his shirt, his pants and belt, and then vehicle swabs from Jordan Allen were all secured as evidence. And then the chain of custody down here shows that on May 5th, I transported them to Johnson City.
And were those items later taken to the TBI lab?
Yes, for forensic testing.
Thank you. Special Agent Ray, thank you. Answer any questions, Mr. Easton? Yes, sir. Judge, if I didn't, sir, did I ask you if you'd make that up? If you'd make that, it's not in the book. We need to mark that. It's just a chain of custody law. I think there's been, sir, there's been a stipulation to that prior.
It's not listed on anywhere. I'll make it $4.99. You get a $4.99 chain of custody law.
Special Agent Ray, the TBI has a certain set of standard operating procedures, doesn't it?
Yes.
One of those standards is the TBI investigative report. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The investigative report is a document that, as the lead investigator, you're responsible for. Is that right?
Essentially, whoever completes the action generally will complete a report.
When I say that it's your responsibility, any special agent that's working the case can add to it, correct?
Yes.
But you will have reviewed it all, would you not?
The lead agent typically would review all the paperwork within the file.
And you're the lead agent.
I'm not.
Okay, so is it shared with Captain Davis as the lead prosecutor in this case?
As far as TBI's role, Special Agent Blake Ketron was what we refer to as the case agent or the lead agent on the case.
But you reviewed some of those things. Some of those things you just testified in your direct examination that Blake Ketron had done, correct?
Yes.
So you have an awareness of what all is in the case file for the TBI.
Yes.
Now, talked a little bit about your background and training on direct examination. When you went to the TBI, you had to go through a whole other school. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Despite the fact that you'd worked for 2 other law enforcement agencies prior.
Yes, I went through the TBI Agents Academy.
And in that, care if I call it boot camp. All right, so in that particular boot camp, you learn evidence collection techniques, correct?
Yes.
Of course, you'd had some of that as a CID in Kingsport, I imagine.
Yes, sir.
And then interrogation techniques. Is that right?
Yeah, there's interviewing and interrogations.
Okay. And you have annual training on these things every year after you graduated from that boot camp. Is that right?
There's the TBI's role a little bit different than Kingsport. Kingsport, you have an annual in-service every year. TBI doesn't per se have an annual in-service, but you do go to trainings that you seek out or specific trainings that are put on, but it's not the same as like
things that are available and fit your schedule. You have the opportunity to go.
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time of this case, you had never been formally trained in the Reed investigation technique. Is that right?
Correct.
What about cognitive interviewing?
Through the TBI Agents Academy, we had a block of cognitive interviewing.
A block, a couple of hours?
A couple of days.
A couple of days. And are you aware how long that training is in completion if you attended a specific school for that?
I don't know off the top of my head.
And I'd say a part of your training is that if you find something that is inconsistent with evidence that you have or the theory that you're working, that you follow up on it. Is that right? You investigate.
Yes, sir.
And so on direct examination, you talked about how Special Agent Ketron was at the scene when you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Special Agent Ketron and Greene County Sheriff's Department are the people that debriefed you.
Yes.
And from that, in your direct testimony, you were aware that Bill Cole had RBS on the back of his pants leg.
Yes.
Did Bill Carr show you the photograph that he had taken from the scene that had that on there, or did they just tell you?
I don't recall specifically if he did or not.
But you know who I'm talking about. He's a sheriff's deputy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In that briefing, I would imagine you were told about all the different civilians that were on the scene at your arrival.
Yes.
You were informed that Jordan was in a cruiser upon your arrival. He was in the back of Deputy Frank Cedillo's cruiser, to be specific.
I knew that, I was told that he was in the back of a cruiser or detained.
You testified on direct that he was not under arrest, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But he was in the back of a cruiser.
Yes.
He was in handcuffs,
I was not aware he was in handcuffs initially.
but you learned that he was in handcuffs when you
Took
saw
them
him in the, exactly, you took them off of it. Okay, so he was in a cruiser, in handcuffs, and had been there since 12:05 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in your time in Kingsport, were you a road officer at any time?
Yes, for 3 or 4 years.
If you're in the back seat of a cruiser, you can't unlock the doors, can you?
You cannot.
You were also aware, based off your conversation with Jordan Allen, that he had went somewhere with Brian Broadwater earlier that day, correct?
Yes.
They were going to do a pressure washing job.
Yes.
And what we listened to, these recordings, they were taken from a voice recorder. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was in the Greene County Sheriff's Department offices.
Yes.
And Captain Jeff Davis was present.
Yes.
And did he have a cell phone? Are you aware?
I believe he does. Yes.
Was there a laptop computer in the interview room?
I know they have desktops. I don't know if there was a laptop in there or not.
Do you have a government issued phone?
I do.
Is it equipped with a camera?
Yes, it's an iPhone.
Do you have a government issued laptop?
Yes, I do.
Does it have a camera on it?
Yes.
Blake Ketchum shows up during these interviews, is that right?
Yes.
And he has a government issued laptop, doesn't he?
Yes.
He also has a government issued cell phone,
Yes.
both equipped with a camera.
Yes.
And no video was taken of any of these interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Now, there are several investigative questions that were asked that, as we go through this, that I'll have to make sure that I've got them right. Okay. And so one of those is, let's go to Jordan's second statement, the first statement that we listened to here today. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So you tell him that we just want to make sure that we do everything right and by the book. That's what you said. Is that right?
Yes.
And certainly that was your intention. You went out there to investigate this case the way that you had been trained. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And one purpose of this interrogation is to get statements from an individual to see if you can corroborate them to some other evidence, whether it be physical evidence or something like that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Corroboration helps you identify when someone is telling the truth, doesn't it?
It does.
And when the subject tells you something that the physical evidence tells you can't be true, that draws your attention, doesn't it?
Yes.
That makes you curious whether or not they've told you the truth or not, I would imagine, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's set the stage. So Jordan Allen had gotten up sometime around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning on April the 24th of 2022 to go do this pressure washing job with Ryan Broadwater. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. And so he's detained at 12:05, which we've already established. That's about 15 hours, if my math is right, isn't it?
Yes.
Sorry to put you on the spot. All right. So, and then it's another 5 hours until he's taken to the Greene County Detention Center. And that's at 5 a.m. Is that the first conversation you had?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at that particular point, Jordan Allen has been awake for 20 hours.
Yes.
And you understand or know that he did not interact or make any statements to any other law enforcement while on the scene. Isn't that right?
To my knowledge, he did not.
Now, you talked about, I want to clarify something. You talked in between the interviews, there were some conversations about the receipts and the videos. Okay, so that's where I'm trying to focus your attention just right now. But you didn't have those receipts or those videos in between any of these interrogations or conversations with Bill Cole or Jordan Allen. You didn't have the benefit of that, did you?
I don't believe we had obtained those yet.
Those were all after the fact.
I believe so.
And so there were several things that you were able to corroborate that Jordan told you in that second statement. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And so one was going to do the pressure washing job with Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
That was corroborated by the marathon video, the still shots that we saw. Correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure you looked over Agent Ketron's interview with Brian Broadwater, correct?
Yes.
I believe that's hour 6. So you've seen that statement
Yes.
that Jordan and his grandfather both told you that they had fixed the brakes on the black truck
Yeah, they busted that.
and that they had worked on the U-joint of the Bronco,
Yes.
which was corroborated by all those tools being up there by the Bronco and the drive shaft laying out of it. Sounds pretty fair, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to Jordan about the clothes that he was wearing that day, he told you he had on his pull-on cowboy boots. Isn't that right? At some point of the day.
I believe that's what he said.
Excuse me.
I believe he said that he had the full-on cowboy boots on.
And those boots are found in the back of the black Ford Ranger. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And of course, Jordan told you where the bodies were. Correct?
I don't recall him specifically telling us, but he led others to the location of the body.
Well, in his statement to Brian Broadwater, he told Brian that the bodies were behind the corner of the house. Does that sound right to you? Is that refresh your memory? And he'd also told you that in the first statement, the first conversation you had with him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And he admitted to you that seeing all this messed him up. Isn't that right?
I believe he said something along those lines.
At the 15-minute, 54-second mark, he says, I wasn't thinking too good. Messed me up. Remember that?
Yes.
And Jordan told you that he found his papaw's phone in the black truck. Isn't that correct?
He said in the black truck, and then in a subsequent interview, he said he got it from the house.
That's right. In the third interview, he tells you that he got it from the house, correct?
Yes.
All right. But in the first and second, it was in the black truck.
Correct.
Now, you interviewed Jordan Allen, right?
Yes.
Bill Cole,
Yes.
and Romaine Williams.
Yes.
And in that conversation with Romaine Williams, you learned a slightly different version of that. Did you follow up on it?
Can you be more specific?
I absolutely can. As part of your investigation with Romaine Williams, you learned that the phone was in the black truck. Did you not?
I knew it was in the black truck because Jordan answered it, and he was in the black truck.
But you'd heard it from someone other than Jordan that it was in the black truck.
I think I would have had to have learned that based off of Romaine making the telephone call to him while he was in the black truck.
Do you remember whether or not Romaine Williams told you that Bill said he knew his phone was in the black truck?
I don't recall that specific statement. She could have said that, but I don't specifically recall that right now.
Okay. In the course of the interview with Jordan, let's go back to those, okay? He told you that he called Chance Morrell, correct?
Yes.
You corroborated that that did in fact happen.
Yeah, that was corroborated. Yes.
That's how he got Brian Broadwater's phone number,
Yes.
and that's who he called next.
Yes, sir.
And all of those things were corroborated, weren't they?
Yes.
Jordan told you that he didn't tell Brian what had happened until they got to Brian Broadwater's home. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that's also what Mr. Broadwater said in his statement that you reviewed in hour 6, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, Jordan had told you that when Brian Broadwater picked him up at the Old Snaps Ferry Road address, that he saw Bill, correct?
Yes, in the driveway.
And Brian Broadwater corroborated that fact in his statement in hour 6. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that both gentlemen, Jordan Allen and Brian Broadwater, said that Bill waved. Isn't that right?
I believe so.
And in that second interview, we heard Jordan talking about his grandmother possibly having some Alzheimer's issues.
Yes.
Correct? And that Jordan said that she nagged a lot. That's what he said, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so when you questioned Bill, he somewhat corroborated that, saying that she was real nervy and also talked about the fact that she had maybe had Alzheimer's. Is that right?
Yes, and I believe he said she may have had a stroke at some point.
That's right. He did. Jordan told you that Bill had been drinking that day, had he not?
Yes.
And Bill admitted to that fact as well.
Yes, sir.
And that certainly was corroborated by the 12-pack that was in the front seat of the Bronco right?
Yes.
Beer bottles that were outside the driver's side of the Bronco,
Yes, sir.
and all the ones in the house.
Yes.
Now, let's go to Jordan's third statement.
Okay.
So at the 18-second mark, right out of the gate, you tell Jordan that each time I've talked to you, I've said one thing. We just want the truth. It's pretty close to what he said.
Yes.
And then you immediately confront him with the statements of Brian, Romaine, and Bill Cole. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that you know what happened. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you tell Jordan is that he had asked Brian to lie. Do you remember saying that?
I don't specifically recall that.
We'll come back to it. It's in here.
Okay.
But you didn't tell him what those statements were. You didn't like read Brian Broadwater's statement to him, did you?
No, we didn't reveal specific details of anyone's statement to anybody else.
And that includes Romaine or Bill's statements, correct?
Correct.
Could you bring that mic over? I'm just,
Yes.
for my benefit, I appreciate it. Thank you. And again, you tell him you want the truth. It's time to tell the truth. Remember that?
Yes.
You're going to tell, like right now, it's time. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And Jordan responded, what I have been telling you. And your response was, the truth, Jordan. Remember that?
Yes.
And it's that particular time that you confront him with the bloody boots. Is that right?
He was confronted with the bloody boots in the second interview, not the third.
Okay.
The boots may have been mentioned in the third interview too, but the specific confrontation was in the second.
Well, let's go, before we get into those boots, let's jump back to the second statement.
Okay.
All right. So at the 24-minute, 48-second mark, you're probing Jordan about footwear. You're asking him what kind of shoes he wears, what kind of shoes his papa wears. You remember that?
Yes.
And you ask him specifically about the steel-toed boots, don't you?
I asked him specifically what shoes he wears, and I believe he offered that he has steel-toe boots.
And he said that papa couldn't wear those, didn't he?
Yes.
So in the third statement, jumping back, in the first minute, 24 seconds, Jordan is asked, what did we find in your room? And he answered boots.
Yes.
Just like he did in the second statement, right?
Yes.
But you didn't have the lab results back. You didn't have the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you?
I did not.
That doesn't come about until July 1st, if I remember correctly. Is that right?
That sounds right.
And it was entered into the TBI investigative report, I believe, on July the 6th. Isn't that correct?
That sounds correct.
Right after that, at a minute and 30 seconds, you ask him, what else did we find in your room? And he replied, that should be it. Correct?
Yes.
And then the follow-up is, you're lying. And you're not very good at it. Remember that?
Yes. Agent Ketron said that.
Yes, sir. To which the follow-up from Special Agent Ketron, I believe this was you, it said, do you want to help yourself? Remember saying that?
I believe that was Agent Ketron.
Thank you. It's somewhat hard to tell you guys apart on the recording. And then at 2 minutes and 11, that's when it's asked, what else did we find in your room other than the boots? And then that's when he replied, the hammer.
The hammer.
And you asked him where he put it. And his reply was, on the table or the dresser. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And the immediate follow-up from you after he gives the wrong location of the hammer and it found in his room, you tell him that you appreciate him telling us the truth. That's what you told him, right?
Yes.
So let's go back. Now I have the exhibit for Mr. Allen's third statement, please. .428. Yes, can I get the collective exhibit of the transcripts real quick, please? Third, please. So at the 10-minute, 40-second mark, Jordan had just asked, excuse me, let me back up. So Special Agent Ketchum is asking him, what made you pick the hammer? You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And so he says, it's the only thing I knew. It's just quick. That was it. That was Jordan's response.
Yes, sir.
And then your response was, is that why you told Brian a lie about Papa doing it with something like a hammer?
Yes.
Now, Jordan doesn't ever get an opportunity to answer that question. There's quite a bit of dialogue there from you. And then Special Agent Ketchum comes in. At some particular point, the next thing that you tell him is that you want to see him get help. Do you remember all that?
Yes.
Special Agent Ray, I'd like to draw your attention to TBI Investigative Report IR number 54. What's it? You recognize that document?
I do.
You want to take a second to refresh your recollection? I know I'm just springing it on you.
I recall it.
Okay. Based on that interview was on July the 1st, I believe. Is that right?
It says activity date is July 6th and the report date is July 12th.
Okay. And so out of what was learned in that in that part of your investigation, did you follow up on anything?
I'm not seeing anything that jumps out that I've specifically followed up on.
Okay. If I could retrieve that, please. All right. In the second interview, when you talk about how the TBI's CSI team is going to know what happened after their analysis, that's an interrogation technique, is it not? You're confronting the subject of the interrogation that we're going to know based on science what's happened at the scene. You're trying to get them to tell you the truth. That's what that is, right?
Yes.
And as we've established, the lab, that doesn't come back until 3 months later, correct?
Correct.
Which is pretty fast, but I believe that there was a request to expedite that testing. Isn't that right?
If it came back in 3 months, I would think that it would have been expedited. It's usually a longer turnaround than that.
And in that second interview, after Jordan retells the facts, he does that a couple of times in that second statement, doesn't he?
Yes.
You confront Jordan, and I'm going to quote you here. It says, it'll be your story. It'll be his story. We're talking about Bill. And also the story, correct?
That sounds correct.
And that's when you start going into, a little later, actually, about a minute later, you go into explaining to him that they're looking for DNA, they're looking for fibers, all kinds of analysis that can be done. You remember all of those statements, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you did get the benefit of that DNA analysis, did you go back out and re-interview Bill Cole?
I did not.
Multiple times in all three conversations that you had with Jordan Allen, you told him the CSI was going to tell you who. Did you not?
That's not correct. That was not mentioned in the first interview.
Excuse me. So, but in the second and the third interview, you make that statement multiple times, correct?
Yes, the statement was made.
All right, let's talk about Jordan's first statement. As you testified, despite the fact that he was in a cruiser, handcuffed, and had been for 5 hours, he was a witness only at this particular point, correct?
Yes.
Um, you were able to corroborate the story about Little Caesars, which we talked about, but he also told you about the fact that he tried to eat that pizza and threw up, didn't he?
I don't specifically recall him saying that to me. He could have, though.
Those of you who were here earlier knew I was having a bad day today, so my parcels, my neighbour dropped them off. They were lost. Now we got them back, so I'm going to go and open them, and I'll be back. Go and open them once they come back from sidebar. Hang on. Let me fast forward this.
And of course, the receipt showed that, right?
Yes.
He even apologized for smoking, didn't he?
He did.
And in that statement, you told him that you were going to be honest with him the whole way. Is that right?
Yes.
You told Jordan that DCS would have to be contacted to make some arrangements on where he was going to go. Because like you said, at that point, he wasn't necessarily a suspect, correct?
Yes.
And he told you about family members that he had, his Nana and his great aunt, right?
Yes.
You explained to him that DCS would take care of that part of it, right?
DCS would have to be the one to place him.
They make that decision, essentially.
Yeah, I don't have the authority to.
But he was housed in the Greene County workhouse after that first interview, is that right?
Yes.
And you recall that Jordan was told that he wasn't going to stay the night in the jail. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that he was not going to stay the night at the Greene County Jail, correct?
But he did. Because things changed, but that statement was made to him that he wasn't going to stay in the Greene County Jail in that first conversation. And to be fair, things changed and he was no longer a witness and became a suspect, right? I'm just establishing that statement was made. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It was just a statement that was made.
Yes.
Right? In that first interview, you told Jordan that there were people who specialize in interviewing people who aren't adults, juveniles, teenagers. That was your statement. You remember that?
Yes.
And at the 12:27 mark, you said, and I'm quoting here, that they're probably better than Jeff and I, a lot better doing this stuff in this specific situation. That's what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And you were alluding to the Child Advocacy Center, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those folks have a specific forensic interviewer trained to interview children. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you've dealt with these types of cases that have had CAC interviews, I'm sure, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the interview room is laid out?
Yes.
There's usually 2 chairs in that particular room, depending on which CAC you're in, I'm guessing.
Yes.
There's a one-way mirror, or I guess it's 2-way, maybe how it's the right vernacular there. Is that right?
Yes.
And there's a drawing board in case, depending on the age of the child, if they want to draw something that the interviewer is trying to get them to talk about, right?
Yes.
And part of that's because the child's brain just isn't quite fully developed, right? There's for the CAC part, that there's people that are just trained to deal with that aspect of interviewing juveniles. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Now, you've testified previously in this case, correct?
I have.
All right. And as you previously testified, you received a call around 5:41 a.m., correct?
I was already conducting interviews by 5:41 a.m.
Correct. This is after Jordan's, the first interview you had with Jordan, somewhere, I'm imagining, between Bill's statement and Jordan's second statement, somewhere in there.
Yeah, but I believe at 5:41 I would have been interviewing Bill because his first interview was an hour and 41 minutes and it started at like 5:25 a.m.
Well, you had an interview, you had a phone call, and after that, the Child Advocacy Center, that was no longer in play. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about some of Bill's statements. Some of it has been mentioned before. You have not had an opportunity to hear that, but you were asked on direct, that you questioned him hard. That's something that was asked of you, and you replied yes.
Yes, sir.
So in Bill's first statement, he tells you, I believe it's 3 different times that he only drove the Honda to Romaine's house. Isn't that right? Or maybe, the 3 trips to Romaine's house, he only drove the Honda. Isn't
Yeah,
that right?
in his initial interview, he said the Honda.
And to be fair, in his second statement, he tells you otherwise. Isn't that right?
Yeah, he says he got into a truck, and I'm not quite sure if he made it to their house in the truck. There was some confusion there. He may have turned around early, but he did say that he did try to get into not the Black Ranger truck, but an F-150.
Great. F-150.
That's on property, yes.
And Bill had about 6 hours since that first statement until he told you about the gray truck in the second statement. Isn't that right?
That sounds about right.
Be patient with me, Special Agent Ray. I'm trying not to cover ground that we've already covered, trying to do my best to expedite some things. Doesn't always come out the way you think it will. Now, in this hard questioning, Bill was confronted with all the similar facts that you were given to Jordan. Is that right?
That's correct.
And does it sound fair here? I counted it about 55 times. He told you he didn't know that it wouldn't be him. Does it sound close?
That sounds right.
Did you have an opportunity in the review of this case to review any of the walkthrough videos that were done by the CSI team?
I believe I have seen some of those videos.
You remember seeing a purse on the bed in bedroom number 1?
I would have to specifically review a photograph or look at the video. I don't recall that.
I understand. That's a perfectly good answer. Give me just 1 second. Early on, I asked you, whenever you found out new information, you would follow up on it as part of your training, right?
Yes, sir.
And so some of that information called you to reach out to a former instructor from the TBI, isn't that right? It didn't work for the TBI specifically, but had come and done a training. You reached out to him, isn't that right?
Are you referring to the interview and interrogation gentleman?
Yes.
Yes.
Keith Zupek. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, I reached out to another agent who had a contact with him, who in turn got us talking.
And Mr. Zupek does trainings and interrogations, right?
Yes,
And he also does some false confession work, doesn't he?
I believe so.
Now, based on that conversation, no action was taken. Is that fair?
Correct.
All right. I think we're pretty close. Give me just a second to double check, make sure I haven't missed anything. Your Honor, Mr. Ray is under the defense subpoena, and there is a small likelihood that I'll need him.
You need to stay, so you'll step outside.
Yes, sir.
All right. Take the jury out, 10-minute recess.
Okay, so the next witness is the grandfather, the one that we all believe has more. Basically, he looks like Dave Umberger. This guy has more against him than anybody. So here we go. This is Bill Cole, I believe.
Mr. Cole, you were here Monday and were sworn in, weren't you? Yes, sir. All right, you're under oath. Have a seat right there. Speak up to the mic. Get comfortable and speak up.
Bill,
The grandfather.
you You've been interviewed about this before.
Yes, sir.
You've testified in court before.
Yes, sir.
You raised your right hand on Monday.
Yes, sir.
I want you to tell them just what you remember. Do you plan on doing that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Just what you remember, Bill. I don't care what you said before, the truth.
What I said before was what
Let's just get with it, Bill.
Feel me?
Sir, you're Bill Cole.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Just Bill.
just Bill. Bill, do you know Jordan Allen?
Yes, sir. My grandson.
Who is Jordan to you?
He's my grandson.
Bill, how long has, is that your, is Jordan your daughter's son?
Yes.
Bill, what's your daughter's name?
Jeanette Cole.
Jeanette,
Jeanette. I call her Nettie.
Nettie. Bill, how long have you had, as of April of 22, April 24th of 2022, was Jordan living with you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, how long have you been living with you?
About 3 years.
Have you been with you any prior to that?
I off and on his whole life. I mean, yeah.
Uh,
Month or 2 years, 6 months, sir. You know, just off and on.
Bill, why was he with you?
His daddy brought him up there, dropped him off, said he wanted to stay with me for a while. He never come back.
What about his mama?
His mom got put in jail for drugs. I just.
Bill, did you know, sir, who was Jessie Allen?
That was my grandson, Nady's other son.
How old was Jessie?
He was 7.
Jessie lived with you?
Yes, sir.
Sir, how long have you been with you?
Since he was 15 months old. 15 to 17 months. Summer's around in there. I can't remember for sure.
I want to put up Exhibit 484. You're going to see a photograph behind you, and I want you to turn around and look and see if you can identify that photograph. Sir, who is that?
Who's this?
Sir, who, Sir, who was Sherry Cole?
She was my wife.
How long, would you make that an exhibit your testimony 484?
Yes, sir.
Would you look at exhibit 485?
Yes, sure.
Bill, how long, sir, how long had you and Sherry been married?
44 years.
Sir, when did you and Sherry get married?
1979, July 14th.
You want to introduce that issue?
I do, Your Honor. Would you make that an exhibit?
Yes, sir.
your testimony? Uh, Did, Bill, what kind of relationship did you and Sherry have?
Good one. I felt like, I mean, we never fussed.
Did y'all get along?
Oh, yeah.
Have any
She was a
disagreements?
sweetheart. She was a little sweetheart. You couldn't fuss at her. You just could.
Were you upset with her on Sunday, April the
No, sir.
24th, 2022?
No, sir.
Was she upset with
No,
you?
sir.
Bill, where'd y'all live?
And old Snap Prairie Road, kind of toward Fall Branch.
Will you look at, exhibit 41?
Yes, sir.
You able to identify that photograph?
That's the house. It's still house. I still live
You
there.
still live there?
That's exhibit what?
41, Your Honor. Mr. Cole, who owns that property? Do you own that?
No, I don't really own it, but it was kind of given to me. We milked there. The man that owned it told me that if I'd help him finish up, that he quit there, I could have it.
Help you finish what, sir?
Help him finish milking.
Milk.
When we got done dirty and he retired,
He said, you can stay there as long as you need to, as long as you want to. It's yours.
Sir, how long had y'all lived in that residence?
Maybe about 10 years or something. Or maybe a little longer. I don't know. But around in there.
So where'd y'all live before, if you don't mind me asking?
We had another house across the hill. There's a great old big house. It ended up being just me and Sherry and one of my other grandkids, and we moved into that smaller house.
So if you had other grandkids that lived with you?
Yes,
stayed
sir.
with you? So
Yeah.
which grandkid was that?
Austin Bales was, he was there the longest. And I had a granddaughter. Stayed for a little while. She was a little baby. We raised her till she was 2 years old.
Bill, how many, can I show you just a few pictures of this house?
Yes, sir.
Will you look at 134? Are you able to identify that, Bill?
That was the main bedroom, was mine and Sherry's for the most part.
Sir, will you look at 156?
That was little Jessie's room. Proud of the pictures. I just did what he did.
I'm sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said Jesse was proud of the pictures. He wanted to hang them on the wall. He just,
Bill, what kind of kid was Jesse?
just a little 7-year-old boy. Like to play, just a little sweetheart. He really was.
Jesse and his brother get along?
Nah, off and on, kind of in a way, not really. Just off and on kind of thing. Age difference. You know, I mean, it was plain simple age difference.
Bill, we look at 166.
That's Jordan's room.
Bill, did y'all make a difference between Jesse and Jordan?
We tried not to. I mean, we really tried not to. But Jesse probably was favored a little more just because he's little. Needed more attention. You know, he just needed more attention. He was a little boy, just starting school, trying to figure it out.
Now, Bill, it looked like that Jordan didn't even have a room on his door.
There was a reason for that. I mean, there was a reason. He kept closing his door, locking it from the inside, jumping out the window and hauling ice. Never know when he was in there. You couldn't, I mean, I took the door off and put him a blanket up. Said, you want privacy, here's your blanket. You can't lock it up. So we don't know where you're at.
You have a problem with him running off, son?
Yes, sir.
You know where he'd go?
Yes, sir. You want me to tell you?
Can you tell us where he'd go?
I worked with a couple boys at the feed store named Brockwaters. He'd jump out the window, and anytime he had a chance, he walked out the door, he'd take off. They live across the field. He'd go to there, and if he didn't walk outside or go to bed at night time, he'd jump out his window and be gone. Lock the door so we'd think he's in our sleep. Come by now, he's just gone.
I saw where.
I tried to give him privacy. I promise.
I saw where it looked like there was a four-wheeler out there.
Yes, sir.
I just saw one.
That was one. That was on one they had. I mean, it was given to Jesse actually, but him and Jordan shared it.
How'd Jesse get that?
He got it for Christmas. Community bought it for him for Christmas.
You get Jordan anything?
Oh yeah, they got him as much stuff as kind of equal that 4-wheeler, price wise, bro. But for for bigger young, shirts, shoes, watch, boots, stuff like that.
But you said they shared the four-wheeler, so Jesse let him ride the
Oh, yeah.
four-wheeler.
Yes, he let him ride it.
Bill, did you ever see Jordan do anything to Jesse? You ever seen him mistreat Jesse or anything like that?
Well,
Objection, character evidence 603.
Yes, sir. Bill, all those photographs we've looked at, would you make those exhibits?
yes, sir.
Bill, let's go to April the 24th. Remember that day?
Yes, sir.
2022.
Yes, sir.
On that day, sir, who all lived at that house we just saw?
Me, Sherry, Jessie, and Jordan.
What was going on that day?
Normal Sunday. I mean, for the most part.
What did you do when you first got up that morning? Do you remember?
Well, I mean, go to eat breakfast or whatever. Me and Jessie and Jordan went to the dollar store, got a few odd and end things. Come back home, I put brake shoes on the little black truck that I had.
What kind of odd and end things did you get at the dollar store?
I was supposed to got drinks and I forgot them, but stuff she needed, like lard or butter. I don't remember what all we got. Got Jessie a little telephone to play with.
Got Jessie a little telephone.
Yeah, just a little play telephone.
You put up 315 this hour. You able to identify that photograph?
Yes, sir. That's the phone.
Does that look like the phone you?
Yeah. It played music, just it could punch up numbers and, just like a little learning telephone kind of hit me.
Now, did I hear you say you and the boys went to the dollar store?
Yeah.
Remember about what time it was?
It would have been 9 o'clock or a little after something, give or take, dollar store don't open till 8, so it would have been after 8 o'clock. We was back before, 15 minutes away, it don't take.
So what'd you do when you get back, Bill?
I had to put brake shoes on the little black truck that we own.
Was Jordan still there?
He was still there at that time.
All right.
But I hadn't started the brake shoes yet. That's what was next on the list.
You put shoes on or you put brakes on
On a little pickup that we had.
Can you look at the 51, please? Tell the members of the jury if you can identify it.
That's the little truck.
You put brakes on that truck that
Brakes.
morning?
Yeah.
Sometime up in the morning.
Yeah. Well, it was after 10, let's say. Or started after 10 on.
Did you finish that job, Bill?
Yeah.
What did you do after that?
I don't remember if we painted flyers or if I worked on the Bronco.
Was Jordan there the entire time?
No. He went with Broadwaters. Was supposed to have done some weed eating at a little old farm down the road at the airport kind of thing.
Supposed to. What happened?
And when he got back, they said that fell through and they didn't do it. I don't know what they done. And I can't remember what time he got back. I really don't. I didn't pay no attention.
Did you make Jordan work, Bill?
I didn't make him work. But I tried to learn him. Life don't hand you nothing. You got to work, make a living, try to learn anything. But as far as making him work, no, I didn't make him do nothing.
Did you mistreat him?
No.
Did you hit him?
No.
Smack him?
Never laid a hand on him. I've never laid a hand. I promise you, I've never laid a hand on him.
Did you ever do any of those things with Jessie?
No. I've never done any of those things my whole 65-year life. That's not in me, I promise.
Did you do those things to Sherry? Did you beat on Sherry? Did you ever make Jordan leave?
No.
Make him sleep outside?
No.
Under a car or a truck?
No.
Withhold food from him? Did you feed?
No.
Did you feed him?
Oh, yeah, we fed him. We might not have much, but he had food. I mean, we poor people. I ain't telling you. We had it all. We didn't have it all. Life wasn't perfect, but we had food.
You said you had it all.
I had 2 dogs. I said we didn't have it all.
Oh, okay.
We normal everyday people struggling through life to do what we do.
So, Bill, what did you do after? You mentioned something about planting some flowers.
Well, we did. Jessie bought Sherry a little marigold flower at work. Where I work, we sold flowers. There's a feed store. We sold springtime flowers. And he bought his mama a little marigold, this tall. And we was going to transplant that into the pot. So we done that. And she had some, what did you call them, aloe vera plants. And it was pretty good bugs. We split that up, put that in 2 or 3 pots for her. Then he had apple. His papa was planting apple tree. So we cut the apple open and took seed out of it. So we'll try it. I don't know if it'll grow or not. And put that in some dirt. And he didn't get to see whether it worked or not, but it did.
What'd you do after that?
I had a Bronco there. I had to try to fix. Put a universal joint in it.
You put up 238. You ever identify that photograph, Mr. Cole?
Yes, sir. That's the Bronco.
You were doing what to the Bronco, sir?
Putting a rear universal joint in it.
The rear universal joint. So you had to take the drive shaft out, is that right?
Half out.
I got it. Okay.
You can't tell it there, but it's still hooked to the front and hanging out in the back.
Bill, did you work on stuff a lot I mean, did you like to work on stuff?
That was my job. I mean, part of my job, part of my life, just work on.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir.
You make the one of the little ranger exhibit to your
Yes.
testimony. Sometimes I
Yes, sir.
forget. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
Apologize to everybody.
That's fine.
This is at the time you're working on the Bronco, has Jordan gotten back yet?
Yeah, he was back then.
Is he around there helping you, or
Yeah.
what's going on, Bill?
I was trying to take the universal going out. He's just kind of right there, talking, and looking, and watching, and helping. I mean, just kind of helping.
What kind of tools were you using, Bill?
I had socket set out there using some wrenches and hammers and screwdrivers. I mean, just anything I needed to get that drive shaft out of the truck.
And Bill, sir, this court seen a lot of beer bottles laying around.
Yes, sir.
Let's
I
talk
drink.
about it.
I drink.
Did you drink?
Not bad. I'd buy a 6-pack of these and come home, sit outside, sit on the bank, watch them play, relax. I work 9 hours a day at a feed store, lifting 50-pound bags at a time or fixing stuff. So I come home, drink a 6-pack of beer.
So there's beer bottles everywhere.
Well, I lay them down. Dump was closed. Time I got home, worked half day on Saturday, and depending on what I had to do Saturday for whether I didn't expect Sherry to haul trash. I didn't expect Sherry to clean up after me. They might lay there a couple of weeks before I clean the place up. But eventually, I'd say I got to. I didn't expect Sherry to do.
Drank a little bit every day.
I did 6-pack a day. Get off 5 o'clock, stop, get a 6-pack, go home, sit on the bank, or walk through the house, talk Sherry, talk to them boys, let them play. Till that 6-pack is gone, and then it was done.
Did you ever spend your money on beer when you should have been buying groceries?
Well, I'm sure probably we never done without food. I'm sure I could spend less. No, we didn't do without food. You always spend too much money on beer if you drink, no matter what. That's just plain simple.
Bill, were you able to get the U-joint in that truck?
I got it out, but I didn't get it back in. The one I had wasn't right, so I quit. Figured I'd get me one tomorrow.
Did you get aggravated?
No,
Hard?
I noticed 50-50 change. It was a used one anyway. I noticed 50-50 change. It might fit, it might not. It didn't. Parts store hooked to the building that I worked at. No the owner.
Did you
Could've
did you get too drunk to even know if it fit or not?
No. I don't make a habit to get drunk. Drinking a beer and being a drunk is 2 different things. I know my limits.
So, sir, after you finish what you're doing with the Bronco, sir, what do you do then?
I went in the house. I said, call it a day. It was getting late in the evening. Call it a day, go in, rest the rest of the day. Had to go to work next morning.
You said it's getting late in the evening.
Yep, it was up getting pretty late in the evening. 6 o'clock or something.
So what do you do when you go in the house?
Went in, sit down and watch TV, keep my boots off, and I'm done for the day.
So, sir, can you tell us where Sherry and the boys were?
Well, she was in the house till I went in. Jessie likes to stay outside and play. She said, well, I'll go out here and watch Jessie. And the last I was told, they was up sitting up on a little hill behind the house where they were sitting up there talking.
Last you was told, he told you that.
Jordan,
She didn't come in and cook supper.
I cooked supper. I told her when she walked out, I said, well, I'll start fixing something to eat.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
Do you remember what you cooked or tried to cook?
Kind of like a roast and taters kind of thing. Chopped up some New York strip steaks and put them in a pot of taters and boiled them just like a beef stew or something. Then found a box of corn stuff and I thought, well, let's make a casserole. Might not have been worth eating, but I tried it.
You cook a lot? You cook a lot, Bill?
If she didn't feel like cooking, I could. I didn't expect Sherry was sick. I didn't expect her to do it.
What was wrong with Sherry?
She just had health issues. Her nerves. She had health issues. She had 12 tumors cut out of her at one time. She had health issues. And it took a toll on her. She's 59-year-old. It was beginning to take a toll.
You said something about nerves. Was there a difference in her after that?
Yeah. She was always nervous, but no, it was taking a toll on her.
Did she nag at them kids any?
No, she didn't nag them. She, if they done something out of the way, she fuss at them, or, and she was just nervous.
She ever get on you any?
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna say I listened to her much, but she did fuss at me.
Probably needed to.
Oh, she did. She had a right. I didn't fuss back. She's 75 pounds soaking wet. I couldn't trust that young.
Bill, how old was Sherry when y'all got married?
16,
How old was you?
18.
Y'all lived in Greene County ever since?
Yeah.
Miss Allen, you put up 176. You may not remember, Bill. I want you to look at this picture and see if you can identify this photograph.
That was my concoction. Both taters, meat, stovetop stuff. Sounded good at the time. Whether it was or not, we'll never know. I ended up throwing it away.
Ended up throwing away. So why was, so did you get supper cooked?
I know it's good. Well, I guess it's good. It looked good. But like I
After
say,
you got it ready, what'd you do?
I hollered out and said supper's ready. Kind of just poked my head back in the house. Went in, sat down, and waited on it. Nobody showed up.
About how long did you wait? I mean,
I don't know, a few minutes.
Did you get bothered when they didn't come? I mean, was it?
Well, I thought maybe they just didn't hear me or something. So I poked out again and hollered again.
Mr. Cole, what'd you do then?
Well, when I went to turn and go back to the house, I noticed my truck was gone.
That concern you?
Well, yeah, kind of. I thought because I'd forgot drinks for the house. I thought, well, while I was in here, they went to the dollar store to get drinks, which is just right down the road, pretty much. So at the point, it didn't. At the time, it didn't really bother me. I thought they just run to the store to get drinks.
Was Sherry able to drive?
Yeah, she was still able to drive. I mean, she didn't like to, but at that time, she got put in a position that she had to. We didn't have no other choice. She had to.
Did you ever let Jordan drive?
I'd let him drive. I didn't make a habit of it. I mean, you know, he's 15-year-old. He practiced. He used to drive tractors when we farmed together. He used to drive tractors and stuff around.
Bill, what'd you do after they didn't come?
I gave him a few minutes, and then I went looking for him outside, looking for him. By then, it got kind of dark. Jordan told me last day they was up on the hill. Been sitting up there talking, so I went up on the hill, looked to see if they was up there.
You said you were taking your boots off. Did you put your boots back on?
Not then I had.
Is it normal for you to walk around and you have your
From the car to the house or, you know, to the fence or something other out in the grass. You know, I can't walk on the rocks or nothing. I'm not a barefoot walker, but if I keep them off at night and I need to walk outside the car, get something or do something, I can.
Did you ever walk out to that Bronco?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why'd you go out there?
I left my phone out there. When I was working on it, I laid my phone up in the seat because it kept falling out of my pocket and I was afraid to get broke. So I just laid it up to see that Bronco.
So why'd you go out there and look for your phone?
Because I was going to call, see if I could figure out. I was going to call her mom because she left the house most time and she was going anywhere she went to her mom's. That's her and her mom was just peas in a pod.
Miss Allen, you put up 99. Now I want you to look at this picture, this view, and see if you can identify it.
That's my tool set and the Bronco, a few beer bottles.
Did you walk out through there looking for your phone?
Walked right through there to the driver's door to get my phone. I know that's where it was at.
Did you not? Sir, by this time, about what time is it? Do you remember?
It's dark.
It's dark, huh?
It's dark by then. I mean, it's 7:30 or something, I guess. 8 o'clock.
Notice anything out of ordinary?
No, I did. I really did. I didn't look for nothing out of ordinary. I wasn't looking for nothing strange at all. I was going after my phone. I didn't have no reason to look around for anything out of ordinary, you know.
Mr. Cole, did you find your phone?
No, sir, I did.
So what'd you do then?
I went back in the house, put my shoes on. Got to kind of looking around a little bit more up there where he said they was at.
You go up on the hill?
Yeah, I walked up on the hill where that's where he said they was at. I thought maybe, I guess at that time I started thinking, you know, something ain't right here. But it's still, you just don't think shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
So you
That's
walk
why
outside, you walk over to the Bronco,
get my phone.
go up on the hill.
I went back in the house first.
Sorry. You go back in the house, put your boots on, go up on the hill.
I think I walked up there before I left to go to her mom's. At one point I left and went to her mom's just to see, you know, are they here?
At some point you was on that hill.
At some point I walked up there.
Did you not have a light with you?
No, sir. My flashlight was dead. one point I pulled the car and pointed it that way where I could use the headlights just kind of shine up to her, but they don't shine. It's a lot higher than a car. I mean, it's, you know, it's pretty good bank.
Car, will you look at 178, please? Please tell us whether you can identify that.
That's Shirley's car.
Sure, so.
Yeah, that's her car. I mean, but it was kind of acting up. Heater quit working, windshield wipers quit working. You know, it wore out little car. I give $1,000 for 5 years before that. And she run the wheels off of it.
Sorry. Don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, you're fine.
Make that exhibit your testimony.
Yes, sir.
So you're shining lights everywhere, and then, but before that, you walked back down the hill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And you didn't see your,
No, I did.
you didn't see Sherry or
I
Jessie.
didn't look behind the house. I never went behind the house. I didn't have no reason to go behind the house. We never went behind the house.
You got any lights up at that house, Bill? You got
No.
any security lights up?
I had one on the front porch. It's just a regular little house light. I mean, it's not nothing spectacular. Shines more toward the driveway than anything.
You mentioned something about going to Romaine's.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what you did.
I went down there and asked them if they'd seen Sherry or the boys. Had they been there? They said no. I said, well, they ain't at the house. So I didn't know if they'd come down here or went to the store.
So what'd you do after that?
I went back to the house. I can't remember if we called the first time I was there or the second time. I made 3 trips down there. And one time we called. I'm thinking me and Romaine.
You had them call or
Yeah, I had them call. We called my phone.
anybody answer that phone?
Jordan Allen.
How do you know Jordan answered it?
Huh?
Sir,
Romaine had her phone on speakerphone.
you could hear his voice?
Yep.
Did Jordan say anything?
Said we're at the house.
So what'd you do? Well, let me ask you this. So did you feel any relief at that point?
Yeah, I thought, well, they did go to the dog store and I just missed them. And I went back to the house.
What happened when you get back to the house?
They ain't there.
What'd you do? If any, I mean, did you do,
I,
what's going on at that point? They're not at home.
well, I know I got lied to at that point for sure. So I went in the house, just kind of looked around, and I did poke my head in his room, didn't move nothing, didn't look at nothing, just see if there was a note or something. That maybe he decided to run off again, and Sherry and Jesse went the other way. I didn't know.
You didn't see a pair of bloody boots?
I didn't see nothing. I wasn't looking for nothing. Besides the note, laying on the bed or something, because if he left a note, he just had it laying right out and open or something.
You said you was at home. You said you cooked earlier.
Yep,
And did I hear you say you sat down on the couch watching TV?
yep.
Jordan never come in the house?
We come in 2 or 3 times. I mean, just back and forth.
You didn't think nothing? You didn't think anything about it?
I didn't. He said they were still up on this hill talking. I didn't pay no attention to nothing. I was sitting there.
So you look around and you don't see anything that raises a flag to you.
No.
So what happens then, Bill? What'd you do?
I started and was going to go back down to her mom's. Because I had a phone. I didn't have no phone. I mean, I probably could have went to the neighbor or something, but, you know, it was just, I went to her mom's.
Tell us what happens.
I told her to call Rick because something wasn't right.
Now, who's Rick?
He's my brother-in-law.
You, Bill, how long you know
I
Rick?
think,
That's Sherry's brother, isn't it?
Yeah.
How old was Rick when you and Sherry got together?
oh, he's 7, 8 year old.
You remember him as a little boy?
Little big fella.
He ain't too little now, is he?
He's a good boy, though.
Is he? At some point, did the little black truck show back up?
Yes. When I went back the second time, I walked in the house. That's when I was looking for the little note or whatever. Didn't see nothing, and I don't know why. Nothing struck me odd. I don't know why I did. But when I walked back out, the little black truck sat at the top of the driveway, half in the driveway and half in the road.
What'd you do?
Well, I thought, well, better move that. Because somebody I live on when my driveway is right in the middle of a curve coming this way and a curve coming this way. And you've got, I mean, it's from here to there. It's right in the middle of 2 curves. I thought, well, I better go move the truck, get out of the road. Because he wasn't in it. You could tell it was empty. I mean,
Did you see anybody else down there?
No, they was when I started up there, they was a truck that kind of come by and slowed down. I thought they were just slowing down because, look, they about hit my truck sitting in the road. Because it's a blind curve, 2 blind curves.
Did you recognize the truck?
No, I didn't. I mean, it was just a truck, as far as I know, that just slowed down because my truck was sitting there half in the middle of the road. And then they went on. They didn't sit there or nothing.
You didn't see You didn't see anyone?
No,
You didn't chase after anybody?
no,
You didn't run somebody down the road?
no. I went up there, got my truck and pulled it out of the road, put it in the driveway and climbed in that little car and went back and told Romaine, call Rick, something ain't right.
The little car we saw her?
Yeah, she said, I've done call Rick. I said, well, tell him to meet me at the house. Just come on. I'm going back to the house.
Did you ever take now you had a F1, you had an 04 truck, didn't you?
I took it the first trip. Water pump was out on it, but it had more gas in it and it had a heater other than that little car. So I thought maybe it'll make it down there and back. I thought I was just making one trip.
Will you put up 65, please, Miss Allen? See if you can identify that picture.
That's it.
Is that your truck?
That's it.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. Money hole. That truck was a money hole.
Sorry, Bill, I couldn't hear you.
I said that truck was a money hole. Dollared you to death.
What trucks do?
There's some of them.
So you get the truck out of the road.
Yep.
You don't see anybody.
Don't see anybody. Other than that truck that passed, and I thought it would just slow down and pass because my truck was sitting up there.
What happens then, Bill?
That's when I went back. I got in it, put it in the driveway, found the car, went back to Romaine, said, you call Rick? She said, yeah, I've done calling him. He's on his way. I said, tell him, meet me back to the house. I'm going back to the house. Something ain't
You're
right.
pulling out. Do you see Rick?
Yeah, he was coming up the road.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah. I stopped. He said, well, let's go up here and figure this out. I said, just come on, Rick. There's something ain't right.
What happens then, Bill?
Well, we got back to the house and there was two trucks sitting in my driveway.
Did you recognize the trucks?
Yeah, I did then.
Who was it?
Brian Broadwater and Roger Broadwater. Roger had a gun in his hand and phone in his ear, calling 911. I got out of the car, Rick ran up behind him and grabbed him, had a gun, had nose, you know. And Rick kind of toughed with him and told him his cop, and they finally got figured out, I guess.
Bill, what's the next thing you experience?
That Rick told him, you know, I heard him tell Rick there's two bodies. They either told Rick there's two dead bodies behind the house, or he's telling everyone who's on the phone there's two dead bodies behind the house.
You can hear that?
I heard that.
What?
I mean, they screamed it. Couldn't help but hear that. And me from here to her, away from him, with the car, you know.
Bill, what did you, sir, what was going through your mind at that time?
I know what happened then. I mean, you know, I don't know how to explain what would go through a man's mind when he found out something like it.
What does go through a man's mind?
I mean, as far as like a lot of things, you know, I don't know how to explain what goes through your mind when you hear something like that. Devastation. That's the only way you explain it.
Bill, how long have you been raising grandkids?
44 years worth of it, kind of. I mean, you know,
Off and on?
off and on.
You just get tired of it, Bill?
No, I still ain't taught it.
Bill, did you hurt?
No, had no reason.
Did you take a hammer?
No.
Did you take that black and white hammer that you've been using to work on that Bronco to your grandson's head?
No. No,
Several
sir.
times. Did you hit him?
No. No, I promise. No. I didn't.
Did you do anything to Sherry?
No, sir. I did. Why would I?
Why would you?
Why would I? We didn't have no insurance. I wasn't cheating on her. She wasn't cheating on me.
You
I
got a
had nothing to
girlfriend,
gain.
Bill? You
I
got a
still got nothing to gain. I sit in that same little old house, a lonely old man. That's all I gained. Lost my whole family. No, I didn't do that.
Bill, were you Bill, you know you had blood all over the bottom of your pants.
That's what they say.
You did.
Yeah.
Did you all right. So did they take you into custody?
Yes.
Did they handcuff you?
I think they did.
At some point, did they handcuff you?
At some point, I think.
Did they handcuff you right off?
No, we're right off. Rick put me in his car with his wife. But I think along the way there, yeah, I got handcuffed.
What's his wife's name?
Donnie's.
And how long have you known her?
How long they been married?
How long have they been married?
Um,
So at some point you ended up back at the sheriff's department.
yes.
And they talked to you.
Yep.
Did you answer their questions?
Yes, sir. just like I'm trying to do right here.
Did you ever tell them stop? Stop? Did you?
No. Didn't have no reason to tell them stop. I ain't got nothing to hide.
Bill, is there any other way that blood could have ended up on your side?
I think I stepped on it. I mean, I think through the process, somewhere along the yard right there, I stepped on it. I didn't even know it was there until they told me at the police station. But I think before I went in and put my shoes on, I'd stepped in it, and I just didn't know. I thought I was taking dog shit or something. I had 2 dogs, you know. I mean, that's what.
At some point, did you realize there was something on your foot? Or
I just kind of scuffed it off in the yard as I was going in the house. Went in, put my boots on. Just didn't pay no attention. It was just, I don't know. I just.
Bill, you had some blood on the front of your pants too. Do you know how you had the blood on the front of your pants?
No, unless it was mine. I mean, I do a lot of bleeding. I cut myself all the time. I mean, it could have been mine. I don't know.
If it was yours, you remember scratching yourself or anything?
I cut myself working on a daily basis for the most part. You work on things, you know. At 5 silos at work, I had to keep unclogged. Little doors this big around. I cut myself on a daily basis for the most part. Maybe not now because I don't do much of nothing now.
Bill, what do you do now?
I spin around my little house where I live at, help Austin with his lawnmower thing, just whatever, kind of whatever.
You still work up the feed store, any?
No, I used to go up there some, just because of the customers. It wasn't, had a lot of friends up there.
Judge, may I have 1 second, please? Thank you.
Just call me Bill.
Bill, thank you for answering my question. Mr. Cole?
I wish you just call me Bill.
Bill, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Eastep, I'm going to have some questions for you. Answer his questions.
I will. Work. Till I got that fixed, me and Jessie, I took Jessie to work or to school when I went to work with no heater, no windshield wipers, whatever the weather. I had to take it. I was trying to get that fixed so I could use it. Sure, he had to have a black truck to take Jordan to school.
How close was he to getting the drive?
Huh?
How close was he to getting the drive?
How close was
How close was Jordan to getting to drive?
Well, he was 15. I mean, you know, he had to get his learner's permit, license or something, but he still couldn't until he got his license. He couldn't drive to Plum Greenville back every day with a permit. I mean, without somebody going with him.
Did you ever let him go anywhere by himself?
No, I let him drive a little. Didn't let him drive that much, but I let him drive a little. But I was always with him.
We've seen pictures of you, Bill. Did you smoke?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
I'm
sorry. Did Sherry smoke?
Yes, sir.
Jordan smoke?
He did, but wasn't supposed to. But he did.
I appreciate you would know this. I apologize to you for this. Apologize to the court. Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Eastep, Mr. Hall.
On direct examination there, Bill, you said that you weren't mad at her on
I
April
never
20th.
did, make sure. Believe that or not, I did. We didn't fuss. We didn't argue.
But she had always been nervous, hadn't she?
Being nervous and nervous is one thing. Bitching and complaining is another. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And I wasn't insinuating that she did.
Well, you kind of was.
That's fair enough. And she had started to forget things. Is that right?
Well, I mean, she's 59-year-old, had a lot of issues. Yes, she was. It was kicking up there.
And you said in your interview to Gerald Ray that she was a little hard to deal with sometimes.
Sometimes. That don't mean she was I'll let that go.
She
You
was
ever dealt
nervous.
with anybody with dementia or any kind of,
Yeah, my grandfather died from it, and I'm very familiar.
so you know where I'm coming
So I
from.
do, I certainly
All
do.
right.
And I'm
Okay.
going to treat you,
All right.
treat you right, Bill, I promise.
Sure, it's a touchy subject.
I understand that.
Watch how you treat it, please.
So she was nervous about DCS being around the house.
Yeah.
wasn't she?
She had every reason to be. They had no reason to be there. Somebody told a bunch of lies, got them called.
Well, she was afraid that DCS might take Jessie. Isn't that right?
No, I just don't think she was. I don't really think she was scared they was gonna take this.
DCS was there.
They wasn't there for Jesse. They was there on the county door.
That's right.
That's
Exactly right. And they were there because he'd missed school for 6 days. Isn't that right?
That wasn't my fault. That wasn't Sherry's fault. That was Jordan's fault.
Let me clear that up. He hadn't not went to school. He hadn't been home in 6 days.
Exactly.
But nobody had called law enforcement from Old Snaps Ferry Road and reported that he hadn't come home from school. Isn't that right?
Well, he was going to school every day,
He wasn't coming home, was
but
he?
he wasn't coming home.
But you didn't call anybody in those 6 days to say, hey,
Who was I supposed to call? The young'un jumping out the daggone windows every time you turned around or sneaking off. Who was I supposed to call? I had a feeling where he was at, but I worked with the boy every day. I thought he'd have balls enough to tell me, but apparently not. I'm sorry.
no, you're all right. Now, when you say that the black truck was at the top of the driveway, that's from the viewpoint of being at the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so when you leave from the house and you go to the dollar store, you turn to the right, don't you?
Yes.
And when you leave the house to go to Romaine's, you turn left, isn't that
Yes.
right? You never drove toward the dollar store to see if that's where they went.
No. Because I'd give him time enough to be to the dollar store and back. And when the truck was at the top of the hill in my driveway, it wasn't coming from the dollar store either. It was coming from Green.
Now, as you were asked on direct examination, eventually you were put in handcuffs, correct?
Yep.
And you went to the sheriff's
I
department,
went through the process.
interviewed on 2 separate occasions.
Interviewed on locking drunk tank, held bill way up to date. I went through the process.
They took your clothes.
Took my clothes.
You'd remember that interview if you heard it, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, I remember parts of it, I'm sure. I might not remember it word for word, but yeah, I remember parts of it. The biggest part, I'm not changed. I'm not told nothing no different now than I told then. I've never changed my story. It's the truth.
I understand.
I ain't sure you do.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Cole's first and second statement on this jump drive. I'd like to play a little bit there until he could hear his voice. They're 2 separate files and they are marked 1 and 2.
Can you do that?
I can plug into either that laptop, any laptop, it doesn't matter.
You got exhibit numbers of these?
No, they're not in the exhibit book.
No.
Our own witness statement says it did.
I just didn't know if they were good enough for ID purposes or whatever.
He played very close.
Okay.
Mr. Cole, do you recognize that recording?
Yep.
Is that your voice that you hear,
Yes,
sir? Is that a true and accurate reflection of what you recall of your
From what I
conversation?
heard there.
Yes, sir. Well, I've got to authenticate it first. If you believe that's right, then you can listen to the rest of it.
Yeah.
You're fine. That's
my
my question to ask. Okay. So that's what you recollect, what a little bit you heard. Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move that in as the next defense exhibit, please.
All right, that'd be exhibit 500.
I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. I really don't.
Mr. Cole, I'm going to treat you like I would
I'll try
anybody
my
else.
best, and I'm standing up for myself.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 500 is audio statement of Bill Cole.
Your Honor, if you give me just a second, I'm going to talk to co-counsel or to counsel here for a second. I think it'd be appropriate.
All right, let's take it out for 10 minutes.
All right.
10-minute recess.
I think that I'm a little bit more skeptical, Dumpster Juice, is because he's not the defendant. Do you mean he's not the one on the stand? So I will give him more scrutiny. Now, if he was the defendant, I'd be a lot more lenient on it. But he's not the one standing trial, so I'm a lot more scrutinizing him. Also, his character's not great on cross. He likes to dictate it, doesn't like to be pushed back. So imagine that, when the questions are coming out, are you hitting people and stuff like that, that would give me a little bit of, he doesn't like to be spoken back to. So imagine they may have spoken back to him potentially. That was very defensive of him. Here we go. And just a reminder, we do hear the defendant as well, so.
Go ahead and cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Bill, where we left off is that you had stated that your story had always remained the same, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I don't necessarily agree with that. So we'll just talk about some of those things, and you'll have a chance to say what you like. Okay. Now, this first interview that you had, it was sort of delayed while you guys were waiting on Captain Davis, correct? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you and Special Agent Gerald Ray were just making small talk. Does that sound right? And in that small talk, you mentioned the fact that he asked you if you watched CSI shows, didn't he?
Yeah.
And you told him that you did watch some cop shows, right?
But not me.
Right. And said something along the lines of sometimes you're messing with a felony. You remember saying that?
Said what?
That sometimes you're messing with a felony. You were just talking about the shows in general. You remember making that statement. It was a throwaway statement. But
Not really, but I ain't gonna say that I did, but I really don't remember. It's a throwaway statement. Why are we even talking about it?
well, it's not always throwaway. So here we go. You didn't drive the black truck back down to Romaine's, right?
Right.
But you had fixed whatever had been wrong with it when you fixed the brakes. Is that right?
Yeah, the brakes was the problem. Took it, filled it up gas, got her ready for the next morning, and parked it in the driveway.
When you talked about Sherry and Jessie, or excuse me, when you talked about Jordan telling you that Sherry and Jessie were up on the hill in a little flat spot, you gave a description of it in your statements. You remember that?
I probably did, but I ain't gonna say word for word that I remember what I said.
Well, let me see if I can help.
All right.
You described it as a flat spot that was always shaded. Isn't that right?
Well, it kind of is for the most part.
There's not a ton of trees up on the hill behind
No,
the
but
house,
there's,
but there's a few all clumped together there, about halfway up the hill. Is that right?
well, there's, yeah.
At the top of the hill, it is flat, but there ain't a tree up there
Well,
between.
there's one or two kind of right at the top. Not necessarily right on top.
Yes,
but they're kind of
Right as it starts to turn and get flat.
Yeah.
And there's several rock cropping out in the hill.
rocks. Yeah.
And the flat spot that they like to sit in, there's a rock cropping along with two trees, and it's flat right there. That's the spot, isn't
Yeah,
it?
pretty much.
Now, during your interviews, you made sure to tell the TBI that when you talked about you watched CSI, that you had seen CSI shows, that Jordan liked to watch murder movies. Isn't that right?
He did.
And during the process of these two interrogations, they made you go through your story multiple times, didn't they?
Yeah.
And in your first interrogation, there's no mention of you stepping in anything wet. Is that right?
Well, I don't think I was asked in that.
In the second interview is when that's brought up. Is that best of your recollection? And the reason that you had went to the Bronco, as you stated, is to get your cell phone. It was in the front seat, you said.
Lay it in the front seat.
And so after that, that's when you said that you had put on your shoes after going to the Bronco, right?
Yep.
And it's after, let me back up because I want to make sure that I'm clear about it. At around 8 o'clock-ish, 8:10, somewhere in there, it's around 8 o'clock when you first come outside and you holler the first time.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
It's starting to get dark. It's before the time changed.
I think so.
So, and you go back in the house.
Yep.
A few minutes go by, based on your statement. We don't know how many, but just a few. And you go back outside. That's when you holler the second time.
Yep.
And that's when you said you noticed that the truck was gone.
Yep.
All right. And you may have either went inside the house at that particular time to look around, but you got, based on your first statement, you do get in a vehicle and drive to Romaine's, correct?
Well, I do at one point. I can't say exactly what order I done. What you don't think in a situation like that.
I understand.
But yes, I did. I know the first thing I done went to Bronco to get my phone because I was going to call. It wasn't there.
Yes, sir.
So I went back and half those she was gone. I'm pretty sure.
And in your first statement, you told Gerald Ray that all 3 trips that you went to Romaine, you had taken the Honda. Isn't that right?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Is it true that in the second statement that you told him, oh, wait a minute, I did take the gray truck the first trip? Does that refresh your memory? Do you believe that?
I told him, I don't know which time, but I think I told him first time. I said from the get-go, I took that truck one time. I know. But when I said it, I ain't going
I understand.
maybe you don't think of it right off the bat.
And between your first statement and your second statement, you had been in the Greene County Jail for 6 hours, isn't that right?
I've been there a while.
Been there long enough not to want to be there anymore, I'm sure. Now, the first trip to Romaines is that when the phone call to your cell phone occurs?
I think either the first one or the second one. I'm not going to say for sure, but I think it was.
And it's
I
about,
don't know. I think honestly, I think it was the second one. I went back home because they wasn't there. And I thought, well, maybe I go back home. They just went to the dog store.
and you got to Romaines at 10 o'clock that night, the first time, isn't that right?
I couldn't tell you really what time I got down there. Probably around there.
And so it's about a 10-minute trip one way?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you go back to the house and there's nobody there, that's when you use your vehicle to shine some lights up on the hill. You didn't see anything, and you went up. Your flashlight wasn't working, correct?
Yep.
And so you went to the flat spot. They weren't there.
They weren't there.
And by this time, if it's after 10, it's really dark. I imagine.
It's dark.
And so you come back down and you go in the house and you look for the note. Is that right?
Yep.
And then now we're making the second trip.
Yep.
The second trip is when you tell Romaine to call Rick.
Yeah.
And then you go back the third time and you find the black truck. Now you
Right.
already made it there.
Same
went in
black
the
truck
house.
the second time.
The second
The black truck showed up the second time.
Right. You went in that.
I went.
You were already there in the house. You came out and noticed the black truck.
Exactly. I just kind of looked in Jordan's room to see if I seen a note or something just laying around. Something. I didn't move nothing. I didn't kick nothing. I just kind of glanced in there to see if I seen a note. Turn around and walk back out.
So you walked in the room.
I don't know that I even walked in the room. I just poked my head in the door.
Okay. And so you moved the black truck up by the burn pile. I guess that's what that is. Okay. And took the Honda back down, asked Romaine again to call Rick. She had. He meets you before you get out of the way anyway, and you guys go back up. Is that right? Okay. Just 1 second.
Courtroom now,
As far as I'm concerned,
can you redirect?
no, sir, thank you.
Can he stay in the courtroom now?
As far as I'm concerned, I don't know about this.
You're free to go, or you can stay back there in the courtroom and watch.
I think with my family.
Call your next witness, State.
Blake Kittredge.
Blake Kittredge.
Blake Kittredge, TBI.
I thought the defense didn't really push him that much. I thought that was not a great cross.
Of investigation.
I'm an assistant special agent in charge over the criminal investigation division in Johnson City.
Back on April the 24th, 25th of 2022, what was your title and duties?
I was a special agent.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
Approximately 12 years. I started in 2014 at Chattanooga Police Department before getting hired on at TBI down in Marion and Sequatchie counties. I transferred up here during COVID 2020, and I've been up here ever since.
Why did you transfer?
Family. I'm from here.
Now, on April the 25th, 2022, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of a relative older woman and a young boy at 2740 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County, Tennessee?
Can you verify that address?
You're exactly right. 7140 Old Snap Ferry Road.
Yes, sir. I was called to that.
How did you first become involved in the investigation?
I was called by my then supervisor, Christopher Wilhoit, notified of 2 deceased individuals at that address and requested to respond.
About what time did you get the call?
Approximately 1:30 in the morning. I remember that day because it was my wife's birthday. So I woke her up and had her make me some coffee before heading out the door.
About what time did you arrive?
Approximately about 2:30.
Were there any other TBI agents there upon your arrival?
Yes, Agent Steve Malone beat me back there by probably about 5 minutes.
Can you please tell the members of the jury what you observed upon your arrival about this destination that you went to?
Sure. So I was, like I said, I was notified to respond to this scene. I was told on the phone that I would be the case agent for this investigation and partnering with Greene County Sheriff's Office. With that in mind, we kind of had some preliminary information that the scene was fairly expansive. We made the determination on the phone that we would notify the violent crime response team at Knoxville. We went ahead and got that ball rolling as I was en route. Once I got there, it was kind of chaotic. There were a lot of cop cars there. There were some personal vehicles there. There were numerous people standing around, some of them that they were identified as witnesses. So one thing that I like to do at the start of any investigation is just kind of observe the scene. So from that point, I think I went with Captain Jeff Davis, and I believe we walked through the scene. It's a single family dwelling on some acreage, I would say. Walked across a little stream there on a concrete drive path. Worked my way past one vehicle and then past a Bronco and then on around to the side of the house, and that's where I observed the two deceased individuals.
What did you do then?
So from there, I had to make some calls. As a case agent at that point, I had to start delegating duties. We had a lot to do, and I had to make sure that we got this done as efficiently and professionally as possible. One of the first things that I did was I got Agent Stephen Lowe. He departed the scene to write a search warrant for that property. I was in coordination with VCRT, trying to make sure that they knew the address, they knew where to come to. Kind of gave them some preliminary information. I collected written statements from some individuals that I believe Greene County Sheriff's Office had spoken to already. I did some follow-up interviews with those just to kind of clarify some information there. And at the time that I got there, it was dark, but I knew daylight was coming. And in my initial walkthrough, I noticed that there were some weird tire tracks in the dew in the yard. And I just felt like it was important. I knew that those tire tracks would probably burn off once daylight hit. So I went ahead and collected photographs of that. I believe Sheriff Holt notified me that there was a pizza box that was near the roadway and some pieces of pizza that had been ground into the roadway. Went ahead and collected those. From my recollection, it was a little bit windy that day. I didn't want that box to flow down the road and we lose that if it was of any importance.
I would like you to look, please, at exhibit number 20 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes, sir. That's the residence there, 7140 Old Snacks Ferry Road. This is that walkway I was talking about earlier. Here's the stream. Right here is a black Ford Ranger. Here's a silver Ford F-150. Here's the Bronco. And this is the primary, what we determined to be the primary entry and ingress point of the residence.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that day?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit number 21? Can you tell the members of the jury what that shows?
Yes. So here we're outside the crime scene tape. This is the Ford Bronco. Right here, you see that reddish brown substance. We believe that to be blood at the time. This picture just kind of depicts the location of the Bronco and that blood.
Does it accurately reflect what you were seeing at that time?
It does.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, sir. I will.
Would you please look at exhibit number 22?
Not the best photo, a little dark, but we're still here at the Bronco. I believe I took this picture because I wanted to kind of show how dark it was actually out there. I'm using a flashlight here. I'm not using the flash on the camera. But yeah, here's the Ford Bronco, and we're in the general area that I took that.
There was no lighting out there at that time.
No, we're out in the country.
Very dark.
Yes, sir.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit number 23? Please tell the members of the jury what that reflects.
So I've moved a little bit towards the house at this point. I'm outside the crime scene tape. Here's that entry exit of the main residence. Right over here, you'll see the bodies of Jessie and Sherry.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 24?
Again, just another picture, very similar to the first. I've kind of tried to fill the frame here to make sure we capture both of the victims. This is Jessie and this is Sherry.
Now, you said you were seeing other things that morning on the outside.
Yes.
What other things were you seeing that you've told us about?
Sure. Yeah. So tire tracks. I saw the tire tracks in the dew. There were various areas of blood between the Bronco, which would have been back over here, and the main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you look at, please, exhibit number 25? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows in those early morning hours that you got there.
Sure. So again, this is the Ford Bronco. Right here is that reddish brown substance that we believe to be blood. Over here, it's dark and you can't see it, but this is the general area where we saw some additional areas of blood.
Does that accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
It does.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony as well as the photograph before that?
Yes, I would.
Would you please look at exhibit number 29? Please tell us fully what you see in that.
Sure. So these are some, I initially believe these right here to be tire tracks. I believe looking at it right now, it may be actual footprints coming in the dew, but this kind of picture is what we're dealing with here. And why I went ahead and took these photographs. This is obviously once the sun comes up, we'll lose those prints and tracks in the dew.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 30? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows.
Sure. So again, this is in the dew. You can see what I believe to be tire tracks right there and right there in the yard.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Exhibit 31.
So for lack of a better term, I would call this smash pizza. This is pizza that was in the roadway there that Sheriff Holt kind of directed me to when I arrived on scene.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit number 33? Please tell the members of the jury what that exhibit shows.
Yes, sir. So this is Old Snaps Ferry Road right here, barbed wire fence adjacent to the property. Right here is the pizza box that I mentioned earlier. And then you also see some additional little pieces of smashed pizza on the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Exhibit 34. Would you please tell the members of the jury what you observed in that exhibit?
So this is just a closer up photo of the pieces of pizza that have been smashed into the roadway.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 35? Please tell the members of the jury what that shows and how it helps explain your testimony.
Sure. So this is a pizza box here that Sheriff Holt had pointed out earlier in my initial briefing with some of the officers that were on scene. There was mention that Mr. Allen had fled or ran through this field and discarded a pizza box. So that's why I felt like that was important. We try to corroborate all of our statements.
When you refer to Mr. Allen, you refer to the defendant. Is that right?
Correct, Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 37? Please tell the members of the jury what that photograph shows.
This is just a closer up photograph of that pizza box. You can see a piece of pizza that had fallen out of the box. It's kind of wedged up against that barbed wire fence, and that was its final resting place where I found it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 38? I ask if you can identify it.
Yeah. So this is actually my hand here. I've put latex gloves on to start the collection process of this pizza box, and I'm just taking a photograph during that collection process.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Exhibit 39.
This is myself. This is my hand. I'm holding up the pizza box. Just get a photograph of the front of the pizza box.
Now, what do you do with that pizza box?
I end up collecting it, and by collecting it, I mean I obviously take it from its place that we found it, and I put it in a paper bag, seal that bag up, and if need be, we would send that to the lab later for examination and testing.
I would show you exhibit 456 and ask if you can identify it. What is that exhibit? What is that an image of?
So this is an actual paper bag that I collected the pizza box. It's inside. You can see here, this is our TBI case number. This is what it is, Little Caesars pizza box. This is the date and the time that I collected it, and I collected it, so I put my name there. Right here, this is an evidence inventory tag that shows that it was logged into the Johnson City Field Office evidence storage room.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 456, paren 1?
Yeah, so that's just a picture of the pizza box that we saw out there on the scene.
That was collected and placed in that bag. that you
Correct.
showed.
Yes.
Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Now I would ask you please to look at exhibit 41 and ask if you can identify it.
Yeah, so here this is a little bit closer to daylight. As you guys can see, it's getting a little brighter. Here's that Ford F-150. Here's the Ford Bronco, and here's the residence with the main entry and egress point for the home. Right here, you can see the black Ford Ranger.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Would you please look at exhibit 43 and ask if you can identify it?
Yes, that is the black Ford Ranger that we observed on scene and was used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you please look, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you look at exhibit 44?
So this is the same Ford Ranger. This is just a shot of the driver's side. Again, it's the black Ford Ranger used by Jordan Allen to go to Little Caesars.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
It'd be fine.
Exhibit 46.
This is the passenger side, same vehicle, black Ford Ranger there at the property. A bit more, it's getting a little bit brighter there, so you see a better photo of it.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 47.
This is, again, same Ford Ranger passenger side. Back here, you can see some tire impressions here on the grass, and you can kind of see where the dew was and kind of how it's starting to burn off, which is why I took the photos earlier.
What was the topography of that ground around there?
It was uneven. The whole area is very hilly. We're in Upper East Tennessee, so hard to find a flat spot.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit number 50.
Again, this is more of the bed of the Ford Ranger. This is Old Snaps Ferry Road. You can kind of see where the sunlight's starting to hit things. There's not dew present, but there's dew present still a little bit in the shaded off areas.
I'm going to ask you to look at exhibit 51. Ask if you can identify it and what you were noticing that morning and how it explains your testimony.
Sure.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate you.
Yes. So this is the Black Ford Ranger again, getting more daylight hours. See it a little bit better. We can see that the dew has pretty much evaporated all around in here, and this just kind of shows proximity of the Ford Ranger to the rest of the Bronco and the home.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 52. Would you please tell the members of the jury what that shows?
Yes. So 52 is we're getting back towards the rear of the Ford Ranger, and you can see the tire marks here in what's left of the dew.
As it's lightening up, it's getting a little more clear.
It is, yes.
Exhibit 54.
This is the rear of the Ford Ranger. You can see the license plate there, and then you can also see the main residence there.
Exhibit 55.
This is just a close-up photo, so we can capture the tag that was on the vehicle at the time.
I'll show you exhibit 58. What does that photograph reflect?
So this is the area behind the Ford Ranger. You can see that the dew is pretty much completely melted off at this point.
Why did you believe those tire tracks were important as the investigation continued?
Well,
Agent Blake,
that early in the investigation, you really don't know. You don't know what's important and what's not. So what I try to do is just document as best as I can. Anytime we go out to the scene, you look for just oddities, and tire tracks in the yard just seemed a little odd to me. So I wanted to make sure I documented that.
Did you later come in your investigation to believe it tied into something?
It did.
We'll show you exhibit 60 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes. So again, you can see the tire tracks there. A little bit of dew still left, and I think this is the shadow of the Ford Ranger.
I'm going to show you exhibit 61. Yes, Your Honor.
61. This was kind of, I believe this to be a vehicle chassis, but it was kind of a junk pile there. There's a child's bicycle right here. Took this photo just to kind of continue to document the scene as I saw it.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 62.
So I took this photo standing on the little driving walking bridge there. You can kind of see a little bit of the tire right there. This is facing back out towards Old Snaps Ferry Road. Here's the stream, and you can see I believe this was the furthest most first responder vehicle that was on scene at that time was the ambulance.
Did you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
I would like to show you exhibit number 63 and ask if you can identify it.
Yes. Now we're working our way around the house. You see a child's play toy here of a little dump truck. I would consider this the back porch of the residence.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 64.
This is just continuing on. This is kind of the side view of the residence. You can see we're progressing through the crime scene. Over here's the Ford Bronco for reference. Right here would be the stairs in the main entry. And over here is what I would consider the back porch of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 65.
So now we're kind of shooting a photograph back for reference, just to kind of paint a picture of where we're at in the scene. Ford Bronco again, F-150, main entry and exit of the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 66.
So this is what I would consider the back porch of this residence. We've just progressed on around the home, just documenting as we go with photographs what the scene would look like.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
67.
So here you can kind of see some tire impressions here in the grass. This is out back around where that back porch area is where I'm standing when I took this photograph.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 68.
Here we're just continuing on around the residence. We're starting to come to that far corner where the victim's bodies are around this corner over here on this side of the house. I believe we see some tire tracks here.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 69.
Yeah, so here you can see the tire tracks a little bit better. Up here is the hillside, and then on around here is where the victims are located.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 70.
Again, tire tracks in the grass right through here, coming off the dirt road. There's the Ford Ranger, the Bronco for reference, and the back porch area for residents.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 72.
Yeah, so here we're just continuing on around the side of the residence as we keep going. This is the side of where the victims' bodies were located. Up here is the hillside, the hilltop. You see the crime scene tape all around the residence.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Now, Agent Ketron, you said that in the early hours of your investigation, you're looking for things that might stand out, oddities, things you don't even understand.
Sure.
Just things that are odd.
Yeah.
Did you later come to believe that you had found an answer to these tire tracks?
Yes, in the interview we did with Bill Cole. Mr. Cole stated that he had used his vehicle, the headlights on his vehicle, to drive around his property to kind of help him see a little bit better.
Thank you. Exhibit 73.
Okay, here we've almost made it all the way around the house at this point. We kind of started over here with our first set, and we've progressed on around the house. Our victims' bodies are right here. This is kind of like a cellar door almost, so it's kind of obscure, but the victims' bodies are right here. You can see that at this point, our BCRT team is on scene at this point, and it looks like they're starting to set up.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
And 74.
Again, we've returned back to the black Ford Ranger. You can see the tire tracks here in the grass.
Will you make all the pictures, every exhibit, did they accurately reflect what you were seeing that morning?
Yes.
And would you make them all exhibits to your testimony?
Yes.
Now, Agent Ketron, did you assist in interviews in the investigation of this case?
I did.
Did you assist in the interview with Bill Cole, the interviews with Bill Cole?
I did.
Did you assist in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
I did.
You were a part of that questioning.
I was.
Would it be fair to say that you observed each one of them closely during the course of those?
Yes, that's fair.
Interviews.
Yes.
You saw various things about the clothes. You had the opportunity to talk to them and hear their answers.
I did. Yes.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 480. Agent Ketron, can you tell the members of the jury what that's an image of?
Yes, I can.
Please tell the members of the jury what 480 is an image of.
Yes. So this is labeled as an FTA card, and what we know this as is a DNA standard. When someone goes to an autopsy in a matter like this, there's usually a DNA sample collected. This is specifically for Jessie Allen. This is Jessie Allen's DNA standard. I've taken this. I received this from Agent Emily Durand, who had picked it up at William L. Jenkins Forensic Center. She had brought it to Johnson City. I had put our case number on this envelope, my name, DBI, and this would have been the seventh item, I believe, that I submitted to the lab in that sequence. We have to put all this information on for our lab to accept it. That way they can match everything up.
You followed through that entire process?
Yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Exhibit 482. I show you that image and ask if you can identify that image in Exhibit 482.
Yes. So again, this is again from William L. Jenkins Forensic Center from autopsy. This was from Sherry Cole. Again, we have FTA card here, which is a DNA sample. I've taken this again from Agent Emily Duran. I took custody of this. I put our necessary information on, submitted this as a 12th item in that sequence that I submitted to the TBI crime lab.
You did submit it to the TBI crime lab?
Yes.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony? Exhibit 465. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
Would you please tell the members of the jury fully about that image, how you came to be involved with that image and what you ended up doing with that image?
Yes. So following the conclusion of the last interview with the defendant, Allen, a search warrant was authored for his DNA to obtain a DNA standard. I believe that was by Agent Emily Duran. Those swabs were collected. It's just a swab of the cheeks. It's non-invasive. collected and then packaged inside this envelope. You can see, again, the TBI case number, what the items are, 2 vehicle swabs of Jordan Allen, and the packaging that the vehicle swabs were in, my name, and here is where it's actually went to the lab. Looks like exhibit number 25 as a DNA standard for defendant Jordan Allen.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit 465 per N1? What is 465 per N1?
So these are actually the individual swabs that were collected from Jordan Allen. Here is the original packaging that was in. I've repackaged that in a paper envelope to send to the lab. So, but this is the original one. You can see that it was recovered by Agent Duran on 4/25/22.
And that did get to the lab?
It did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please look at exhibit 466? Please talk to us fully about that one. I think there's a date on it I'd like for you to talk about.
Sure. So this is these are the vehicle swabs of Bill Cole and the original packaging. I received this and repackaged this on 5/5/22 to send to the TBI crime lab. You can see here it did go to the TBI crime lab. I can't make out the date there, but it looks like it was. I can't make out the date right there, but it did go to the TBI crime lab as a DNA standard for Bill Cole.
And you got that from the Greene County Detention Center?
Yeah, Greene County Sheriff's
Jeff
Office.
Davis.
Yes,
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Same thing about 466 per N1. And on these, Agent Ketchum, if you'll tell them where you got them from so we can complete the full
Yes.
process.
So again, here are the cotton applicators, the swabs, and these are the packaging that they come in. Here's the original plastic packaging that they were collected in, and you see the date 4/25/22. 2 vehicle swabs collected, Greene County Sheriff's Department belonging to Clarence Cole, Bill Cole. These items were stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Office, brought to me, I believe, by Agent Gerald Ray, and then subsequently submitted to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please do the same thing as it relates to exhibit 472?
So 472 is, again, it's a paper bag containing Bill Cole's pants and belt. You can see that it was originally at Greene County Sheriff's Department. I took custody of that. Here's our case number. And then I believe Gerald Ray actually brought that to me and then submitted to the TBI crime lab.
Gerald, Agent Ray brought it to you?
Yes.
You took it to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, Agent Gerald Ray brought it to me.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Would you please do the same and follow through on exhibit 474?
So 474 is going to be the shirt of Bill Cole. Looks like it was collected 4/25/22 by Agent Gerald Ray at 4:50 a.m. It was stored at the Greene County Sheriff's Department until Agent Ray brought it to me, which was later submitted to the TBI crime lab for analysis.
I would ask you, please, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
I'd ask you to please look at 483 and ask if you can identify it.
So 483 is a property receipt, TBI. This is where items were taken by me from the Johnson City Field Office temporary storage area to the Knoxville temporary storage area. Those items were taken out of the Knoxville temp storage area and literally like walked across the building to the TBI crime lab for submission.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Would you please look at exhibit 480? So please tell the members of the jury about image 480. Image and exhibit 480.
We might have already covered this one. 480 is the DNA standard for Jessie Allen. Again, it's got our TBI crime or TBI number, case number, my name, and this was the 7th item submitted at that point in that sequence.
Ask you please look at exhibit 486.
481.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. 486.
So at the TBI crime lab, they keep a kind of a folder of kind of the chain of custody for all the items of evidence that come in. This would be like the inside flap of that. Whenever evidence is returned, you have to sign for that evidence to be returned. I see my name here. This would have been for the release of a black Ford Ranger on 5/5/22.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Exhibit 487. Go ahead, please tell us about exhibit 487.
487's the same picture.
Okay. Would you make it an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
All the items that you referred to, you made sure they got to the TBI crime lab.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so you arrived, I believe you said it was around 3 a.m., somewhere close to that.
Approximately 2:31.
And as part of your debrief with the Greene County Sheriff's Department, there were people ID'd to you as witnesses, correct?
Correct.
One of those would have been Brian Broadwater.
Yes, sir.
You interviewed Mr. Broadwater.
Briefly, I collected his written statement that a deputy had. I reviewed that statement, and then I just had some very brief oral follow-up questions with him.
You did not interview Connie Little.
No, I did not.
She was at the scene though.
Okay. I will just remove that and change it away from Jane. Bex likes to overseason. She likes to put a whole pot of salt and pepper in. Right. Yeah, whereabouts are you from? Obviously, I'm from Wales. Hope you're doing well, Jane. Thanks for being here. Hang on. Let me open in the stream. So hang on. Here we go.
We're way off. Exhibit 52, special education. Those two tire tracks are running parallel with the fence row, right?
Yes, sir.
And those go, they appear to me to go all the way up until the hill starts where the rocks are at.
Yes, sir. It almost, yeah, it looks like they.
And it looks like there's some return tire marks that are coming from left to right.
Over here. Are you talking about over here?
Diagonal, yes, sir, right there where your laser.
Yes, sir. There's several tire tracks out there.
So it doesn't appear that it turned into the cattle pasture to turn around. It turned around toward the house and came back down.
It could.
Okay. All right. I think I have a better idea now. Thank you. Now, as the lead agent, you said you delegated the search warrant for the house to Special Agent Lowe, Stephen Lowe.
Stephen Lowe, yes, sir.
All right, but there was no search warrant created for the gray or silver F-150. Is that right?
The gray or silver F-150 would have been processed, encompassed within the search warrant, the curtilage and the vehicles on scene.
Yeah. It would have been taken to, it would either have been searched on scene or it would have been taken to the TBI lab in Knoxville, correct?
It would have been searched on scene. If there was anything substantial, we felt like we needed to take it to the crime lab, then yes, it would have been transferred to the crime lab.
Same thing with the Honda.
Same thing with the Honda, yes.
And we would see pictures if it had been inventoried or searched, right? If the doors open, the contents inside of it.
Yes, the response team would have done that.
And so if those images don't exist, then they didn't search them, right?
They may have done a cursory search. You would have to ask them again. I don't know.
One moment. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Please, would you look at exhibit 488, collected 488. Would you please fully tell what's going on there as it relates to the lab?
Yes, sir. Okay, so again, like I talked about earlier, they keep a folder, a book at the lab that documents chain of custody for items of evidence that come in for processing and are returned. When you go down to the lab and you collect items there for, I guess, final disposition to come back to us after all the testing's done, they ask you to sign the inside flap. Case in point, my name's here. I went down that day and released the Ford Bronco 5522. Chris Wilhoit would have picked up evidence on 9/28/22, and Zach Derek Newport would have collected or picked up evidence 6/20 of 23.
Was all that evidence brought back?
It was.
Would you make that, you've already made that an exhibit to your testimony. I would ask you to look at 486, page 2. Would you make, well, I'll make that an exhibit to the testimony. Would you look please at 486 and page 2 of 486.
So 486 is a property receipt. This is documenting that on 9/28/22, for this case, ASAC Chris Wilhoit received from Leanne Corbett there at the lab one hammer from bedroom, would have been, I believe, marker number 24. This would have been the lab number and the exhibit number. You can see there is Corbett's signature, there is Will Hoyt's signature. Will Hoyt has brought this on 9/28/22 at 2:47 and released it to the DA's office to April Allen.
Would you make that exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
Mike, would you pass this to the witness?
This one doesn't have a number.
It does not. Just completes our process. It's been agreed about.
501.
I think it'll be 500 because we didn't enter
We
it
use
yet.
audio at 500.
I'll show you that document and ask if you can identify it.
I can. So this is a property receipt dated June 22nd, 2023. And on that date, April Allen with the DA's office received from myself a bag containing pizza box and various other items related to this case.
You've got those listed and identified.
I do. Do you want me to read them?
And you brought all those back.
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
I would.
So you filed exhibit 500. Already received. Your Honor, I just have a quick read across.
Detective, Special Agent Ketchum, you collected some samples from where Bill Cole had been sitting in Rick Williams' vehicle.
I did.
You sent that off to be tested. Sent a request for it to be tested.
I believe so.
But it was not, wasn't it?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
That's all I have. Thanks very much.
Anything else from him?
No, we're good. Thank you.
He's pretty good.
Yes.
This one give you the proof.
Boyd,
I'm employed with the Green County Sheriff Department.
how long have you been in law enforcement?
Total of 11, right at 11 years.
And how long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
That's total was 11 years. I've been on patrol right at 8.
What are your duties as a patrol deputy?
So I respond to on-scene calls. I've recently picked up the K9 unit. When this incident took place, I was not, but respond to calls, normal call activities.
Did you respond to dispatch on April 24th, April 25th, 2022 here in Greene County?
I did.
Did you go to Old Snap Ferry Road?
I did.
What time did you receive that dispatch?
It was somewhere close to midnight.
What did you do upon receiving that dispatch?
So when something like that comes out, we didn't know what we were going to do. We were supposed to get there. So me and multiple deputies took off.
Were you running emergency equipment?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea about how long it took you to get to that scene?
I don't recall.
Please tell the members of the jury what you observed, what you saw upon your arrival.
So I was probably second or third there. So when I got there, it was still a chaotic scene. There was multiple vehicles in the driveway. The first deputy that was there, I saw him moving towards the residence. I actually parked at the road. So when I got there, my first instinct was to go towards the house. So that's what I did. Walked around the house. I saw 2 individuals appeared to be deceased, laying side by side, kind of on top of each other. I immediately checked them for a pulse. There was no pulse, no signs of life. As I was doing that, I looked up and I heard a noise coming from inside the house. I asked the other deputies that were there, I said, is anybody inside the house? Who else was here? The house hadn't been cleared yet. So I said, well, let's go clear the house. Let's make sure nobody else is inside. So that's when I did that.
Did anyone go in the home with you?
Yes, there was 3 or 4 of us, I believe.
Where did you go in the home?
So the door that I entered, I'm assuming that's what they used, I'm not positive, was the side. There's a front door on the very front, and then the side entrance that was closest to where I was at. There was 3 or 4 steps, and then a little, best way to describe it is a little outbuilding type thing, like mudroom, we'll call it. So after I went in there, you go into the kitchen. There's another bedroom to the left, and then I kept going through the house, make sure there was nobody else inside the residence.
Was there anything in particular, Deputy Long, that stood out to you when you entered that house and as you were looking through the house?
So through my career, I've cleared a fair share of buildings. Well, the only thing that stood out and I felt was odd and kind of alarming was when you first went inside the house. As soon as you opened that side door, you could hear the TV blaring. It was oddly loud. But that was.
In fact, you've come to believe that was the sound you heard in the house.
I believe so.
Was
that's like I said. Once we cleared the house, there was nobody inside. So I can only come to believe that the noise that I heard as I was checking the pulses was the TV from the outside of the house.
Were you wearing body cam
I was.
that particular evening?
Yes.
And was it operating?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your body cam and does it accurately reflect what was shown, what you observed that evening?
It does.
I'll ask you first to look at Exhibit 420. Signature on that. Is that now that be played? Clips of this.
The clips are actually on exhibit.
All of them, 420.
Court wants us to do 21.
Serious.
Deputy Long, on that particular evening, you did see Bill Cole.
Yes.
You saw blood on the back of his pants.
I did.
Did you make that tape and exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, Deputy Long, the reason that in that video you were changing Bill Cole from one cruiser to the next was to get another look at that blood on the back of his leg. Is that right?
I don't recall.
But Deputy Carr, I imagine, is the one who told you about the blood on the back of his leg, that you observed it yourself in that process.
I mean, you saw in the video how dark it was. I don't know when it was seen. I know as I got him out of the vehicle, it was observed on his pant leg.
Now, each of the deputies that were on the scene have body cam footage, correct?
Yes.
And so I would imagine there's some sort of procedure on how those things are supposed to be used with the sheriff's department. Is that right?
So typically, yes. But like you saw in that video, we had 3 different videos. I didn't cut it off on any of those occurrences. We've since upgraded our body cams. But
So that was one continuous. Or
the last video may have been a new one, but as I was walking out there, I didn't intentionally turn that off or anything.
Okay. And granted, this isn't somebody you're pulling over on the side of the road. Do you have to manually turn it on as you
Yes.
were going up? Okay. And on your way to the house there, I saw Deputy Chad Moore. He'd already been up that way. And I saw Deputy Frank Cedillo and Lieutenant, I believe, Earl Meisinger. All of you entered the house.
Yes.
Was Lieutenant Meisinger and Deputy Cedillo, did they come up behind you?
They went in front of me into the house.
So all the 3 of you went up, not necessarily together, I guess, but all around the same time.
Yes.
When you met up with Deputy Chad Moore, correct?
You're talking about when we arrived on
Yeah,
the
when you
scene?
first go up there and what we saw in the video, you walked up and you saw.
So yes, when we first walked up to the house, they were behind me.
Yes. All right. So, and you learned that Brian, Roger Broadwater had been back there to see the bodies, correct?
I didn't know anybody came back and looked at the
So
body.
you didn't know that. All right, fair enough. But there was at least 4 sheriff's deputies that had walked up through there, saw where the bodies were, and then cleared the house, correct?
Yes.
1 second. Uploaded.
I wasn't. I cleared up. Once everything kind of calmed down, TBI was on scene. The county doesn't shut down just because we have something like this go on, so I cleared up to go answer other calls.
Do you have any idea what time you left?
I don't.
Nothing further there.
Anything else from you?
No, sir, thank you.
Employed.
I'm a captain in the Criminal Investigation Division.
On the date of this April 2022, what role were you playing?
At that time, I was a lieutenant in the NCID.
Presently, as that captain, you're in charge of the detectives.
Yes, sir.
Present. How long have you been in law enforcement?
Since December of 1993.
How long have you been with the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I've only worked for one department. I've been there the entire time.
And is it fair to say you started where at the Sheriff's Department?
I started out working at the jail.
You moved to where?
I went from the jail to patrol to, I was on patrol for 9 years. I was a patrol sergeant for 9 more years. In 2013, I transferred to investigations, the CID division. And in 2020, I was promoted to lieutenant. And then when Jeff Morgan retired in 2022, I took over as captain.
Were you, Detective Davis, called out to play a part in the investigation of 2 persons found dead at 7140 Old Snap Ferry Road here in Greene County?
Yes, sir.
At what time did you get that call?
It was a little after midnight.
Where were you at when you got that call?
I was at home in bed.
What did you do upon receiving that call, Detective Davis?
I got up and got dressed and responded to the scene.
About what time did you arrive?
It was a little after 1 o'clock. I believe it was about 1:02 a.m.
Please tell the members of the jury what you saw yourself upon that arrival.
As has been stated before, there was a lot of patrol officers who were already at the scene. Several other people at the road. I walked around the scene with Special Agent Ketron from the TBI. We found out that the TBI's violent crime response team was responding, so we kind of stayed back to let them get there to do their thing. It was around that time we figured out we probably needed to do a search warrant. A search warrant needed to be done for the property and for the vehicles. So Agent Stephen Lowe was tasked by Ketron with doing the search warrant. So they asked me if I would accompany him back to our office to open our office up, to give him a place to work, and to help him to, if he needed help finding a local judge, to sign the search warrant.
Now, if I can go back to the scene just very, very briefly. Did you see Bill Cole at the time you were at the scene?
I believe he was already in a patrol car when I arrived on scene. I don't recall seeing him at the scene. I may have, but if I did, it was just briefly. They might have let him out of the car to smoke one time or something, or I might have actually seen him when they were transferring. But I just honestly don't remember at this point.
Did you see the defendant Jordan Allen that evening at the scene?
Same thing. He was already in a patrol car by the time I got there, and I do not remember seeing him at the scene.
But you were briefed about the situation concerning his guardianship.
Yes, sir.
Or at least the guardians that he had
Yes.
at the time. Can you tell the members of the jury what you were faced with on learning about who the guardians might be of the defendant?
Okay. We were informed at the scene that there were 4 people that lived in the house. There were 2 adults and 2 juveniles. 2 of those were dead. They were deceased behind the house. One of the adults and one of the juveniles. The 2 people that were still alive were the other juvenile and the other adult. We really didn't know what to do with Jordan at that point. We couldn't turn him loose, be in the middle of the night like that. We couldn't just let him go walk down the road or something. For all we knew, the other adult that he lived with was a suspect in the murder of 2 other people. So we just left him where he was at for then. One of the things that I did when I got back to the office was call DCS to get them involved in the process so they can make a determination where he needed to be placed later.
Now, as you told the members of the jury already, you were not at that scene very long.
I was not. Maybe about an hour and a half.
You came in to help another agent, TBI, get a search warrant.
Correct.
Did you play a part in the interviews with Bill Cole?
Yes,
How many interviews did you play a part in with Bill Cole?
both of the interviews. I came in just a little bit late on one of them, but I was involved in both interviews.
Did you play a part in the interviews of the defendant, Jordan Allen?
Yes,
Would it be fair to say that you played a part in the questioning, had an opportunity to view both Mr. Cole and Mr. Allen as they answered questions?
yes,
Are you familiar with the taking into control, handling of evidence at the Greene County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Did you have occasion to handle evidence in this case?
I did.
I would like to show you Exhibit 483 and ask if you can identify it.
That is one of the Greene County Sheriff's Department's evidence logs that we use. It is a log detailing the buffalo swabs taken from Clarence Cole, also boots, a shirt, and pants and belt taken from Bill Cole, Clarence William Cole, and also the buffalo swabs taken from Jordan Allen.
It shows you're the submitting officer, submitted to you.
Yes,
Please tell the members of the jury what you did with those items.
those items were placed into our evidence room, our secure evidence room. And then it looks like on May the 5th, 2022, they were signed out by our evidence technician, Angie Wings. They were signed out to Agent Gerald Gray with the DBI.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Was a gag order put down in this case sometime shortly after?
Did you release information?
Did you release information?
Yes, objection to relevance. I don't understand the gag order has any relevance.
May we approach
How would it have relevance?
May we approach this? Did the Sheriff's Department or any other agency that you are aware of release information about certain details of this particular offense?
There were a few details released about it. The petitions that were filed were eventually made public, but there was very few details released about it.
Can you tell the members of the jury whether or not the detail about the possible use of a screwdriver was released to the public?
To my knowledge, that information was never released to the public. It wasn't released by the Greene County Sheriff's Department.
And as far as you know, it was not released by anyone?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
Do you know who Ronnie Hale is?
I do.
Ronnie Hale was in the Greene County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Did Ronnie Hale come forward to give information about this case?
He did.
And do you believe he gave details that had not been released?
I do believe he did, yes.
Do you know who was he ever released? Was he ever in custody in the same location as the defendant in this case?
According to the records at the jail, he was.
Was he also in the same area and location of a Carlos?
Yes.
Do you know who I'm referring to when I say Carlos?
I do.
What is Carlos's last name?
It's Carlos Lowe, Lowe.
You have verified all of that?
Yes, sir.
You said you interviewed the defendant, Jordan Allen?
Yes.
Interviewed him 3 times?
Yes.
Is the person who was charged as lead detective, was the person who was charged with this crime, is he present in this courtroom?
He is. The defendant's table beside Mr. Rick's.
That's the person thank you. This occurred in Greene County, Tennessee.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Reset.
Yes, sir.
That's what we were told, yes.
I'd like to show you a driver's license photo. Considering you have access to the Greene County Detention Center's booking photos, I'm sure you looked at that when you're trying to figure out who Carlos Lowe was, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is the image that I've given you, does that appear to be Carlos Lowe?
It does.
fair and accurate reflection of what you know to be Carlos Lowe?
Yes.
Or I'd like to enter that as an exhibit, please.
That's it. 501. That's a driver's license photo.
It is. I do think that it would be appropriate, though, Your Honor, that any identification, ID information of like where he lives, things like that, we should probably redact that since that should not be a public record.
You just want to do the photograph.
I just want the photograph, yes, sir.
501 is a photo of Carlos Lowe. Redact all the other information. We have a start here or something.
I'll get it done that. I'll
Can you
take
just
care
cut
of
it out?
I can do that.
Just put the picture out and the picture's what you want.
That is, that's all I want. Thank you.
Cut it out, put it on a piece of white paper. Put it in there, piece of white paper, put it on. Take it on there.
Thank you, Captain Davis.
Oh, you want it, that's 501. You got your, anything else from the captain? You may have a seat back in there. Call your next witness. He's in the jail. Why do you hate him? Take 2 minutes. Okay. Let's take it. I'm gonna give you a 5-minute recess and we'll come back in. All right.
Yippee chick, Marky C, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies and Marky, go have some fun now. Let's go, girls.
Yes, sir.
Sir, would you introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name's Ronald Leon Hale.
Mr. Hale, they can see you're in orange and wearing shackles.
Yes, sir.
Why is that, sir?
I got convicted of second-degree murder of Philip C.
Second-degree murder of Philip C.
Yes, sir.
Sir, who's Philip C?
He was my best friend.
Issue over a woman, as I recall. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
The ladies and jury, it's been mentioned that he's in jail. You're to consider, the only reason that's coming up, you could consider that determine his credibility. That's the only reason it's relevant. Go ahead.
Mr. Hale? Sir, how long were you in custody in Green County?
I'm thinking a little over 3 years.
In fact, at one time you were represented by Mr. Eastdale. Is that
Yes.
fair? And you pled, I forgot, Mr. Hale. Do you recall, sir, when you entered your plea?
It was September 6th, I believe,
What year?
25.
Last September.
Yes, sir.
You were charged with first-degree murder. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you entered a plea, you mentioned the second-degree murder.
Yes,
And I was the one that prosecuted you. I guess you remember that.
yes, sir.
And at some point, Mr. Hale, were you housed with Jordan Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you come to have certain information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Did you immediately make that information known?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, did I or did the Office of the District Attorney General make you an offer to resolve your case? Were you made an offer to
Oh, yes.
resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what that offer was?
The first one was 52, the second one was 25, and the third one was 20.
Well, let's talk about that first one. Big drop, 52. You were charged with first degree.
Yes, sir.
And you got it down to 20. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall who your attorney was?
Jonathan Cave.
At the time you had that 20-year offer, had you given him any information about what you had learned
No, sir.
concerning Jordan Allen?
Not at all.
At some point, did you decide to tell Mr. Cave about that?
Yes, sir.
Sir, why did you do that?
To get a reduction on my sentence.
You wanted,
And plus, I thought it was the right thing to do.
well, but let's be fair. You got a reduction, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You went from 20. You gave that information to Mr. Cave.
Yes, sir.
And you got 17,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't stop it. Or, excuse me. You stopped at that point, right?
Yes, sir.
At 17.
Yes.
But the reason you got to 17 was because you told the information.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about that. So let's talk about that. So let's talk about that information, Mr. Ray. Do you recall, sir, the identities of the people that you were housed with?
I was housed with Mr. Allen, Carlos Lowe, Robert Knight, and Adam Scott, if I'm remembering correct.
Were y'all in the same actual cell together?
Yes, sir.
Describe this cell, this area, Mr. Hale.
When you walk in the door, you have 2 bunks on the right and 2 on the left.
Are they like bunk beds,
Yes,
one
sir.
on top of the other? And were you in the cell sir, were you in the cell with these three people at the time you obtained this information about Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how you, well, first, can you tell us what you heard? Let me ask it this way. Did Mr. Allen say anything to you directly?
No, sir.
Do you recall, sir, exactly who he was talking to?
Carlos Lowe.
And, sir, were they on the same side of the room as you?
Yes, sir. They were on the same bunk
Okay, but they were, okay.
on the opposite side of the room.
Okay, top bunk or bottom bunk?
Top.
Okay. So what did you hear, sir?
He was talking about his case, and I overheard him tell him that he killed his little brother with a screwdriver and his grandmother with a hammer because she took away his cell phone and wouldn't give it back.
Did he say, now prior to this, Mr. Hale, had anyone made any details known to you about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Did you read anything in the paper? Do you have access to the paper down there?
We did, but we don't now.
At the time of this, did you have access to the paper?
Yes, but they scan it in anybody's case that's in it. Ms. Kelly usually takes that.
Okay. Did you have anybody tell you anything on the phone, on a jail call? Did you know anything about Mr. Allen's case?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Allen say who he killed first?
The grandmother.
And it was over a phone?
Over a cell phone.
Did he say why he didn't kill his little brother?
Because he seen it happen. He witnessed him killing the grandmother.
He's not saying this to you. He's saying this to Mr.
Lowe.
Mr. Lowe.
Yes, sir.
As Mr. Allen as you're hearing this, is Mr. Allen, is he remorseful?
No, sir.
Did he say what he did afterwards?
He said he went outside to a vehicle and listened to music.
Did he say for how long?
No, sir.
Mr. Hale, how long did you sit on this information before you came forward?
I'm not sure the approximate time, but it was a while.
May I have 1 second, Your Honor? I think Mr. And you still, that's exactly where you're serving your sentence.
Whiteville Corrections.
And you still like approximately how, well, sir, you have a release date.
2039.
If you stay out if you don't get any write-ups in prison, you
Yes,
maybe 2039. They brought you back just for this.
yes, sir.
Mr. Hale, why should they believe you? I mean, you're a convicted killer, right?
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, you play it.
Yes, sir.
Why should they believe you? You and I haven't talked about this part. You and I met.
Yes, sir.
I don't think I've ever asked you this.
No.
Why should anybody believe you, man?
Why should I have a reason to lie about it? How would I know about the case without having any information if I wouldn't have heard it? And I really don't see nobody making those details up just out of the blue.
Mr. Hale, I thank you for agreeing to come forward and answer Mr. Eastman's questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hale?
Yes, sir.
So, as I stated, you were charged with first-degree premeditated murder.
Yes.
Originally, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to have a certified copy of the indictment in that particular case, Your Honor. I'd like to have the court take judicial notice of that. And you testified that you believe that you entered a plea on September the 10th. Would August 25th sound a little bit better?
Somewhere around in there. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, again, I have certified copies of his judgment forms.
2 pages.
It is.
So collected Title 3, 2-page judgment form, and wrong bill. Certified copy. Judgment. We basically agree.
And this was done with a firearm, was it not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there was about 10 different entry wounds in Philip C. Is that right?
As far as I know, sir.
And it was your friend since elementary school, correct?
Before that, he was 4 and I was 6.
Now, how long were you in a cell with Jordan Allen while you were here in Greene County?
I'm not quite sure on the time period. I'm pretty sure it was a couple of months.
And you're saying in this couple of months that you guys shared a jail cell that he made this statement?
Yes, sir.
And when you made the statement, you made it in the jury deliberation room, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And right after you gave that statement, you came out here and pled to second-degree murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you kind of went through it kind of quick, so I'm going to be a little bit more detailed about the statement that you say that Jordan Allen told you or was said in the cell, okay?
All right.
All right, so in your statement, you said that Jordan had guessed he was too loud about it. You were talking about when he was killing his grandmother. You said that he guessed he was too loud about it because his little brother walked in on him. That's what you said. Is that right?
As far as I know.
All right. And then the question was, then he killed Jessie. And then he went outside to listen to music until the cops got there. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yes.
Waited for law enforcement to arrive.
I'm supposing.
And that's what Jordan Allen said that fateful day in the jail cell, right?
Yes.
And you're absolutely sure that that's what he said? No question.
Yes, sir.
17 years sure, right?
Yes, sir.
But Jordan wasn't the only inmate that you offered information on, was it?
No, sir.
You offered some on another inmate that was also charged with first-degree murder, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you talked about that, you told the folks interviewing that you had heard that information.
Yes, sir.
Through sort of, you didn't say through the grapevine, but that's what you meant by it,
Yes, sir.
right? And in your statement, you didn't necessarily call him Carlos Lowe, you called him Pinky.
Yes, sir.
But that's who Pinky is. It's Carlos Lowe. They're one and the same. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so I've got an exhibit here I'd like to show you. I believe you'll find a photograph of, who's that?
Carlos Lowe, Pinky.
All right. And he was in the cell, and Jordan was talking to him when you overheard all this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if Carlos Lowe comes in here and takes a stand and has something different to say than what you are, what would you say about that?
I can't determine what another person says.
Now, would it surprise you that Jordan Allen has made statements to the TBI in his case? Would it surprise you that he's talked to, that he made statements?
Probably not.
Would it surprise you in his statements to the TBI that he said that Jessie died first instead of Sherry?
That's not what he said when he was talking to Carlos.
Would it also surprise you that this didn't happen inside the home, that it happened outside, that this happened on the outside of the home?
He did not say where it happened when he was talking to Carlos.
Now let's go back. Let's talk about what you said. You said that when he was being too loud about it, and his little brother walked in on him. Those are exactly your words. That's what you said. You already said that once. Walked in, and then after he said, you say that he killed Jessie, that he went outside. Isn't that right?
To the vehicle.
And one of the things you said in your interviews, you said everybody's got to pay for what they did. Isn't that
That's true.
You didn't pay your fair share, though, did you?
It depends on who you ask.
I reckon so. Now, this attorney mentioned something about the fact that I represented you earlier.
Yes, sir.
I met with you, and we had a very long talk about the rules of professional conduct, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And you signed a waiver waiving a conflict, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were all fine and dandy. You just came in here to testify to what got you 17 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Allen.
Yes, sir.
Anything else from him? Mr. Hale, why did you shoot Fred? I've always wanted to know. You shot him, Mr. Eastet said 10 times.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you shoot him?
Well, he pulled a gun on me, but that was not found to be correct in court. I have a bullet lodged in my back right now that says otherwise, but
You emptied out on him.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna leave- thank you.
Mr. Hale.
Yes, sir.
Now, both of you had Glock 9mm, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You're very well aware that a Glock 9mm has 3 safeties on it that it's not.
I'm only aware of the trigger safety.
So you're not aware that that you can't, if you drop it, it's not going to fire. If you press the top of the slide in any shape, form, or fashion, that weapon will not fire. You're not aware of that.
Well, I'm aware of that, but I figured the safety was only on the trigger.
Fair enough. Just different definitions that we have. All right. Now, isn't it true that your firearm ended up stovepiping? In other words, one of the shells that you fired did not eject, and it was caught in the top slide of the pistol. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, and one of the reasons that we believe that happened is because you were so close to Philip, or it was so close to you that the top of the slide didn't have a chance to fully cycle through to kick that round out. Isn't that right?
You say so.
All right. And that he shot you in the shoulder. You're when they took you to the hospital, I believe it's your left shoulder blade. Is that right? Where the
Yes,
slug is part of the projectile still in your shoulder?
No, the whole projectile's still in my shoulder. Yes, sir. The shoulder.
Yes. Okay. And you said that Philip was pulling his pistol while he was sitting in a lazy boy chair.
Yes, sir.
And that's when you drew your pistol and discharged it until you couldn't anymore. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
But Philip wasn't done. He kept coming and you went to strangle him. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And it's somewhere in that struggle that on the 911 tape, it records that shot going off and you say, and them saying, oh gosh, you shot him again. And you yell out, no, he shot me. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, sounds like self-defense. And you're saying that instead of putting on proof that he pulled his weapon, that he discharged it into you, that he pulled it first, you decided to take a 17-year deal because you didn't think you could prove that in court, and you thought it was better for you to take a 17-year deal despite having a self-defense claim.
Yes, sir. Because I was not thinking, on the pretense of everybody seeing it my way. I didn't trust the evidence. Plus, 52 years is a long time.
It is.
Would you yourself judge on something that you didn't know? Would you bet on something you didn't know?
Well, Mr. Hale, I don't have to answer that question today.
You can't ask a lawyer a question. They ask you a question.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Hill, anything else, Mr. Hale?
I don't have anything for Mr. Hale. I do need to have a bench meeting with counsel unless there's regret.
Oh, no regret.
Is the jury here?
I don't need him.
Anything, are there any other witnesses today? Let's say.
The only thing we have left is the pathologist's deposition,
And that's about an hour,
roughly, not hardly.
and it's gonna be, it's a video, it's gonna be played. And then that is taking a rest after that.
Strong possibility.
Strong possibility. And then, so that's where we are. So we're gonna play that video. It's the autopsy video, and it'll be about an hour tomorrow morning.
Okay, let me flip to the next one then. We're going over to that. We'll go straight through. I got it all set up ready. So here we go. Here we go. Ba, 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 ba.
With a specialization in biology and some specialization in forensics, autopsy to reports and testify in criminal cases.
You're going to go extension training in that field.
Yes, I have.
Would you please just briefly describe that with your education?
I got my undergraduate degree at Bristol University. I did medical school
Okay,
at Oxford University and PhD.
We don't need to hear this. This is just to say that he died. I mean, yeah, we know that. And that picture was bad quality. So let's jump on. So I believe that. Let's listen.
None of which is linked to my client.
Okay. Let's get back to the break. So the state arrested and the defense are now putting their case on.
I'm asking the court to take judicial notice of two things. One, the gag order was not issued by this court.
Okay, let's finish that. Right, so this is a defense case then. Here we go. Let me go back. Here we go.
Anybody have this one? It's on the forefront testimony, give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so you
I do. My name is Samantha Spencer.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an independent forensic consultant.
Could you give us a little educational background?
Yes, so I got my bachelor's of science in biology from Erskine College in Due West, South Carolina, and I have a graduate certificate in forensic DNA and serology from the University of Florida.
And what kind of professional experience have you had over the course of your career?
So right out of college, I accepted a position with the Greenwood Genetics Center. I was a molecular diagnostic technologist, which means I helped diagnose mostly children with rare genetic disorders. So I was in the lab doing that. After about 2 years, I accepted a position with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a special agent forensic scientist within the Memphis Regional Crime Lab. So there I worked sexual assault cases, homicides, similar to the things that you heard earlier that the other agents performed. After about 5 years there, I accepted a position with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital in the Hartwell Center, which means I got to help all of the researchers at St. Jude help do their research on catastrophic children's diseases. And then while my time at St. Jude, I started my own company with another former TBI agent, and it's called SEP Forensic Consultants, SEP. And we mostly help attorneys understand what happens in the lab when it comes to forensics and testify if that is part of what they need.
Do you do any kind of continuing learning education?
Yes, I do. I try and keep up with the same standards that TBI held me to, which means I mostly go to conferences once a year.
Are you a member of any professional organization?
I am. I'm a member of the ACE, which is the American Academy of Forensic Science, the International Society of Forensic Genetics, or ISFG, and then ACER, the American.
Okay, we don't need to hear background education. Let's go for you.
So our screening test gives us an idea of where a body fluid might be. Our presumptive test gives us a little bit more confidence that a body fluid may be present. And then we have that confirmatory test that says this is that body fluid. After we've identified that body fluid, we're then going to go into that DNA process, which is that second step. DNA analysis consists of 5 steps. It's extraction, quantification, amplification, separation, and then interpretation. And so those results that you heard earlier this week, that was all of that process, all of those results put together.
So what different techniques are there for those processes? There's more than one way to do it, I imagine.
Yeah, so depending on the item of evidence is how you're going to process it. Again, you're going to look at that item of evidence and see what type of body fluid am I potentially looking at. Or you might not even be looking at a body fluid. You might be looking for what I would call trace DNA, or a really small amount of DNA that may be there from either somebody touching something or moving DNA from one location to the next. So how you're going to process that item of evidence depends on what you're actually looking for. Because blood is the main focus of this matter, we'll talk about blood more so. So the screening method that we would use depending on that item of evidence could be either visually looking at it, do I see any RBS, any reddish brown stains? If you don't see any reddish brown stains, you could use something that if you've seen on TV, them spraying a chemical and it being a pretty blue color, kind of fluorescing is really what we like to say, chemiluminescing. If you see that, that's called blue star or luminol. And that can be used to help find blood that is been washed away or you can't see very well with the naked eye. That next step after that is presumptive testing. And most of the time that's going to be another color chemical change. And at TBI, we use what's called TMBMP. And that's a shortened way of saying really long words of tetromethylbenzidine and phenolphthalein. And again, it's just a color change test. So in the presence of possible blood, it will change either pretty bluish green or really bright pink. And then our confirmatory test is kind of like a COVID test or a pregnancy test, where you have that cartridge and you get 2 lines if it's positive or 1 line if it's negative. So that's kind of the process that you would go through depending on your sample. Now, a lot of these samples were limited and you heard that in the results. And so you might not do that last confirmatory test because you're more concerned with getting a DNA profile rather than really saying, is this human blood, which that DNA test would provide information for that conclusion.
Well, let's talk about this case in particular. Okay. What documents have you reviewed as it pertains to this case?
So I reviewed most of the documentation, I would say all of the documentation that was generated by the forensic biology section of TBI, and that also included all of the crime scene documentation. So their original notes, their reports, photographs, and then that whole process we talked about of serology and DNA analysis, all of that data that they generated during that, I also reviewed that.
Did you review the TBI's standard operating procedures or photographs from anything else in this case?
So I'm familiar with TBI's SOPs or standard operating procedures, but I also referenced them as well. And then I believe there were some investigative documentation as well that I was given.
Okay. Now, you're the author of a document titled Official Forensic Biology Examination Report. Yes, sir. That's dated August 14th, 2025. I've got a copy here that I'd like to present to you. Is that the report that you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Fair and accurate reflection?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'd like at this time to enter that as an exhibit.
Can we file this? Can we file this statement? I'll be back to you.
Let's talk about some of the clothing that was collected at this scene, okay?
Yes, sir.
So did you review the results from the analysis of Bill Cole's clothing?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any issues in the DNA findings on Bill Cole's pants that had Jessie's blood on?
No.
And were the profiles obtained from the back of Bill's shirt, back of his pants, his belt, were they consistent with mixtures?
Yes.
Were any of those female?
So based on the analysis that most forensics biologists do today, we cannot conclusively say that a female is present. We can just say whether or not a male is present. So I would not make a conclusion on whether or not a female was present unless it was a single person present. So because it's a mixture, I would not say whether or not a female is present.
So is that true with any mixture? It's just the only thing you can do is a male?
So it really depends on the mixture. If we have a mixture of 2 females, we have 0 indication of a male being there at all, then we can say it's a female. But really, we are just using the data analyzed that we're looking at to support that we have a male there.
Now, regarding the clothing that was found in the washing machine, you were present during all the folks from the TBI and their collection testimony and all that. Can you give us an idea of what your impressions were about the clothing in that washing machine?
So I first want to start out with my impressions as I was reviewing the case file. As I was reviewing the case file, there were no notes indicating that the clothing was damp or wet at all. There was nothing in the photographs that suggests that either, that they were damp or wet. In my experience, if I was out at a scene and I pulled clothing out of a washing machine and it was damp or wet, I would definitely have noted that in my notes. When I was listening to the testimony, it did not appear, it seemed to me that only one individual had that recollection that it was damp. And again, that is because I would think because there were no notes stating that it was damp. If there's something out of the ordinary at a crime scene, you're typically going to write that down. And I wouldn't even say typically, you should be writing it down if it's something out of the ordinary. Damp clothing is something I would definitely note in my crime scene notes.
Now, the presumptive testing that was done on the clothes out of that washing machine, those were negative. Can you explain how that presumptive testing was done?
Yes. So if we go back to that screening that we were talking about, what was done in the lab, and most of the time what you're going to do is take clothing like that. Most items you want to take back to the lab to do that testing because it's just going to provide you a better environment to do that testing on. So they went back to the lab and did what's called a general rubbing on those items of clothing. And so basically what that means on that shirt is we're taking a small filter paper, it's about this big, rubbing that shirt and seeing if you can pick up any potential blood present on there, and then using that presumptive test that we talked about, that TMBNP, and seeing if you get any change in that color. And according to their results, there was no color change.
Now, is that the only way to do it?
So I think if I had been working this and I was under the impression that these clothes had been washed, a very common thing to do when you have something that has been washed, particularly scenes, is that you're going to use that blue star. Blue star is what forensic scientists use to look at scenes that have been cleaned. I have done it at scenes that were cleaned. And so you take that back into the lab, especially that darker shirt, because it is that dark green color, and you're not going to be able to easily visualize any staining on it. You use that blue star to help identify if there's any staining on it, and then you can do a more pointed testing using that presumptive test of that area. So I think if my process had I been at the scene and said, this looks like it had been washed, I'm going to go back and do some blue star on this, and then see if anything else pops up, and still do that general rubbing if you want to do that presumptive test. But again, if it had been washed, that blue star can give a really quick and easy answer if there's any staining on there.
So in your expert opinion, why is all this important? Why is this important?
So first of all, I think it's important because the difference in whether or not those clothes were washed provides information in this case. And whether or not we could have developed a DNA profile from staining on that shirt could, again, have provided information in this case. Because that's what we do as forensic scientists, is we generate data to then hand over to either the investigators, the prosecutors, or the jury to provide information in a case. And so doing that testing to really verify, if blood was on it and or if it was washed, we don't have those notes that it was damp. We could have kind of solidified those questions by doing that testing.
Why not look inside the washing machine itself? Could you do the blue star stuff in that?
Yes, I think that is an option. Although, look, if we look at that washing machine, there may have been some rust on it. Rust will, what we would say, positive when we're doing blue star. So that may have been a reason not to do that blue star. But definitely, I think taking better photographs of inside the washing machine, if there was any water in it, would have been something that could have been helpful.
Let's change gears and talk about some of the stuff that wasn't tested, okay? So could you review the additional items of evidence that you think maybe should have been tested?
Yes, sir.
How many of those were there?
I believe 5.
Okay. So do you recall these 5 pieces?
Off the top of my head, I can think of 3 right now.
Okay. What about the cigarette butts?
Yes. So there were 2 cigarette butts located relatively close to the decedents that I think I would have processed in this case.
Why would you have done that?
First and foremost, just based on their location alone. Based on their location, it could have been that an individual was standing close to those locations while smoking those cigarettes. And they looked relatively fresh. So they didn't look like they had been out in the sun for an extended period of time. So I think that's one reason. Another reason I would say is based on the evidence in the house, it looked like we have a number of people smoking. So we don't really know whose these are. So that is another reason why I would have processed those cigarette butts.
Did you find it odd that the pair of shoes that was in proximity to both bodies were not collected?
Yes. I mean, based on everything that I saw, they weren't collected. I would hope that the medical examiner's office collected them, but I think they should have been collected. At least documented the bottom of them to see if any blood was on the bottom of them. But yes, those shoes should have been collected.
And one would think if they were on somebody's feet that they would have some sort of DNA in them. What kind of DNA would be present in those shoes?
So you could sample those shoes, the inside of them, to determine potentially who was wearing those shoes at some point. You could also sample the bottom of them if they had RBS or reddish brown staining on it to determine if that individual was walking around and may have stepped in some blood or if their own blood is on the bottom of it. So I think a lot of things, not a lot of things, but those two things could have been sampled to provide more information.
What about the sock from Bill Cole?
Yes. I think that sock should have also been processed. Based on the scene itself and some of the DNA testing that was done, we kind of have locations in which specific individuals' blood is located. And so determining whose blood that is on the bottom of his sock would have, again, provided more information on where he may have walked or picked up that blood, or if it was his blood. But that, again, would have provided more information.
And what about the RBS on the clothing of the victims?
Yes. So although this would have been very difficult to kind of choose what you're sampling there because of the nature of this scene, if there was any areas on the clothing that looked to be odd or maybe transfer of some sort, that could have provided information on whether someone was attacked first or second, maybe the location of them as well, based on blood in the scene. So again, that could have just provided additional information within this case.
Did I miss any?
No, I believe that was 5.
Now you heard testimony where there were vehicles that weren't searched or processed on the scene, a F-150 and a Honda. What are your thoughts about that?
So any car that was, may have potentially been used in and around this crime scene, it would have been good to process. And that processing may have simply been just doing the driver's area. It is time consuming to process multiple vehicles. Vehicles can be, like I said, very time consuming to get through, but identifying whether or not somebody drove a vehicle or got in a vehicle after a potentially very heavy bloodletting event could have provided, again, additional information.
What about the DNA that was collected but not tested, the things that were in Rick Williams' car?
Again, those things definitely could have been tested and processed. That would have given more information to this.
The fact that those things weren't due, is that a problem in your eyes?
So I wouldn't necessarily call it a problem. I would say that we're looking at a lack of information. I would think that it would be, in my opinion, it's always better to have more data than less. So the more data we have, the more information we can use to, or more data and information we can provide to investigators and or attorneys and juries, the better and the more accurate view you have of what may have occurred. And so I think, in my opinion, Mr. Cole's sock and the 2 cigarette butts are the biggest misses in not being processed in this. But again, any evidence that is not processed, you're missing information potentially.
Let's move on to the boots for bedroom 3. Okay?
Yes.
So when you reviewed those crime scene photos of the location of those boots, did anything pop out to you?
So I will say the location of them was generally, somewhat odd in that they were right there, somewhat in the middle of the bedroom, especially as compared to the other evidence. Potentially that hammer that was used in this case was hidden. They were very obviously bloodstained, so it was very easy to, see that evidence and find it very quickly.
Now, you heard Special Agent Lowe's testimony about the wearer of these boots. If you would look at Exhibit 454, which is the official forensic biology report, I have a copy of it here. It would be easier to hand up than to look for the official version.
Thank you.
Now, what we have on page 8, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yes, sir.
It says wear, inside, heel, and tongue, correct?
Correct.
I think Special Agent Lowe may have covered it, but if we missed anything, explain how that result was collected and tested, please?
Yes. So it says wearer inside heel and tongue, which means Agent Lowe took, and she described it, a really long Q-tip. It has a long stick and then it has cotton on the end of it. And she's going to swab the inside heel and the tongue area. She did it for both of those shoes, but then combined them together. So we're talking about both of these shoes, right and left, as a collective in these results. So based on her description of this and her notes, she was attempting to identify who the wearer of these boots were.
Now, these official biology reports, there's not a template that says anytime that you're testing shoes, you're going to use the term wearer, is it?
No.
So that was Special Agent Lowe's decision to call it the wearer of those boots.
Correct. That was her choice to call it that. Yes.
Based on your experience, your research, your expert opinion, what's the significance of Bill Cole being the major contributor in these boots?
So along with my experience, I like to look at research. Research is what we use to inform scientists on best techniques, the next thing that's going to come out, where we're going to move on in science. And so what I did is I started looking for research that included determining somebody who wore a pair of shoes. And so I believe the research was completed. I have to look at my notes to remember the year it was completed. 2022. This research stated that if you find a major contributor within a shoe, 83% of the time, that's the person who is the owner / wearer of those shoes. And so we have to take that information into consideration when we look at this DNA and this profile. It is a mixture of at least 3 individuals, which is very common in shoes. If you think about your shoes and you wearing them, if you take your socks off and walk around your house, you're most likely picking up people's DNA within your house. But when you put those shoes on and you're wearing them, for the most part, based on this research, your DNA is the major contributor, or the one, the amount of DNA that is the most present within those shoes, 83% of the time.
And there were other areas of shoes that could have been tested inside of them, isn't there?
Yes, that research specifically spoke about shoelaces. So I believe these were lace-up boots. And so that's another area that could have been sampled that provided good information on who the wearer of those shoes were.
Now, as a forensic scientist, when something cannot be conclusively determined, as an expert in the field, what is your opinion about something that cannot be conclusively determined?
So if I have an inconclusive result, I think is what, so if we're talking about an inconclusive result, that is neutral, essentially. It gives you no information one way or the other. You really can't put it into a category of, say, yes or no. It's in this middle ground of it provides us with nothing.
And does your conclusion regarding these boots contradict any initial assumptions about the wearer?
If those initial assumptions were that Jordan Allen is the wearer of them, based on these results along with that research, this supports that Mr. Cole was the wearer.
Is there anything that stood out that I maybe haven't touched on that you think that we all should know?
I don't think so.
Very well. Thank you. Please answer any questions from me.
Yes, sir.
I guess the appropriate term is forensic scientist. Is that the appropriate term?
Or just Sam. It's totally fine, sir. Yep.
Sam, make it easier for me. I don't mean to be disrespectful about it.
Yes, sir.
You were not at this scene.
No, I was not at the scene.
You did not participate at all in this investigation.
Correct. I did not.
You used to work these things.
That is correct. Yes.
And you would agree with me that it's better if you are the one actually working it. It's better. It's harder when you're reviewing it
as
yes. opposed to
yes.
actually being better.
Correct. Definitely. Yes.
When it comes to the washing machine, for instance, and the clothes, it would have been better if you had been there and actually seen the clothes for yourself.
Again, yes, that would have been better. But again, I always need to be able to reference those notes to go back and remember what my thoughts and observations were at the time of any crime scene I've worked or reviewed.
And having been here, you have heard Melanie Carlisle testify about those clothing.
Yes.
Melanie Carlisle is an experienced, you would agree. She's been around long. Oh, no, she hasn't been around long, but I have that in a poor statement. She's been around a pretty good while.
Yes.
She's worked many of those crime scenes.
Correct.
Probably more than yourself.
Yes, she definitely has.
And you heard how she described that clothing.
I did, yes.
I stay off the field of the expert. I'm just going to stay on my field.
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any independent testing of any of these items.
No, I did not.
And you have no reason whatsoever to question the findings of Agent Lowe.
No, I agree with all of her findings. Correct.
Every finding that she's told this court about, you agree with them.
Yes, I do.
And having worked for the TBI, you know how it is trying to determine which items to pick up and which items not to pick up. It's not easy, is it?
No, determining which items to pick up and not pick up at a crime scene is difficult. But I will say, for the most part, you tend to over collect. You would rather collect something rather than not, because number one, you don't want to have to go back to that scene to collect it. And number two, you don't want to not have that evidence later on down the line.
And you have worked with some of these people and you know that they're documenting everything they can by picture and photograph.
Correct.
You question none. There is no doubt in your mind as you sit up there that the agents of the TBI didn't plant anything in those rooms.
No, not at all. No.
You're not questioning that the hammer was found in bedroom number 3.
No, not at all.
You're not questioning that the hammer in bedroom number 3 had Jessie Allen's blood on it.
No, I'm not questioning that.
And you've said in this courtroom, I go to the bathroom a lot. You've been in the courtroom probably longer than I have in this case.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that in this particular case, bedroom number 3 belongs to the defendant.
Yes, that was the information based on the scene. Yes.
You are not questioning that the boots were found in bedroom number 3.
Correct. I'm not questioning that.
You're not questioning that there was blood of these victims on those boots.
No, I'm not.
You're not questioning that the TBI in any way made a mistake as to whose blood was on those boots.
No, not at all.
You did question, well, you didn't, but you found it strange that those boots would be left in the wide open. They're so easily to be found.
Yes, that's just an observation I made while looking at the photographs. Yes.
But you also were in this courtroom when the confession of the defendant was played.
No, I was not in the courtroom when the confession was played.
You don't know that the defendant, while sitting at Greene County Sheriff's Department, when asked, told them what else was found in his bedroom, and that would include the boots.
John been asked an answer. She was only in the courtroom. She was the order of the court only allowed an answer. She went in and she didn't know.
We all agree she doesn't know.
She said she didn't know what happened. She went here.
You were in here when steel shots were taken from the Marathon gasoline or convenience store.
No, I was not.
You were not here for
No,
that?
sir.
I noticed in your report, and again, I'm staying off your field, that you said that something like 83%, there was something about 83%. What was that about 83%?
Yeah, so that was that research back in 2022 when they were looking at the individual who owned those shoes and trying to determine what percentage of the time you would develop a profile that matched that owner. And 83% of the time, the major contributor was matching that quote unquote owner or wearer of those shoes.
So we would also understand that many times, well, we don't know when DNA is left. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
And there are different ways to leave DNA.
Yes, there are, yes.
It could depend on whether someone was wearing socks and whether one wearer was wearing socks and the other was plain footed.
That's very true,
Can
yes.
you tell the members of the jury the other, I'm not smart enough, can you tell the members of the jury the other possible ways that a person who actually wore the shoes last would leave DNA? Just think about it for a moment and I'll give you some time.
Who actually wore the shoes last did not wear DNA?
Their DNA did not show up. Can
Yes.
you please give them a few examples of how that could happen?
So I think I think what we're talking about here is transfer. And so that's the general term of how DNA is moving from either your body to an object or object to object. And so you can leave DNA in high quantities or in low quantities. There's something called shedder status that people like to talk about. Some people are high shedders, meaning that you're depositing a great deal or a large amount of DNA on a regular basis versus a low amount of DNA. And when we're talking about this, I want to be clear. When we're talking about transfer, we're talking about epithelial or skin cells rather than a body fluid. So there's multiple ways that you can do that. As we were talking about earlier with you wearing your shoes in your house, you put your socks on, you walk around your house and you've picked up, I have 2 children. They're boys. They can be gross sometimes. I'm picking up their DNA as I'm walking through the house. And so I would probably find some of their DNA in my shoes as well. So there's a myriad of ways that you can leave DNA or not leave DNA within something. So I don't think I could even begin to touch on the amount of ways that you could or could not leave DNA because that part of research within our field is still kind of very active and a question mark. But that's why we do the research. That's why we have the research, and that's why we look at it.
So just as Agent Lowe testified, you would agree, there's no way in the world to come in here and tell this jury with certainty that Bill Carr was the last one to be wearing those boots.
No, again, I presented that research as information. I cannot tell you when DNA was deposited or how it was deposited.
Thank you very much.
Can you redirect? Very briefly. Suffice to say, there was no DNA belonging to Jordan Allen found in those boots.
Correct.
And Melanie Carlisle isn't the DNA tech. She was a toxicologist, is that right?
That is correct.
And in your time at the TBI, did you ever heard the term, if it isn't documented, it didn't happen?
Yes, that was a normal thing said in our lab.
Nothing great.
How long have you known Agent Carlisle?
I do not know her personally.
You do not know.
No, I do not know her personally.
So you would agree that she's not always just been a toxicologist from what you've heard about her experience.
I believe so, yes.
Have you ever been a team leader of a violent crime response team?
No, I have not.
You heard Agent Carlisle tell you she had been.
Correct, yes.
That's a lot of responsibility, isn't it?
It's a lot of paperwork, yes.
Takes a lot of training. Takes a lot of training.
I wouldn't say it takes a lot of training. It's a lot of experience, yes.
Thank you very much.
She free to go? She is. She's free to go. Call your next witness.
Yes. What's your step right there?
My name is.
We'll talk about some time that you may want to not talk about, but you spent some time here in the Greene County Detention Center, haven't you?
I have.
Now, you were there for something that you've not been convicted of, is that right?
Correct.
And why were you there? Why did you not be able to get out?
I didn't bond out, so I was held there until my next court date.
Okay, but you've never been convicted of a crime, have you?
No.
All right. During your time in the Greene County Detention Center, did you come to know a fellow by the name of Ronnie Hale?
I did.
How about Jordan Allen?
I did.
Were you ever housed with either of them?
I was.
How long you reckon you were housed with them?
Roughly 2 months.
Okay. Now, you know why you're here.
Yes.
Do you recall Jordan Allen ever confessing to killing his grandmother or his 7-year-old little brother?
No.
Now, that never happened?
No.
Never said that Jordan killed his grandmother because she wouldn't let him use his cell phone?
No.
Never said that he was too loud and his little brother walked in on him when he was killing his grandmother?
No.
Never said that he was inside when this happened?
No. He never talked about his case at all.
Never said that he stabbed his little brother?
No.
That he went outside and listened to music while waiting on the cops?
No.
You never heard those things?
No.
Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Lowe,
Yes.
were you in the same cell as Mr. Allen?
I was.
Did you and he become close?
We were friends. Cordially.
What does that mean?
Well, we're in a confined space with each other, so we kind of all had to get along with each other. It was a 6-man cell.
You and Mr. Allen were never together in the same bunk at the same time.
We sat beside each other if we were watching the tablet or watching a movie as a group. So we all kind of like huddled up around because the tablets are just a certain size. But other than that, no.
And so you never became fond of Mr. Allen?
No.
Mr. Allen never became fond of you?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Now, in this 2-month time frame that you knew Jordan Allen, did you create some sort of bond with him that you come in here and lie to everybody in this room about what Ronnie Hale said?
Absolutely not.
Do you have any reason to be sticking up for Jordan or to be throwing Ronnie Hale under the bus?
Absolutely not.
Why are you here?
I'm here to tell that something was not talked about and the truth, and I will always stand with the truth.
Nothing further.
I don't have anything else.
Anything else? That's fine. You're excused. Thanks for being here. Hey, you're still under oath.
Special Agent Ray is one of the main investigators in this particular case. I would like to have him identified as a hostile witness. I do want to mention that hostile doesn't mean that there's any hostility between us. It's just that he's on the other side of the case, and I want to be able to use cross-examination as allowed by the rules.
Sir, there has to be some showing that he's a hostile witness under the.
I just
There has to be some sort of look.
Just say that.
Denied, it's not.
All right, very well. Special Agent Ray. Yes, sir. Generally speaking, when you're interviewing somebody, you want them to tell you the story more than once. Do you do that?
On occasion, yes.
But the whole purpose behind that interview, you're trying to gauge something. What are you trying to gauge?
We're trying to obtain the truth of what information we're seeking.
But you also want some certain details, don't you?
Yeah, we want details to be able to corroborate the statement to show the truth.
To show credibility.
Yes.
Credibility would be the same as the truth, right? Well, it could help anyway. You were present for Ronald Hill's statement on August 25th, 2025, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were in the room with him when he gave his statement?
Yes.
Did you record it?
I personally didn't record it, but it was audio recorded.
And have you reviewed it since he gave it?
I believe I've reviewed it.
In the statement, he says that Jordan Allen confessed to these killings, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he give you specifics on how he did it?
I believe he said it was with the screwdriver in that interview.
And immediately after his statement, where did he go and what did he do next?
Mr. Hale?
Yes, sir.
That might have been the day that he was sentenced. I'm not sure exactly where he went after that.
Now, was there any follow-up investigative items based on what Ronnie Hill told you, taken by you or any of your investigative colleagues? So, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Is there anything that you learned in Ronnie Hill's statement to you that you went out and did some other investigative thing about?
I did not personally take part in it, but I believe there were attempts to locate another individual that was named in the interview. I don't know if those attempts were successful or not.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Hale telling you that Jesse walked in while he was in the process of killing his grandmother?
I don't remember the specific details of how Mr. Hale said that it happened, other than I do recall him saying he did not know the specific locations because he was asked if he could provide the specific locations as to where each murder occurred, but I think he said that he wasn't told the specific locations.
Do you remember him telling you that he went outside after the killings?
Without specifically reviewing it, I do recall that something that Jordan, after the killings happened, he either went outside or went to a truck and listened to music.
If I allowed you to listen to it to refresh your memory, would it do that? Would it refresh your recollection of what all he said?
If you're going to ask me specific questions like to that detail, I would have to listen to it because it's been a while and I did not review it.
I understand completely. All right, can I ask for a jury out so that I can let him listen to that?
It's time for a break anyway. Let's take 10 minutes. We'll give you 10 minutes.
I don't think it's very long.
Okay. All right. Take the jury out. We'll be in recess for a few minutes while they listen to the tape.
And at 10:54, did he reiterate that in walked the little brother? Special Agent Ray, I played you 3 clips. Has that refreshed your memory to the conversation that you had with Ronnie Hale?
Yes.
And did he tell you in his statement that the reason he killed his little brother is because he walked in and caught him in the middle of it?
Yes, he said he walked in.
And at 10:54, did he reiterate that in walked the little brother?
Yes.
And did he later say that he thought that he went outside to get in a vehicle or listen to music?
Yes, he said after it happened, he didn't know what to do and he went out to a vehicle.
Thank you, Special Agent Ray. That's all I have.
Anything else on here?
No, sir.
All right, here you go. Defense lawyer, next witness.
Your Honor, I need to assess.
Can he stay in now? Of course, you stand for him now.
Your Honor, I need to assess the location of my witness coming in from Alabama.
Okay.
And then
Somebody can call it now?
I can. I just don't want to do it right here in the courtroom, Judge. If I can step out.
Okay, we'll
See if
step out. We'll be sitting here waiting. Come on up, Mr. Allen. You've been still out.
Okay, so this is the defendant now on. So just in case you're all listening, instead of watching, this is the defendant coming up.
Sworn in break. Here you go.
Our time in these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
And the next one.
The hill behind the house.
Okay, and the one after that.
The same hill.
Okay. Now, you were present when your grandfather talked about the location of the flat spot, were you not?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to take this Sharpie. I'd like for you to circle where the location of the flat spot is.
We need to, are you gonna make this a collective exhibit?
I am.
It's gonna be one exhibit.
One exhibit.
Three photographs.
Yes, sir. Now, before you do that, are those fair and accurate reflections of 7140 Old Snapsbury Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please, that entered in as an exhibit.
So 3 photographs of, to the jury right now?
No, I'll do it later, Judge.
I was hurt. I didn't understand why. It was kind of like he didn't want nothing to do with me anymore. Kind of hurt me really.
Where was your mother?
She was in prison.
You did live with her at some point, though, didn't you?
Yes.
What was home life like?
It was pretty much pure chaos. It was Jesse's dad was he was abusive. Any any little thing that we did out of the ordinary or out of what he wanted us to do would cause us to get beat, like crying or any kind of emotion, he would say that crying is only for pussies, to use his words.
And who is this you're talking about?
Matthew, Jessie's dad.
Now, did the fact that you were made to play with your baby brother, did that cause you to hate him?
No.
Did the fact that you didn't really have any freedom, did that make you hate Sherry or Bill?
No.
Was there conflict about this four-wheeler, this blue four-wheeler?
No, I played with it, if not more than him.
Let's talk about your statements, okay? You remember Gerald Ray making some promises to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the promise about being interviewed by the CAC?
Yes, sir.
Did that happen?
No, sir.
Did you get to go with DCS?
No, sir.
What about going home with Romaine?
No, sir.
And who is Romaine to you?
She is my nana.
What about, didn't get a chance to go home with Brian Broadwater either, did you?
No, sir.
Did you believe Captain Jeff Davis when he told you that you weren't going to spend the night in the Greene County Jail?
Yes, I did.
But where have you been ever since those recordings, those statements? Where have you been since that point?
In Greene County Detention Center, so
How long were you isolated in a single cell because of your age?
almost 2 years.
Do you remember Gerald Ray promising to give you some help?
Yes.
Did that happen?
No.
Do you remember him promising counseling or services?
Yes, sir.
Did that happen?
No, sir.
Do you remember Gerald Ray telling you that the scientific evidence from the scene was going to tell him who and what happened?
Yes.
So why did you lie to Gerald Ray?
Because I, like it said several times, that he said the evidence would show them, if not for certain, what happened and who did what. I knew it would show Bill Cole killed him, so I was scared, and I thought lying was easier, and I just wanted to go home.
Did you lie about moving the bodies?
Yes.
Did you lie about nudging Jesse with your boot?
Yes.
Did you lie about touching Sherry Cole's shirt?
Yes.
Did you lie to Alyssa Commander with DCS about staying at Brian Broadwater's house?
Yes.
Why is it just easier to lie, Jordan? Why not just tell the truth?
Because whenever I was younger, I'm scared to stand up for the truth. I'm scared to tell the truth.
And Jordan, when people have told as many lies that you've told, what's that make them?
A liar.
Are you a liar, Jordan?
I was then.
Well, what changed?
I've learned to not be scared of the truth anymore.
When, in this case, did you ever tell the truth?
Whenever I told Brian Broadwater that Bill Cole killed him.
Were you scared that night?
Yes.
Who were you scared of?
I was scared of Bill Cole.
Why were you scared of him?
I thought he was going to kill me too.
When you saw him when he was on the stand, you ever seen that behavior out of him before?
Yes.
So you said you were afraid, you were scared. But sometimes that encompasses a lot of things, and sometimes it's guilt. What do you feel guilty about in what happened in this case?
Not being there for my little brother and mama whenever they really need me most.
Did you freeze?
Yes, sir.
Are you proud of that?
No, sir.
Has that bothered you every night since then?
Yes, sir.
Give me just a second. When I get done, I imagine Mr. Mills might ask you some questions, okay? Before we do that, there's things that everybody wants to know, Jordan. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Did you plot all day long to kill your family?
No, I did not.
Did you hit your grandmother with a hammer multiple times?
No, I did not.
Did you move her body?
No, I did not.
Jordan, did you walk up to 7-year-old Jessie Allen and repeatedly hit him with a hammer? Yes, sir.
Just ask the questions.
No, I
Did you do that?
No, I did not.
If it wasn't you, Jordan, who was it?
Bill Cole.
Now I want you to look at everybody in this room. Why should we believe the word that you say?
Because telling the truth is, it's the only way I can fix and try to make up for not being there whenever I should have been, like a big brother and a grandson should have been. So.
Okay, you're with us. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 507, please.
That's the jury.
I don't think he did very well there. I thought, why is he testifying? That was not that great.
Mr. Allen, how old are you now?
20,
How old were you when this took place?
16.
You heard Alyssa Commander in this courtroom testify.
Yes.
When you're determined to do work, you're pretty good at it.
Sometimes, yes.
You know that you've admitted to this court that in the past, when you were under pressure, you've lied.
Yes, sir.
You've lied because you want to get the best possible outcome for the situation you're in.
Right now, no.
I asked you, in the past, you have lied because you wanted to get the best consequence you could get for the situation you were in.
In the past, yes. In the past, yes.
So today, that has changed.
Yes, sir.
We're not to believe any of that might carry over in the biggest consequence you've ever faced.
No.
At the time that you talked to Jeff Davis, over here, Gerald Ray, and Blake Ketron, the first time they talked to you, you felt no hostility from them, did you?
No, not really, no. No, not really, sir.
You knew they were treating you as a witness,
I didn't know at that time I was treated as a witness. I just knew I was.
but you will admit that the jury, it was not confrontational.
No, they were not.
And what did you tell them had happened?
I told them that I saw Bill Cole kill them, and
I want you to tell me again if you'll tell the members of the jury, in that first, when you talked to them, you saw Bill Cole kill your brother and your grandmother. Is that what you're telling the members of the jury?
yes, sir.
You would admit that your grandmother had been good to you,
Yes,
and you would admit your brother loved you,
yes,
and you would admit there had been workers in that home trying to help because you had a problem getting along with your little brother.
no. They were there to help with me running away all the time.
But they did talk to you about your relationship with your little brother,
Yes, they did.
and tell the members of the jury why they were there to talk to you about the relationship with your little brother. This is the day you told us, so what was it?
Because I didn't play with him all the time, sir.
He wanted to play with you.
Yeah, all the time. I like playing with him, just not all the time.
You didn't want to play with him.
I like playing with him, just not all the time.
You liked playing with his four-wheeler.
You what?
You liked his four-wheeler.
Yes, I did.
You can tell the members of the jury that in your history with Bill Cole, you never laid a hand on you.
No, not physically, no.
You'd never seen him lay a hand on Cherry.
No, sir.
You had never seen him lay a hand on Jessie.
No, sir.
How many people had you seen live in the home with Bill Cole?
Quite a few. Quite a few.
Quite a few. And I'm going to step back for a moment, and I want you to tell the members of the jury how many people you ever heard Bill Cole raise his voice at.
I've heard him raise his voice at a few different people, especially when he's drunk.
Never raised his voice to Sherry.
So they've argued several times.
Argued's different. We all agree that he never raised his voice at her, did he?
He raised his voice whenever he was arguing, sir.
All right. But prior to this day, you had never seen him show any violence.
Not physically, no.
You had lived there how long?
On and off for most of my life, but consistently for the last 3-4 years.
Let's talk a little bit about after this incident. Where did you go?
After
the incident, what time did the incident take place?
sometime in the afternoon, I can't remember the exact time.
After the incident took place, that you were aware that it took place, where did you go?
I left and went to find one of my friend's house. I did.
Okay. Who was that friend?
A guy named Dylan Morrow.
Who?
A guy named Dylan Morrow.
Dylan Morrow. Did you tell Dylan Morrow what had happened?
No, because I never went to his house.
How many houses did you pass to get to Dylan Morrow's house?
Probably quite a few.
How many of them did you stop at to say, I've seen this terrible incident and I need to report it?
I did.
You knew your grandmother and your brother were dead and you didn't report it to anybody's house that you passed?
No, I did not.
Where did you go to next?
I think I went to Little Caesars. Sir.
Little Caesars. How many people were in Little Caesars that day?
A few, I can't remember that name.
More than 3?
Probably, yes.
How many employees were at Little Caesars that day?
A couple.
How, did you tell any of the customers in there, I've seen a terrible incident. My granddaddy's killed my brother and my grandmother?
No, I did not.
Any of the employees?
No, I did not.
Did you ask for the use of a phone?
No, I did not.
You had a phone?
I found one eventually, yes.
You found a phone?
Yes.
Did you know whose phone it was?
Bill Cole's.
You had his phone.
Yes.
But you never called 911?
No, I did not.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry, really true.
No, I did not.
How long were you at Little Caesars?
I can't recall.
How long, what did you do while at Little Caesars? What did you do while you were at Little Caesars?
Most of the time I sat in the truck and waited for them to bring the pizza out.
Bring the pizza out. How long did that take?
15, 20 minutes probably.
Didn't tell anybody anything.
No, sir.
They brought it out to you?
Yes, I believe.
You can tell I'm not an
fully
expert
remember.
even on Little Caesars. They brought it out to you?
I can't fully remember, but I think it did.
Where did you go next?
I think I went to the BP.
BP, where is
Yes.
it located?
I can't really remember. It's been a while.
You remember going to Walmart?
Yes.
What time did you go to Walmart?
Like somewhere around 10, I think.
Is this the Walmart that I'm familiar with? Which Walmart is this?
It's right beside Cookout, I believe.
Cookout?
I believe it's right beside it.
How many people were in Walmart?
A lot.
I can't
A
hear.
lot.
Did you tell anybody in there you just witnessed the greatest event of your life? You had seen your granddaddy kill your grandmother and your brother. Did you tell anybody?
No, I did not.
You weren't scared of Bill Cole at Walmart, were you?
He wasn't around.
That's right. You weren't scared of him at Walmart, were you?
That's right.
But you didn't tell anybody.
I did not.
All those people, and you didn't say a word. I've just seen this terrible, terrible incident. In fact, you bought something at Walmart. You bought a pizza. What did you go to Walmart to do?
To buy a pair of headphones so I could listen to music.
Now let's go to that's afterward. That's before you're taken back to the scene.
Yes.
Let me deal a little bit with the scene. How many different stories did you give those officers who were treating you nicely? How many different stories did you give them?
I believe 3, sir.
Tell the members of the first story you gave them.
That I seen Bill Cole kill them.
When you say saw him kill them, are you telling them you saw him kill them? In the first story?
In the first one, I watched him run by me with I watched him run beside me into the house.
But you didn't see the killings.
I didn't see the actual killers. No.
In the second story you gave, did you see it? Did you see the killings in the second statement you gave them?
I did not. In the second.
But you did talk somewhere in here. I know I read it in here somewhere, and I don't want to wait till after lunch. There was somewhere in this where you told them you could hear the sounds of the hits. You remember that?
Yes, I did.
Tell the members of the jury the sounds of the hits you were hearing.
I heard like thuds, screams and thuds.
Now, is this when you were inside the house listening and the television was so loud? Because that's one story I know I read real quick here. Which way, is that the same story?
I was inside. I can't remember how loud the TV was.
Well, you're going to think you do. You didn't hear those thuds when the television was up to 50, did you?
Not if it was up to 50. No,
I can't hear you. I'm
not
sorry.
if it was up to 50. I can't remember.
So that's not when you heard the thuds. That's not when you heard the thuds, is it, Jordan?
Not if the TV was up to 50.
That's exactly right. You couldn't have. The reason why you heard the thuds is because you were close enough to hear them.
No, it was not.
In that room, that final interview, those three were present again.
Yes, sir.
Were any of them being mean to you?
They were being intense, not necessarily mean, but
They weren't being mean to you, were they?
not me, no. Not me, no.
They were still talking to you.
Yes.
And you were asked to tell the truth.
Yes.
Do you remember being asked, why did you do it?
Yes.
Do you remember what your answer was?
Somewhat not straight off the top of my head.
Just kind of mad. That's what you said, wasn't it?
If I remember right, yes.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
If I remember right, yes.
Jordan, what did we find in your room other than your boots? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you've been in your room?
Sometime that day. I can't remember exactly when.
Well, I think that's pretty important. When were you last in the room?
Probably right before I went in there and watched American Pickers.
And that was before you knew about the killings.
Yes.
But you knew what else they were going to find in your room.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you that again. That's real important. That's before you knew what they were going to find in your room.
But whenever they asked me that
Were you
Not in
guessing?
there. What?
Were you guessing?
No, I probably should ask you to clarify the question.
No, I'm sorry. I'm talking about your statement. Were you guessing about what else they were going to find in your room?
Most of it, yes. It's not had any interest.
Were you guessing what they were going to find in your room?
Yes, somewhat.
So when you guessed they were going to find a hammer, that was just a guess.
Yes.
You didn't know the hammer was in your room.
No, I did not.
You were asked this question. I know it's going to suck, but tell us what the heck happened out there. You remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Did you guess what the answer should be?
No, I did not.
You weren't guessing when you said we were sitting there and we were going to play stuff, but me and Memo kind of got into it because the way she was kind of picking stuff and nagging and like I just kind of got aggravated. That's about it. Was that a guess?
No, that was a lie, sir.
You're lying now.
I lied about it.
You were asked, that's not about it. Then you were asked this question, Jordan, you got to tell us what happened. Who was outside, who was inside, and who was worried? What all happened? Because it's not about that's it. Did you tell us what happened? And you said Jessie was outside. That wasn't guessing, was it?
No, I knew he was outside.
Huh?
No, I knew he was outside.
And Mama and Papa were inside. Were you guessing about that?
I can't remember. Sorry.
You don't know if you were guessing or not?
I can't remember where they was at outside. I know Mama was outside for most of the day.
And then I was mad at him. And I did that. And then Mama came outside. You remember saying that?
Yes, I remember saying that.
What did you do? What did you do to Jessie? How were you feeling at that moment that you were asked that question?
I was confused on why.
Confused on why what? Why you were buying pizza later on?
I know why I bought the pizza.
You were hungry?
No, I mean, it's kind of part of my way of trying to process stuff.
Trying to process what you had seen.
Yes.
What you had seen and heard was what you did.
No, I did not.
What did you do? What did you do to Jessie? What was your answer?
I believe I said I killed him.
No, it's worse than that. Okay, I'm sorry, Your Honor, for commentary. I smacked him with a hammer. Somebody in that room made you say that?
No, I lied, sir.
You would lie to say I smacked my brother with a hammer?
Yes. I was trying to get out of the room.
How many times they asked you? How many times? Did you have an answer for them?
I believe I just made up a number.
Do you know that number matches the autopsy? How many times? And you guessed right on it. How many times did you tell them?
I said like 4 or 5, I believe.
Oh, it's 5 or 6. You're right. I want to be fair to you. 5 or 6, I can't remember. That's guessing?
Yes, I guess.
That's making it up?
Yes.
And they asked you were. Now, you hadn't seen it. You didn't see this incident take place, did you?
Yes, I did. I saw Bill go hit him.
You did see Bill hit him. Oh, you saw him hit him. They asked you where. And where did you say they were hit?
Somewhere on the head, I believe.
In the head. Where were you at when it happened? Where did you tell them?
I can't remember exactly what I told him, but I know I walked outside.
You said you were at the Bronco. Let me see if I'm reading that right. Where were you at when it happened? Did you make up that you were at the Bronco? Bronco's not inside. Bronco's not with a television blaring. Then what did you tell them happened? Just your words. What did you tell those investigators who were overpowering you? What did you tell them happened?
I believe I told him I left.
Huh?
I believe I told him I left.
Oh, no, you hit Jessie. What about Mamo?
I was a little further down on that.
You were what?
I was a little further past on that.
But let's not look past. Please, I'm just trying to get through this just like you are. You looked those 3 men in the eye and you were guessing. You knew the order of the deaths. And then Mamo came outside. That's what you told him, isn't it?
I believe so, yes. I believe so, yes, my bad.
Do you remember telling him that?
Yes, sir.
We're not making it up. That's what you told him.
As far as I remember, yes.
And she saw it. And she seen. And what did she do, Jordan?
I think I said she screamed or something. I can't really remember.
That's right, she screamed. You weren't guessing then, were you?
Yes, I was lying.
You were just, yeah, but you weren't, you didn't. You were just lying?
Yes.
Telling 3 people you killed your brother and your grandmother, that was a lie?
Yes.
What'd you tell them you did to your mama?
I think I said I smacked her with a hammer or something. I'm pretty sure I said.
I just swung at her. They asked you a pretty good, where was she? By the Bronco? You had an answer for them. You told them she wasn't at the Bronco, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Where did you tell them she was at?
I think I said near the house. I think I said near the house.
She was like halfway up the house, right?
Somewhere around there, yes.
Did you tell them whether she ran?
I can't fully remember, sir.
You were asked this question. When she seen Jessie, did she running back inside? Was she running towards you? Running towards Jessie? What did you tell them?
I can't fully remember, sir.
Were you still making this up?
Yes, sir.
You told him she kind of freaked. She kind of just stood there, kind of squealed. Forgive me, I read it wrong. It's not freaked. She just kind of stood there, kind of squealed. You were making that up.
Yes, sir.
To please 3 men in a room.
Yes, sir.
They asked you, did Papa come outside? What was your answer?
I don't fully remember, sir. Sorry.
You said, do you remember saying if he would have come outside, would you have killed him? And you gave them an answer. What did you tell them? Is this a lie? No, I didn't have the goods. No, I didn't have the goods.
Sounds familiar, sir. Yes.
Now I know I read this. So you boxed. You learned boxing, didn't you?
A little, yes.
In fact, you told him in the second statement you weren't scared of him. That's the reason why he didn't do anything to you, because you knew how to box. That's what you told him in the second statement, isn't it?
I remember that somewhat, yes. I remember that somewhat, yes.
They asked you when you thought about killing them. What was your answer?
I believe I said I thought about it.
You had already thought about it. When did you tell them you had made up your mind to do the killings?
I think if I remember correctly, sometime earlier in the day is what I told him.
Did you move the bodies?
No, I didn't. I lied about that.
You lied about moving the bodies?
Yes, sir.
Did you lie about changing your shoes?
No, I changed my shoes at some point, yes.
Did you lie about changing your pants?
I believe I was in the same pants that I was in, so.
You put a shirt on?
Yes.
Were you wearing a shirt when you did this?
I didn't do anything.
Were you wearing a shirt at that time? When you saw Bill killing him, were you wearing a shirt?
I don't think it was. I can't fully remember.
So we're right when you say you put a shirt on.
Yes.
Anything that doesn't have anything to do with the killing, you admit. Is that right?
Yes, because I didn't.
Anything that doesn't have anything to do with the killing is the truth.
Yes.
You were just going in that room with each of these 3, and every time it had something to do with the killing, you were lying.
Yes.
Every time it's a shirt, it's something else, you weren't lying. You decided to tell the truth in that room then.
Yes.
When did you decide that you were going to kill him? What was your answer?
I believe I said sometime earlier in the day. I believe I said sometime earlier in the day.
Just kind of like in the middle of the day. Why didn't you just do it then? What was the lie you made up for him then?
I can't fully remember. It's hard to remember last night.
It is. That's the reason why I'm having to read. It's probably not fair to you. Because, does this sound like your answer? I was kind of scared to do it, really.
That sounds familiar, yes.
Jordan, are you still going to tell the members of this jury that you just guessed they would find the hammer in the room?
Yes.
Is that your story?
Yes.
That when you said they would find the hammer in the room, that was just a guess?
Yes.
What about the boots? When did you know they would find the boots in the room?
They showed me a picture of them and I seen my room.
And where were the boots at?
I couldn't place exactly where they had actually.
But they were in your room?
Yes. I seen my clothes and stuff. I'm pretty sure I can't remember exactly.
Jesse was under that Bronco when you were beating him, you weren't letting him.
No, I did not beat him.
You heard those smacks to his head and you kept on beating him.
No, I did not.
You took some kind of implement, and while your grandmother was still living, you punctured her neck to the point that it was hemorrhaging.
No, I did not.
And you caved your brother's skull in on the right side,
No, I did not.
leaving his little toy there beside the Bronco.
No, I did not. Bill Cole did all those things.
He did all of that. The man who you had never seen show violence finally showed it that day. That's what you're telling the members of the jury.
Yes, sir.
That man who had been married for 44 years finally showed violence that day against that little woman. Is that what you're telling the members of the jury?
Yes, sir.
You watched your little brother get smacked with that hammer, and the thing you could think about was Caesar's pizza and a headphone.
That's my way of coping.
I'm gonna be here in just a couple of minutes. Jordan, when they asked you about where they found the hammer, do you recall the 2 locations that you told them?
I think I said my dresser and my gray table, I believe.
You were here. That's not where it was it?
It was not.
Why didn't you say anything to anybody before you told Brian Broadwater?
Because I didn't think of it. I knew Brian was he's just who I felt safe with and who I trusted. So I was more worried about getting hold of him and I found safety in him.
That's true. Bill wasn't at Walmart, but was this traumatic for you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what shock is?
Somebody is.
In this plot that you say that you devised, in fact, you thought about it all day. That was your great escape plan, was to go to Little Caesars and Walmart? Is that what you thought about all day? How you're going to get away with it?
No.
Do you remember saying in the second statement, I'd rather kill myself than do that to my little brother because he's had a pretty rough life? Do you remember saying that? That was your great escape plan, was to go to Little Caesars and Walmart? Is that what you thought about all day? How you're going to get away with it?
No.
Do you remember saying in the second statement, I'd rather kill myself than do that to my little brother because he's had a pretty rough life? Do you remember saying that?
And in the very next statement, you admitted you did. That's true too.
Yes, I did. But
You
I lied.
admitted you did.
I lied.
Anything else from you? All right, lunches are here.
Okay, I mean, I thought that was atrocious. That is not how you do with people. Right, I'm not doing closings and stuff. Fuck it, I think that was atrocious. I think that was enough to make your mind up. So here you go. There is no coverage of the actual not sentencing, the actual thingy, whatever you call it, verdict.
Last few minutes, a jury has found a Greene County man guilty of killing 2 of his family members with a hammer. It happened within the last 15 minutes. That verdict, they found him guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder. The jury began deliberations this morning, about 3 hours ago. Yesterday, for the first time, we heard from Jordan Allen, who took the stand to be cross-examined for his role in that 2022 killing. Prosecutors say at the time, the then 16-year-old admitted to killing his 7-year-old brother, Jesse, and 59-year-old grandmother, Sherry Cole. Yesterday, Allen told the jury he gave a false confession after investigators told him the evidence would prove who committed the crime.
He said the evidence would show them, if not for certain, what happened and who did what. I knew it would show Bill Cole killed him, so I was scared and I thought lying was easier and I just wanted to go home.
Allen said what he told investigators in 2022 about the killings was mostly a lie, and he was just guessing what to say.
You were just lying?
Yes.
Telling 3 people you killed your brother and your grandmother, that was a lie?
Yes.
Attorneys presented 500 pieces of evidence in the case. Now, since the jury has found Jordan Allen guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder, there will be a second hearing where they will decide if he will serve life in prison with or without parole. Again, within the last 15 minutes, that jury in Greene County finding Jordan Allen guilty of 2 counts of murder. We will have the very latest coming up today on 10 News at 5. And
so that's that, the verdict. That was all we had for that. And now we're on to the sentencing stage, we're about 50 minutes behind, so I will zoom this a little bit for you guys. But yeah, they are into sentencing now. So let's watch this live. As I say, we're about 50 minutes behind, but we'll catch up very quickly here.
I'm going to overrule your objection. The jury will be the one to find that, whether it applies or not, because killing a witness.
So I believe that jury get to do the sentencing bit on this. So.
To one murder, there's two people dead here, killing one person to keep them from being able to say what they saw, the murder that they witnessed. So a witness was killed, either Cherry Cole or Jessie Allen. One was a witness to the murder. There was one killed first. And when the second person was killed, that did away with the witness. So that could there's evidence, the jury can determine this or not, that would avoid, interfere with, or prevent a lawful arrest of somebody when you kill a witness. So that's just something that a jury, I think there's enough evidence there by the proof in the case, and I'll let the jury determine whether that applies or not, and the state can argue that. So if they, and the jury determine that. All right, are we ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
State's ready. Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defendant going to testify at this hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, would you please raise your right hand, be sworn? You solemnly swear from testimony give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got. Asking the moment questions for this hearing.
Jordan, do you understand you have a constitutional right to testify in your own defense? Do you understand that no one, including myself, the prosecutor, or the judge can take that right away from you? Do you understand that you also have an absolute constitutional right not to testify and to remain silent? You testified earlier in this case, correct? Okay, so you've been through this before. You understand what rights you're giving up? And do you understand that the choice of whether to testify or remain silent belongs entirely to you? And have you made the decision regarding whether or not you want to testify today?
I didn't hear you.
I do not.
I do not want to testify. All right, but raise your hand.
Members of the jury, I'm going to be super brief. Excuse me, I'm sorry, Matt. I promise I'm going to be super brief. It's been a long week. But we're not at the end of the road just yet. Like I said, we're not going to put on any proof. We're going to ask that you remember everything that you heard and saw this week. The state of Tennessee has asked you to consider life without the possibility of parole. We have to prove at least one of two at least one of two provisions. Judge is going to instruct you on that. At least one of two aggravating circumstances. We have to prove first, or we have to prove either of these, that it was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, in that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. And two, and again, we have to prove either one of these, that the murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding or interfering with or preventing a lawful arrest or prosecution of the defendant. Those are the only two aggravators that we are asking you to consider. I just ask you to remember the testimony, remember what you saw, what you heard. As you're going through this, you heard the pathologist say that any of these blows to the head would have been necessary to produce death. So when you look at this and you're considering what you've heard, serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. Think about the first blow. He said he hit him, 5 times? I'll do it on the downside. He may have said 5 or 6. I have to go back and look. That's for you to decide. It's pretty obvious from those pictures that both of them was the same way. As far as the second one goes, that he did it to prevent did it so he wouldn't get caught, so he wouldn't get in trouble. If you believe, look, I don't know what you base your decision on, but if you put any stock in what Mr. Hale said, you heard what he said, that Jesse saw him kill Mount. He didn't have a choice, basically. But he told law enforcement that he killed Jesse first. My mom come out and saw it. Just please consider what you've heard, what you've seen, and we're going to rely on all of that and ask you to find that, actually both of these do apply, but we're going to ask that you give Mr. Allen, give him the same mercy he gave his little brother in his mouth, life without the possibility of parole.
All right. It's going to be time for the state to put on their proof, which includes a statement that I've got to read in advance. So right now, the opening statement, I'm going to let the defense do their opening, and then we're going to take a break again to give me that statement to read. Who's going to give it? Ms. Allen, you going to do this?
Yes, sir.
This is Leslie Allen, this is a public defender.
We are all better than the worst thing that we've done. We all have more to give than the worst thing we've done or the worst day we've experienced. I spent almost 20 years advocating for children who were abused and neglected in juvenile court because I love children. The interesting thing is, I didn't realize I'd be doing the same thing in criminal court, but that's what I'm doing because Jordan Allen has been an abused and neglected child his entire life. You know, we can look down at scars that we have. You can see them and you can remember what caused them. Sometimes it might have been happy. You know, my grandfather told me not to go down the hill so fast on a bike, but it was fun when I did it. And that scar is happy. Other times you can look at it and, you know, maybe it's something that produces a bad memory. But the difference between those scars and the ones I'm going to talk about with Jordan is that you can't see his. Every person who was ever supposed to protect him has utterly failed him in every way. We've spent several days. You've listened to the state talk about the evidence and you've listened to the defense refute that evidence. But I want to tell you about the person that Jordan Allen is. And I want to tell you about the crime that he's been convicted of. I want to remind you, you can't see his scars. You can't touch them. They're not tangible. But they have profoundly impacted him and the way that he lives his life and he lives day to day. He lives with those and the weight of those. There'll be a series of witnesses that you will hear from. You'll hear from a professional. I hope to put on a friend of Jordan's. You'll hear from a former principal. Now I'll tell you things about Jordan that I already know. And the reason I know those is because I'm not supposed to get emotional. I'm really sorry. I've spent a year and a half getting to know him. And there are kind parts to him. And he's considerate and he's funny and he's respectful. So I tell you all of that in hopes that you can see Jordan, just a glimpse of what I see in Jordan. I'm hopeful that you will be able to consider all of the testimony that we're going to put on and just judge him for who he is, not the worst thing that he's done in his life. You know, I'm very saddened to think of throwing a life away, which is kind of what we do if someone is sentenced to life in prison without parole. So I'm challenging you guys with a new task, one that's difficult, just like it's been for you all week, to look past what you found him guilty of, look past what he's done, and see who he is and why he is that way. Give him an opportunity to have a life outside of prison walls. Give him an opportunity to show that his life can be something. Sadly, if you give him that opportunity, you may be the first person to ever give that to him, the first person to ever give him a chance. I'm hopeful that you will give him a chance that I know he deserves. You can sentence him to life without parole, or you can give him that chance today. We are way past retribution. You found him guilty. He's going to serve a lengthy sentence. He's been convicted of this crime. I'm just asking you to see the human side of Jordan and really see that there is somebody there who could be productive, somebody who's capable of rehabilitation. Thank you, and I'm sorry to cry on you.
I think the jury out. All right. Okay. You see. All right. Come up with the victim's impact statement. Okay. This will be one, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Sir, when I had it written out, he didn't realize he got the handwriting. He's been doing it.
probably need to make that exhibit. Let me make that quick copy. He'll be back to read it, but I need it from here. Are we at 5:15? 5:15, victim's impact statement. Now, before he reads the victim's impact statement, the state has you have to get up and put on proof of the aggravated circumstances, how you're gonna do that, not the evidence or how you're gonna say you're gonna do that. Then that's read, and then you rest. You don't put on victim's impact statement until, if we open up the proof, it's just like the proof's gonna be open. So the proof's in the record, but you've got to tell the jury about it. So 5:15 is the Rick Williams victim impact statement.
Does the court want me to go into detail or just? Can we just
Well, that's up to you. I mean, you can remind them of certain evidence or however you want to do the evidence in the record, but you got to put on some kind of, it's the state time to put on proof. There's proof in the record, but then it's something that there has to be proof of aggravated circumstances before the victim's impact statement is read. And then at some point, I'll say anything else and you'll rest, just like a regular hearing. You'll rest, and there'll be time for them to, and they'll have to swear their witnesses.
I'm sorry, like the court said, we haven't done one either long.
It's been a while, but there's not, I'm just,
Thank you, Your Honor.
are we ready? Anything else? Bring them back in.
All right.
Thank you, BC. Let's break all the jurors in the box. Then present with counsel, and it's time for the state to introduce their proof.
Thank you, Your Honor, and may it please the court. The state is choosing to rely only on the testimony and the evidence that you have, that you heard and seen. As I mentioned very briefly just a minute ago, especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel in that it involved serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. If you have to look at all the pictures again, I do believe you'll have those since we're relying on the record. I'd like to incorporate all that evidence into this hearing.
They had the exhibit with the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. So each and every one of those, look, y'all very smart people. Look at those pictures at what he did, at what he done. All those injuries on the back of the neck that they received, you heard the pathologist talk about. Most of those were inflicted after death. And any one of those injuries to the head would have been fatal. And on both of them. Would ask you to focus on that. Would ask you to focus on the testimony that you've heard about the order of their deaths. Certainly didn't kill them both at the same time. He killed a witness. And he told two different things about the order and the why. So just going to rest, not going to put on any more witnesses or any more proof. We're just going to just ask you to consider the things you've already, we do have a victim's impact statement. We're going to present Rick Williams, and he's going to talk about the effect these murders have had on him. And Judge, we'd like to do that at this time, please.
Come on up, Mr. Williams. Come up here to the podium. I'll just let you do it from the podium. I'm gonna swear you again. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so you got.
I do.
You'll get up there. I read his statement. He's gonna read his victim's impact statement.
First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the jury. I know what a weight this is for you all this last week. I've carried it for the last 4 years. I will carry the images from that night with me for the rest of my life. Those images, those events have forever changed my life. But I refuse to let Jordan Allen continue to take anything else from me. We all know what he has taken from me. He will not take anything else. When asked, are you having a bad day? The answer is always no. I've had a bad day in my life. Just I, and we all know what day that was. I know no one wants to think a 16-year-old could do this, but it happened. And here we are. I ask you all to give him the maximum sentence with no parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the state?
Respectfully, say rest.
State rest. For the defendant, you have witnesses. Do I need to swear?
Yes, sir.
Bring your witnesses in. Witness? They're here? How many witnesses we gonna swear?
Well, I hope to swear forward.
Okay, all right. One, two, three. Is there another one?
No, sir.
We have three. All right, raise your right hand, be sworn. Solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Is the rule requested?
Yes,
All right. Step outside, we'll call you one at a time. Which one you gonna call first?
Jessica Ricker.
Jessica? We're calling you first.
Miss Jessica, will you state your name for me, please?
Jessica Ricker,
Where do you work?
the Green County Detention Center,
And what is your position there?
the administrative assistant.
As part of that position, do you keep track of programs that inmates are allowed to do?
Some of them.
Okay. Are there educational programs available?
Yes.
Are there vocational or counseling programs or classes available?
I mean, we have like the educational tablets that the inmates can get, and I have those right here. He has about over probably 20 certificates.
Okay.
And the administrator, John Key, said he did receive his diploma while he was incarcerated, but we did not have a copy of that.
Okay. I've got a copy of some things. I can have you to look at them, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Do you want?
Yes, that looks about similar to what I have in here.
Okay, are those certificates that come from classes that are done on the tablets?
Yes.
Okay.
And I also have two that the state actually brought like 2 days ago.
Okay.
Where he was in the pilot program.
Okay.
It was it's a more advanced class that inmates were able to attend on the tablet. And then once they completed, the state actually gave them a certificate that's sealed with a seal.
You have those with you?
Yes.
Okay. Could we include those in the documents that I gave you?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate reflections of what the certificates look like, what's issued?
Yes.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Call them a selected exhibit.
Yes.
All right, selected exhibit 516. There's more than one, right?
Yes.
There's 22.
Sheriff's Department certificates.
And Judge, could we publish that to the jury?
Yeah, I'll publish it to the jury.
Thank you.
She got stamped first.
Yes, sir. Ms. Jessica, are these classes mandatory for the inmates to enroll in and complete?
No.
Okay, so completely voluntary and by choice, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you counted, what'd you say, 20 or 22
I think it's
certificates?
a little over 20. I'm not exactly sure on that number.
And would you say that they cover self-improvement? Did he do any self-improvement classes?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all right if you're not. Did he do any vocational things? You know, if he covered those?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. The certificates just speak for themselves. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you something else if you don't mind. I believe you're gonna be able to tell what this is. Can you tell me what that is a copy of?
High school diploma.
And whose high school diploma is that?
Jordan Allen.
Jordan Allen. He was incarcerated before he finished high school. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So did he complete the requirements for a diploma while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, could I?
Should be filed as 517.
Thank you.
Is it like a GED?
It's an actual diploma, Judge.
Okay.
Mhm. Ms. Jessica, I'm gonna show you something else here. If you could just tell me what you're looking at. I've handed you a certified copy from the clerk. Can you tell what that is? Does that appear to be the
charges?
Yes. Does it appear to be Jordan Allen's criminal record?
I'm not sure.
Okay, that's all right. Well, it's a certified copy from the clerk, Judge, that shows he didn't have any charges other than these.
We'll file that.
That's fine.
Certified copy, no criminal record, 518.
Yes, sir. Ms. Jessica, have any further questions? Thank you for calling, Bond. Go for it.
I'm sorry, ma'am, just nothing, ma'am. Y'all give everyone a chance to finish their education. Is that fair to say? Especially kids.
Yes.
And you gave that to Mr. Allen, and we're all thankful he took advantage of that, right?
Yes.
It's all online or on the tablets, right?
For the
To finish his education.
oh, now the diploma, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how he finished that.
You don't know whether he interacted with anybody. You don't know if it was
No.
all online on the tablet or what. Thank you, ma'am.
Anything else from her? You're free to go. You're free to go back to work. Call your next witness,
Dr. Catherine Smith.
Dr. Catherine Schmidt. Watch your step right there. Come up here, sit down, get comfortable, speak up so we can hear you.
Thank you.
Dr. Smith, would you state your name, please?
Catherine, Kathryn, Ray, REA, Smith, SMITH.
What is your occupation, Dr. Smith?
I am a forensic psychologist in private practice in Knox County.
What is your educational background?
I have an undergraduate degree in psychology from the University of Tennessee. I have a doctorate in counseling psychology also from the University of Tennessee.
After you received your doctorate, did you obtain any licensure?
Yes, I'm licensed as a psychologist in Tennessee. I've been fully licensed since 1999.
Are you a member of any organizations with forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm a fellow with the American Academy of Forensic Psychology.
Do you have any certifications?
I'm a certified forensic examiner in Tennessee by the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services, which enables me to work as a court-ordered mental evaluator.
Are you board certified?
I'm board certified in forensic psychology by the American Board of Professional Psychology.
Since obtaining your licensure, how long have you practiced?
27 years.
And what are your primary areas of practice?
I'm a full-time forensic psychologist at this point in my career. I have had a therapy practice in the past, but since 2012, full-time forensic psychology.
Can you tell me, okay, tell the jury too, but tell me, can you tell me what a forensic psychologist is?
Forensic psychologist answers questions applying psychological knowledge for lawyers and courts.
What type of evaluations are within your scope as a forensic psychologist?
I primarily do work in criminal and juvenile court contexts, and I also do some civil court matters. So I do a variety of evaluations. For instance, in juvenile court, I conduct competency evaluations. I do evaluations for transfer cases. I do diagnostic evaluations, dispositional evaluations to see what kind of treatment is needed. I do risk assessments. And then in the criminal court setting, I do competency to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense to see if there's support for insanity, Miranda waiver evaluations, false confession or disputed confession analysis, sentencing mitigation in juvenile and criminal court settings. And then in civil court settings, I do fitness for duty evaluations of police officers, fitness to practice evaluations of doctors and dentists. I do evaluation for conservatorship and to see if people meet criteria for commitment to a psychiatric hospital.
Do you have any academic appointments?
Yes, I'm a clinical assistant professor with the University of Tennessee.
And what is your role and what functions do you perform in that capacity?
I supervise graduate students who do evaluations in juvenile court. They evaluate youth and parents for diagnosis and treatment recommendations.
Have you written any treatises or are you a published author?
Yes, quite recently, I co-authored a chapter on youth or evaluations of youth who confess or enter guilty pleas. And it was in a book on confessions and guilty pleas of youth that was published by the American Psychological Association this year.
Do you have an estimate of how many hearings you have testified in as a forensic psychologist?
60. That's actually the exact number. So today is the 61st time.
How many times have you performed evaluations as a forensic psychologist?
I have done more than 800 evaluations as a court-ordered evaluator in Knox County, and a conservative estimate of evaluations that I've done for defense attorneys is 800. And then I've I've worked on 8 cases for the state.
Have you performed any, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I understood. You have performed for both the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay. And you have done evaluations for both the state and the defense previously?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to pass you something up, Dr. Smith, if you could just, thank you, Mike. If you could identify that for me, please.
This is my curriculum vitae.
And would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I tender Dr. Smith as an expert in forensic psychology pursuant. Thank you. Dr. Smith, have you had the opportunity to evaluate Jordan Allen?
Yes.
Was your first contact to evaluate Jordan for a transfer hearing?
Yes, in September of 2022.
Okay. And so that was after he was incarcerated, is that correct?
Yes, he was in juvenile detention.
Did you see Jordan at any other time during his incarceration?
No, not well. Yes, in February of this year.
And what was the purpose of that visit with Jordan?
To just update my findings and just gather data on whether he has the potential to be rehabilitated.
Okay. So just so everybody understands, because it's a little muddy, can you tell us what you do for the transfer hearing and versus what you do when you're just evaluating for rehabilitation and how those differ?
Well, the method is pretty similar overall. I mean, in terms of conducting a psychological evaluation, reviewing relevant records, conducting testing that is relevant, doing a clinical interview, integrating the information, and writing a report. For a transfer evaluation, when I conducted the evaluation for Mr. Allen, I was looking at just looking at his psychological functioning. Did he have any issues? His background, his level of intelligence, his prior delinquency record, any services or programs or treatment he had received. And I was looking at whether he needed treatment and whether he's likely to benefit from treatment if he gets it. And in that context, it would have been programs and services available through the juvenile court. I was also looking at risk for future dangerousness.
Let's talk about that a little bit, okay? Because you evaluated him for the transfer hearing.
I did.
And please tell us what your findings were there and what your recommendations were.
I found that Mr. Allen had a depressive disorder. He had a history of ADHD. He met criteria for oppositional defiant disorder. He had a documented history of trauma and adverse childhood experiences, and he had a cannabis or marijuana use disorder. And I recommended that he receive counseling, therapy to address his depression, his trauma history, that he be considered for medication, that he have assistance with his education to make sure that he stayed on track in meeting his educational goals.
To your knowledge, Dr. Smith, did Jordan receive any counseling since you made that recommendation?
Yes.
And I believe it was for trauma, what was it, trauma-based or cognitive trauma-based counseling? Is that right?
For the past 3 years, Jordan has met voluntarily with Lindsay Holt, who's a forensic social worker with the Public Defender's Office. And she has helped him work on a number of issues. She's worked with him on education, teaching him about emotions and about how the brain works, teaching him skills, communication skills, setting boundaries, regulating himself when he gets distressed. She has helped him process grief and shame. And then she's done some tentative work in terms of processing trauma, but that has to be handled carefully in the jail setting because it's not a therapeutic environment or a treatment setting. So it's not a good idea to open people up to all those feelings and then leave them to go back into the jail. But yeah, he's done this completely voluntarily. And he said he's benefited from it. And I think he has as well.
The purpose of your second evaluation was to assess Jordan for rehabilitation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could, you've told us what you recommended at the transfer hearing. Could you tell us what the findings of your second assessment were as it relates to rehabilitation?
Yes. So my second evaluation, I looked again at his psychological functioning because it was 3 years and 8 months since I had done my first evaluation. And based on the testing that I did, he had changed. He was no longer dealing with a depressive disorder. I think that had improved with the therapy that he had. He did have some anxiety. I diagnosed him with generalized anxiety disorder, which is chronic worry and tension. He still has unresolved trauma that he's affected by. He's been in a controlled environment since he was 16, so he hasn't used substances in that length of time. He outgrew his oppositional defiant disorder. So he's really, I think, in many ways doing better. He was more mature this time when I saw him.
It's fair to say that Jordan followed your recommendations from your assessment for the transfer hearing. Is that correct? As far as what he could do?
Yes, so he took advantage of the counseling and therapy that he had. And he voluntarily completed his high school diploma. He has voluntarily completed additional educational programs available to inmates in the jail. And he has worked on improving his physical self by exercising regularly in the jail. And he has resumed communication with his mother.
As part of the documents that you reviewed and that you received to help you assess Jordan, did you review records from the Department of Children's Services?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that there was about a 7-month case, sometime began around October, November of 2021?
Yes, that wasn't his first case.
Yes.
But yes, that was, I think it was August of 2021.
It's interesting that you said that wasn't his first. Dr. Smith, will you tell us how many he had, and do you recall what they were for?
There were 3 DCS investigation reports that I reviewed. The first was from 2014, and it was a referral for a drug-exposed child. And the second one was in 2015, and that was for, I remember the context. I can't remember exactly what the referral was. But yeah, I remember those cases. I can tell you more about them if you need to.
I don't know about if there are any pertinent details that you want to share. I think that's fine. But could you tell us what impact that had on you? Why those are significant?
Say that again.
Could you tell us why the episodes with DCS are significant in your opinion?
The 2014 evaluation was significant because it documented that when he was 8 years old and had been living with his grandparents because his parents split up when he was 6, and he was living with his mother and her boyfriend, and they were using and selling drugs out of the home. When the DCS investigation occurred, Jordan was, or Mr. Allen, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to address him here, but he was interviewed and he was extremely knowledgeable about the drug activities that were going on in the house. So he knew where the drugs were kept. They were under his bed. He had seen people coming in and out of the house to buy drugs. He'd seen people with needles in their arms. He had been told not to touch the black box that was under his bed, and he referenced his mother's boyfriend's machete. And there was violence in the home between his mother and her boyfriend. So he was removed from that house, and his mother ended up going to prison. So really the last time he saw her was when he was 8. And then the 2015 evaluation, he was placed with his father and his father's girlfriend and her children. And his father had an incident in which he got really drunk and vandalized his girlfriend's car and threatened to burn the house. And so DCS got involved then, and there were some interventions to get the father to address his alcohol problem, which was significant at the time. They were told to not have alcohol in the house. And when they talked to Jordan as part of the investigation, he talked about being really scared and crying because his dad was crazy.
Dr. Smith, what did the investigation over the 7-month period in 2021 cover? Do you recall?
Yes, that was for DCS had received a report of abandonment that his father had taken him to his grandparents' house 3 years earlier and left him there and never came back to get him.
So during those 7 months, was it ever recommended or required for Jordan to undergo any clinical or clinically based treatment?
No, the services he received then were a case management model, some family sessions, and he did have some sessions just with a worker, but they weren't private or confidential. They occurred at the school, and there was always somebody from the school sitting in.
Is it fair to say that what would have been appropriate is for the Department of Children's Services to have considered the trauma from his past and offered assistance on that during that 7-month investigation?
Yes, it confused me why they didn't correlate the different evaluations or investigations. They didn't look at what had happened to him earlier and what was going on now. And they really didn't explore in any kind of below the surface way what was going on with him at the time that they got involved. There were no trauma screens. I mean, that's a really easy thing to do, but they didn't do a trauma screen. And they certainly didn't do any diagnostic workup. They didn't diagnose him with anything.
What were the primary sources of information during that investigation that they used?
It was minimal. They looked at the house where he was living, and they talked to his grandparents and him and his brother. And I think they got some information from the school about his functioning at school.
In your opinion, would it have been appropriate to have interviewed neighbors, teachers, friends, anyone outside of the home?
I think that would have been helpful to get just a bigger picture, especially with the prior DCS investigations.
It's safe to say that that DCS investigation just relied solely on what was told to them from members inside that household. Is that right? Is that what you're
Yes.
saying? Okay. Did Jordan ever participate in any private individual counseling during that time?
No, he never had any of that prior to his arrest.
He never had a clinical evaluation, I think you said. Is that correct?
Not until after his arrest.
Okay. You mentioned before that there were some conversations that were had at his school, but they were not private. Do you have an expert opinion on how individuals feel? Are they freer to disclose or less likely to in private versus if someone else is sitting in there?
Yes. So therapy works because of privacy and confidentiality. When you go in to see a therapist, you know that you're just talking to the therapist, and you can be freer to open up about your real concerns, to be honest. And you've got somebody who is expert in helping to elicit information about the past.
Do you believe that Jordan would have benefited from private one-on-one counseling if the department had done that at that point in time?
Yes, based on what I saw when I evaluated him after his arrest, and I should mention that he was also evaluated by psychologists at the mental health center after his arrest, and they also identified different conditions and made recommendations for very similar interventions that I recommended. Yes.
I think it's safe to say, okay, tell me if this is the right conclusion. Are you saying that DCS failed to elicit all of the information they should have gathered?
Yes, I think they missed the boat in terms of his issues and concerns and his history and risk factors.
And would that have been something that would have been beneficial to assist Jordan and perhaps really offer him rehabilitation?
I think it would have been a great thing for him.
I think you told us how much time passed between the two assessments. What was it?
3 years and 8 months.
Okay. What are the significant things of interest that you would like to point out to us between the two assessments?
When I evaluated him in 2022, I was making some predictions about his ability to engage, to participate in programs or services that would help him grow and change in a positive direction. When I saw him this year in February, I had some data that showed me that he could, in fact, engage and grow in a positive direction. He made the educational gains. He worked in therapy voluntarily. He's working out in the jail. He's taking up chess. And he is more able to talk about his feelings and his issues and to be vulnerable. I think he's learned that from his work with Lindsay Holt. He's matured. I mean, there's a big difference between 16 and 20. We all remember what it's like to be teenagers. He's still got additional maturation in terms of his brain development, but I could certainly see a difference.
How would you describe your interactions with him?
He has, on both occasions, he's been very polite, cooperative, engaged. The first time I saw him, I spent more than 10 hours with him. This time it was more than 4 hours. I already had a lot of data. I didn't have to spend as much time. He was honest on tests. A lot of the tests that I give have validity indicators that tell me whether people are exaggerating their problems or denying problems that they actually have. All of the tests I gave him in 2022 and now had valid results. So he was honest in answering questions. I couldn't have asked for better cooperation or participation in my evaluations.
Are there resources or learning opportunities in the Tennessee Department of Corrections that would be available to Jordan?
Yes.
Could you tell us what those are, what he could have access to?
So he already has his high school diploma. He can do additional academic-based education. He can have vocational training to develop trade skills, electrician, cooking, carpentry, construction. He can get jobs based on the skills that he develops, so he can work when he's in prison. There are recovery support groups, so 12-step type groups that he can participate in. There are religious and character building groups that he can voluntarily take part in. If, at some point he could be a mentor to younger inmates. So he can continue to improve, change in a positive direction and mature, building on the foundation of what he's done when he was in the jail here.
So I think what I hear you saying is those are ways that he can continue to promote rehabilitation efforts.
Yes.
While he's incarcerated. Okay. Dr. Smith, I'm going to hand you something. Yes, sir. Let me make sure that you Dr. Smith, could you identify that for me, please?
Yes, this is a report that I prepared dated April 1st of 2026 that addresses my most recent evaluation, but also incorporates information from my previous evaluation.
Can you tell us specifically what your conclusion is as it relates to Jordan's ability for rehabilitation?
Yes, based on the data that I have about him, if he receives the services and programs and opportunities available to him in prison and continues to work on himself, then there's a high likelihood he can be rehabilitated in prison over decades. And if he has an opportunity for parole, he will have to prove to the parole board that he is rehabilitated.
So there are incentives for him to continue.
There are many incentives.
And Dr. Smith, lastly, before I get to this, would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please, your report?
Yes.
Dr. Smith, finally, could you tell us what your expert opinion is regarding Jordan's ability for rehabilitation?
In my opinion, there's a very high likelihood that he can be rehabilitated in prison.
Thank you. Mr. Collins might have some questions.
Just a few, ma'am. Thank you. And as I get older, I don't remember as well, but are you the same lady that testified downstairs in the transfer hearing we had previously?
Yes.
If I recall correctly, ma'am, you talked about his risk of recidivism. Is that right at that time?
Yes.
And it was in the low to moderate range. Is that right?
Yes.
And has that changed here today?
You're asking about risk for future violence.
Yes, ma'am. Recidivism.
And I have not updated my risk assessment because it's not possible to do a risk assessment that would be valid decades down the road. So risk assessments have to be done in a time-sensitive way.
Yes, ma'am.
So the prediction from when he was 16 really was only good for about 6 months because youth changed so much. And the Tennessee Department of Corrections does risk assessments as part of the parole process. They do them internally.
Yes, ma'am. And I see that I couldn't help but notice on the bottom of page 8, top of page 9, you are aware of some behavior issues Mr. Allen's had him with. During the time he's been incarcerated here in Greene County.
Yes.
He's also been incarcerated in other areas. I think you're aware of that, right? I think he was in Sevier County for just a while.
He was in Sevier County initially.
Just on this charge, not on anything else. He doesn't have a criminal record or
Right,
anything
yes.
like that. He was a juvenile. Is that?
Yes.
But you're aware of the behavior issues in the jail.
Yes, I reviewed 3 incident reports.
And that would have been during all this time he's trying to get talking to people.
That would have been in the period when he had been transferred from being in isolation because he was under the age of 18 to the general population. And I talked to him about those, and he said it was just really scary moving into the general population. And there were a few incidents in that early period, and he said he felt he had to kind of establish himself for safety. And that made sense to me. And so I think that was 2024. And then last year he had an incident of mutual horseplay with another inmate, and they were both written up for horseplay. And he hasn't had any incidents since then, at least to my knowledge.
You're aware of other more serious issues other than this horseplay. I won't go into the details, but you're aware of those when you made this report. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's enough. Let me ask you this, man. And I hope I'm not trying to stretch my luck. I'm just asking the judge to calm me down if I'm asking something inappropriate. And you educate me because I don't know. does the fact that he would come in here this week, years after this happened, while he's getting all this treatment, and essentially sit up there and maybe not be truthful, accuse his grandfather of doing something that he did, does that have any play as it relates to this report? Would that influence your report in any way?
Well, that's not something that I've evaluated, and I'm not here to excuse him. I'm here to talk about his ability to be rehabilitated as a 20-year-old over decades in prison. So I think he has work to do, and I think if he gets the help that he needs, he can be rehabilitated.
Fair to say we've all got work to do, though. I don't know of anybody who doesn't have a little work to do.
Yes.
I know I appreciate you. Thank you.
Anything else from her?
No, sir.
You're free to go?
Yes.
Thank you for being here. You're free to go. Call your next witness.
Sherry Allen.
Sherry?
Yes. Hello. Hi. Would you state your name for me, please, ma'am?
Sherry Allen.
And your middle name is Jeanette, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you go by Nettie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to call you Nettie, but it comes out of my mouth before I know what I've done, okay? What is your relationship to Jordan Allen?
I'm his mother.
Okay. You're okay. You just take your time, okay? Miss Sherry, can you tell the jury where you work?
I work at the next door recovery center.
And what are your responsibilities there?
I'm a BHT. We take in people from the street that's in addiction and take them to classes, do classes with them and groups and stuff like that.
What does BHT stand for?
Behavioral health tech.
Okay, all right. Now, how did you come to get this position?
Well, I completed their program. It changed my life, so I waited the 2 years. I had to have 2 years of sobriety to work there, so I waited the 2 years and then I got a job there.
Okay. Now, you mentioned sobriety. You were in active drug use for quite a long time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long was it, if you recall?
Since I was 16.
And listen, I'm not supposed to ask a lady her age, but
How dare you know?
so
46.
46. Okay. So when did you become sober? When? About 3 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So a very long time, a large portion of Jordan's life. Is that right? Okay. Are you clean and sober today?
Yes, ma'am.
You are still clean and sober. It's been over 3 years.
Been almost 3 years.
Okay. And you are here today. You're going to talk to me about Jordan. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You and I have had some hard conversations,
Yes, ma'am.
but we're going to talk about your parenting and we're going to talk about some things that are hard to hear. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. They're hard truths for you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you need a break, you just let me know, okay? Tell me about your pregnancy. You had a difficult time getting pregnant. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It took me 8 years. Me and I was married 8 years before we had him.
Did you smoke cigarettes while you were pregnant?
Yes, ma'am. And marijuana.
And marijuana. Did you have any complications in your pregnancy?
Yes, ma'am. I had him at 6 months, 28 weeks.
So
I found out when I was 4.5 months and turned around and had him at 28 weeks.
Okay. So he was born prematurely.
Yes, ma'am. He weighed 2 pounds, 10 ounces.
Okay. He had a difficult start from day one.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did he stay? Well, let me ask you this first. Did he go to the NICU?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did he stay there?
Well, when they're born premature like that, they start out at like a negative number. So whatever. So they said he would be in there until he at least hit the zeros. But he was only in there for a month and 6 days. Like he was
Okay.
a fighter.
So he kind of progressed nicely then.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Miss Allen, I'm going to pass you a piece of paper. Can you tell me what that is, please?
It's his birth certificate.
When was he born?
February 2nd of 2006.
Okay. And would you please make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you and Jordan's father together at this time?
When about
When
how-
Jordan
yes,
was born?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Describe the living arrangements that you had when Jordan was a baby.
When he was a baby, we was renting a house. We had our own house until he was probably about 3.
Okay.
And that's when the addiction started.
That's when it started. So then when he was a small child, tell us what he lived in from that point forward when your addiction started?
We went back and forth to mom and dad's, his dad's, his brothers. So just kind of back and forth between those places.
He didn't really have a stable place, is what it sounds like. Okay. And did you and his father change residences multiple times as well? Or did you stay in the same spot?
What do you mean before we had him?
No, during when the addiction.
Yeah, it was all of us going.
Okay, it was all of you who went to various
Yes, ma'am.
households. Okay. So you had just short stays places. He didn't really have a place that he could call home. That's fair. Okay. Once he was in school, did he continue to change residence? Okay. And he did that multiple times.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have numerous school transfers beginning in kindergarten?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did he go to multiple schools his first year in kindergarten?
I think in kindergarten he was only in one, but in the first he went back and forth. I think.
Well, let me give you some here. I'll show. I'm going to show you something, Miss Allen, okay? If you could look at it and tell me what that is.
That's his school transcripts, I guess.
Okay. You kind of helped make that chart, right? Gave us some info for it. Okay.
So it does say that he went to 2 different places
in kindergarten. Okay. I'd like you to make that an exhibit to your testimony, if you would, please. It's an educational chart. It's like a flow chart of the schools that he went to, Judge.
Exhibit 522. School chart.
So all of these changes, please, Tracy, thank you. All of these changes that happened, did that have to do with custody changes?
Some of it towards the end.
Okay. So some of it, when you were changing houses, it was just instability? Okay. But other times there were some custody changes. Okay. Whose custody did he go into when those changes were happening? Do you know?
When me and his dad split up, we was doing 2 weeks with me, 2 weeks with him.
Okay. And that was, you said, when Jordan was about 8, I think, did you say?
I think between 6 and
6 and 8.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you just look at that chart and just, it may be gone, it's okay. Do you have an estimate of how many schools he went to?
My guess would be about 12 to 15 at the block.
Okay.
Maybe.
And sometimes you count them twice if he went back to a school, if he had been there and left and gone back. Okay. All right. Now, do you think that that had any kind of impact on Jordan being able to establish relationships with people?
Absolutely.
Well, now tell me why you think that.
Well, I mean, it would be hard to build any kind of relationship. You know, if you're not there that long or move around, it's hard to be the new guy.
Okay. Did Jordan continue to live with you after you and his father separated? It was half and half, right?
It was half and half.
Okay. Did he go to live with your parents at any point in time when you separated?
Yes,
Okay, so he had that change in there too. How long did he live with your parents the first time?
I think it was probably about 1.5 years, maybe close to 2 years.
Okay. Did you and his father have contact with him during that time? Or
Yeah, I did.
you did? Okay. You had contact, he just didn't live with you.
Right.
Okay. And was Jordan sometime returned to you, to your custody? Did he come back to live with you?
Yes.
At what age was he? Do you know?
I think about 10, I think.
Okay.
10 or 11. maybe.
10 or 11?
Yeah.
Was anybody else living with you then?
Yes.
Who was living with you?
Matthew Rogers.
And was he your boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did the two of you use drugs in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Jordan exposed to the drug use in the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he see you use drugs in the home?
I try to not use it in front of him. I do know he walked in the bedroom a couple of times, but I'm well aware now that he definitely knew what was going on. You know what I mean?
Okay. Were there any drug-related activities that went on in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about those.
I mean, we just had different people coming in and out.
Were they coming in and out to buy things, to use things? What was happening?
Both.
Okay. So you had people, did Jordan know these people?
He did get to know him, yeah.
Okay.
But no, not in the beginning.
Okay. And they would come and buy or come and use with you. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now this is going to be a tough one, okay? Did your drug use take priority over you being a parent to Jordan?
Yes, ma'am.
It did for a long time. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you regret that?
Absolutely.
You think it impacted Jordan negatively?
Absolutely.
Was there domestic violence in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Jordan see that domestic violence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he ever a victim of domestic violence in your home?
No, I never would have allowed that. I wouldn't have allowed that. I do think there was a couple of things that happened when I was going to work that I found out about, but I would have always took it for Jordan.
Did he see you in the position of being a victim of domestic violence?
Yes, ma'am.
How often did that occur?
Pretty much every day.
So he was living in a house where there was drug use and violence every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your own admission, you said, was there much parenting happening?
I mean, no, I tried, but
Okay. How long did this continue, Sherry? How long did he live in a house with drug use and domestic violence?
it was a few years, and then I took him to mom and dad's.
Is that why it stopped? Is that
Yeah.
that the reason that it stopped? You took him?
Yes.
Okay. Were you charged with any kind of criminal charges, any drug charges as a result of all of this?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you convicted?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was your conviction?
8 years.
Do you remember what you were convicted of?
Possession of Schedule 2, possession of marijuana,
Okay.
maintaining their dwelling, paraphernalia,
And a Schedule 2, can you tell us what that is?
methamphetamines.
Okay. So you went to prison.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did Jordan go then, Sherry?
He was with his dad. His dad had came during this time and taken off with him. So he was with his dad at the time when I went to prison.
Okay. While he was living with his father, were you aware of whether or not he was diagnosed with ADHD?
I did find that out. I do know that when he was younger that they had talked to us about ADHD, and I just kind of shut it down. I didn't really believe in that medicine.
So when he was younger, they advised you to get him some treatment and you did not. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Did anybody give him any treatment for the ADHD at any point?
Not when he was with me, but I did hear when he was with Jennifer and Mike.
Okay. Okay. Now, just for clarification, Jennifer was his dad's
Aunt.
girlfriend, but aunt,
Yeah.
right? Okay. All right. Were you ever made aware that it was recommended for Jordan to undergo a mental health assessment?
No, I don't think so.
Were you aware whether or not it was recommended for Jordan to see a neurosurgeon at Vanderbilt over some health problems?
And I did find that out later, yes.
Did he receive those services?
I don't believe so.
Did you have contact with Jordan when he lived with his dad?
I did not.
So how long did that go, Sherry, that you didn't have contact with him?
It was about 2.5, at least 2.5 years. I was already in prison before he brought him and dropped him off with mom and dad.
Tell me why. Tell me why you didn't have contact with him.
I didn't know where they was.
Okay. How long did he live with his father?
It was about 2.5 to 3 years. I'm not exactly sure.
And where did he go after living with his father?
That's when his dad brought him to mom and dad's and dropped him off.
Okay, tell me about that. What was the situation?
I was in prison.
You were in prison. His dad, you said, dropped him off at
Yeah, that's what I was told. Yeah,
Bill and Sherry's, right? Okay.
I got a letter one day from Jordan and found out that he was back home.
Okay. Is it fair to say that his dad didn't explain he was going to be living there?
I don't think he did. No.
Okay. Is it fair to say he just dropped him off there?
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't come back, and he's still not come back. Is that right?
That is correct.
So Jordan was there, not his choice, not having his mom or his dad. Okay. How old was Jordan about the time he got dropped off there?
About 12, I think.
Okay, getting up there a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Jordan knew his father wasn't going to come back?
I think Jordan always thought his dad would come back, or he at least hoped he would.
And I think you said this, he didn't get his ADHD medication with Bill and Sherry either. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Oh, okay, just making sure. He got it with Jennifer, but nobody else.
That's what I was. Yeah.
Okay. Did you reestablish contact with Jordan after he got dropped off at Bill and Sherry's?
Well, as much as I could, I was locked up.
Okay. What did your contact look like?
Talk on the phone. maybe
Right. Did
later.
you write letters or something? Okay. How often did you do that, Sherry?
We talked maybe 2 or 3 times a month, maybe a letter or two.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like that was pretty limited
It was.
contact, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Did Jordan ever express to you how badly he wanted you and his father?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what he said.
He said he didn't care if we lived in a tent. He just wanted to be with me.
Now, Sherry, this one is going to sting a little bit, okay? It hurts my heart a little bit, to tell you the truth. After you were paroled, did you go back to Jordan?
I had to go to a halfway house.
So you didn't?
No.
You did not? Okay. Did Jordan think, hope that you were coming back and it didn't happen?
I mean, I'm sure he was hoping I had to go to the halfway house.
But, I mean, he's
But
just,
he probably, yes.
he's just a kid,
Kid,
right?
yeah.
All right, so he didn't really understand
Right.
that part. Okay. What about any kind of letters or phone calls when you were in the halfway house? Did you keep in contact with Jordan?
I call probably not as often as I should.
How often did you call, Sherry?
I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week.
Okay. So sporadic contact?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. you have any physical contact with Jordan after you were released?
And when I would get a pass, I would take it. I only got a pass. You only get very limited passes from the halfway house. They did allow me to have 48 hours because it was a drive. So it was very limited.
So you were in prison for 8 years.
No. I only done.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
What'd you do? That's right. What'd you do?
I done like 3.5 and then got out.
Okay, so you were in prison 3.5 years and came out, right? How long were you in the halfway house?
I was in the halfway house for 15 months.
Okay, so that's what, 4.5 to round it off?
I was there 19 months. I'm sorry.
Okay. How many times did you have physical contact with your child during that time?
We could take only one pass every 3 months, so it wasn't very many.
Okay.
Then I became a house lead at the halfway house. So once I became a house lead, then I wasn't allowed to take even that many visits.
Did you violate your terms of parole at some point?
Eventually, yes.
How long were you out before you violated and went back to prison?
3 years.
Okay. Why did you go back?
I relapsed
Let's be honest, Sherry, on what?
on meth.
After you returned to prison, did Jordan continue to contact you and express his desires to have you in his life?
Yes, ma'am.
He wanted you to be a parent, but you weren't. Is that right?
That's correct.
He wanted you to protect him, but you didn't.
That's correct.
And he didn't care what he lived in. He just wanted to live in that with you,
That is correct.
but he didn't get that.
He did not.
You agree with me that those are like basic needs? It's kind of like sleep and water, you know? Okay. I'm sorry, did you want to say something? Okay, I didn't want to cut you off, Sherry. What was your relationship like with Jordan? Like, did it change after you went back to prison?
No. Stayed the same.
Stayed the same? Does that make you sad?
Yeah.
Why does it make you sad, Sherry?
Well, when you're in jail and prison, you always tell yourself you're going to make up for lost birthdays and lost time and all that. And I never made it back out to change any of those things.
Regret that pretty deeply.
Absolutely.
Do you feel like you being incarcerated negatively impacted Jordan's life?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you this again, all right? Honestly, do you feel like you ever nurtured him? No. Do you feel like you ever gave him what a parent should give a child? What are your regrets, Sherry, that relate to Jordan's life?
Everything.
I think his life could have been different had you been different.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel any responsibility for his situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you feel responsible.
Because I need to show him nothing broken for her no matter.
We agreed when we started, we were going to talk about some hard stuff, right? So as you sit here today, you are Jordan's mom, you were clean, and you are sober. Tell me, did you fail him?
Yes, I did.
Sherry, you've had some guts today. You've said some things that are hard. Do you want to share anything else with the jury?
Maybe just show him more mercy than I did, you know. He has an opportunity to still have some sort of life at some point. He deserves that.
Thank you, Sherry. If you'll just hang on, Mr. Collins might have a question.
Yeah, just a few please. Go ahead. I don't want to lose sight of, you are Bill and Sherry's daughter, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bill's your daddy.
Yep.
And you and I talked on the phone. You may not remember. I think you were still in jail. I had to get a hold of you to let you know what was taking place.
Yes, sir.
Or if you recall that.
Yeah.
We, of course you failed me. That's not, and I'm sorry. You, but you're Jessie's mama too, ain't you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, when did you go to jail? We know Jordan had been up there, what, about 3 years before this happened?
What?
Jordan had been with his mama
Yes.
and papa about 3 years.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recall what year it was you went to jail?
2015, I believe.
You got an 8-year sentence? Okay. And you only served, so you got out like roughly 18.
June 2018.
And you spent, well, if you spent 2 years in the halfway house, you got out in 20, roughly. I'm just trying to put the dates together as, you know, just trying to connect it to when this happened. But you were back in jail when this happened, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you got out of the halfway house, it didn't work out. You ended up going back.
Mhm.
Okay. I just, are you close with your father?
I was.
You was, you're not now?
Well, I mean, you know.
You
We're
think
family
you're-
apart, right?
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said something like this will tear a family apart, right?
Well, your daddy didn't do it. I don't want to lose sight. You're Jesse's mama too.
You're right, I am Jesse's mama too.
And it just seems like you didn't make a difference in them, did you?
I love both my kids.
Of course you did. But you're asking them to give Jordan a chance now. Jesse ain't getting it.
You're right. You're right.
I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that you've got two
And I
kids.
don't want you to lose sight that I had two kids as well.
Yeah,
One's
I
right
know.
here and the other one is.
And
I'm showing up for him now like I never did before, sir. Thank you.
Just you ain't gonna get to show up for Jesse anymore.
No, sir, you're right. Thanks for pointing that out.
Well, I've got to. I've got to. This is hard on all of us. You said it stings. You don't think it stings us? Some of us are closer to
I never said it stings.
as close to our
Sometimes
grandkids as we are kids. Nobody wants to be here. They didn't know any of them prior to Monday, probably, and it stings for them. They got an awesome responsibility weighing on.
Yes, sir.
A lot of kids. You were probably in jail with a lot of moms, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
A lot of moms' kids. Just because the kids had it rough, that don't excuse taking a hammer to somebody's head, does it?
Nope.
And then does that excuse not just that, but then trying to blame it on your papa, the only daddy he's ever had?
Yeah, that's your side.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I said that's your side, sir.
You come down. All right, you come down. Fans, call your next witness.
Judge Mike Garland, and he was not sworn.
Mike Garland.
Yes.
Garland, raise your hand, please. You solemnly swear from testimony you give me the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, you got. I do. I want you to step out there, have a seat right there, scoot up, get comfortable, pick up swing.
Hello, Mr. Garland.
Hello,
How are you?
doing good.
Seeing each other in a different courtroom. is kind of
Absolutely.
weird. Would you state your name, please, sir?
Mike Garland,
Mr. Garland, could you tell the jury where you work, please?
Greene County School System at Glenwood Educational Center.
How long have you taught?
31 years.
Have you taught that whole time, or did you move into administration?
I've been in administration for approximately 16 years, I think.
Okay. In administration at Glenwood, is that a little bit different than in administration in a normal school setting?
It is. We see a lot more behaviors and different types of behaviors.
You're probably in closer contact with the kids just because of smaller numbers. Is that
Absolutely.
right? Okay.
Yes.
How many children do you think you've taught over all those years?
I wouldn't have any idea. Several,
Thousands, huh?
I'm sure.
Have you always taught children that had any behavioral issues, or did you kind of start out in like a regular classroom?
I started out as an agriculture teacher, did that for about 15 years, ended up principal at Chucky Doak High School for 6 years, and then went to the educational center after that.
Okay.
And been there approximately 10 years, I think.
Okay.
9 to 10,
If we're counting.
if we can.
Let's not count. That makes us old. Mr. Garland, do you know Jordan Allen?
I do.
Can you tell us how you know Jordan Allen?
Jordan was sent to ABIC in October of 21. I think we did an intake on October 27th, and he started with us on October the 29th of 21.
Okay, just so we're clear, I know Mr. Woolsey and some other people will know what this means, but for anybody who doesn't know what ABIC is, can you explain that?
It is the Greene County Alternative School.
So if we have truancy or grade problems or behavioral problems or whatever, do they go
Not,
there?
not necessarily truancy.
Okay.
Anyone that's had any behavior problems, or if they're coming out of the facility, sometimes we'll do a 10-day observation with us as a step down before they go to the regular school environment.
Okay. How were Jordan's grades? Do you recall?
I don't have his grades previous to coming from us, but I think they were a lot lower then than they was with us. Normally students will do better with us because it's a smaller environment. We have a teacher and a teacher's assistant in every classroom. They get a lot more one-on-one help, and they work at their own pace in a program we call Odyssey Wear. So I did get a glimpse of his school records last time I was here when he was at Chucky Doak, and they were quite a bit lower than they was with us, but he was passing everything once he was with us.
So in that structured environment, he was making some positive progress.
Yes, he was doing very well with us.
Can you tell us what his behavior was like in your school?
In my building, he had some previous things at Chucky Doak, of course, to get sent to us. But when he was in our building, Jordan had excellent behavior with us. Short of, I think we had 3 incidents. One was that a girl was able to get a vape in, and she handed it to him one day, and he hit the vape. I think actually I talked to him the Friday before all this happened. Had him in my office and had a conversation with him about that, and added 10 days of ABIC time. It was a nicotine vape. He admitted to taking the vape and hitting the vape. The only other issues we had with Jordan at all, I think he was with us a little bit over 6 months. The only other issues we had with him was there was one day he was putting a coat up over his head, and the teacher had to tell him several times to keep the coat off of his head. And I think he was caught one time on a YouTube site instead of being on Odyssey Wear.
Okay.
But other than that, he was really great in our building.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on how he handled the structure of your program?
I mean, the biggest issue with Jordan was just him trying to get there. There was transportation issues. I think he missed 18 days in the beginning, just trying to figure out transportation because they don't offer transportation to the alternative school. I think the family was down to one vehicle, and I think grandfather, I think Bill had to take that to work. But once they got the other car repaired, I think his grandmother was bringing him pretty much most days, and his grandfather brought him a day or two also. But as far as in the building, I mean, I can't remember ever having any issues with Jordan other than the three things I just mentioned. And we even, we only let a handful of students go into other rooms and read to other kids in other programs. And Jordan was one of those that we allowed to go in. And I mean, he just seemed like he enjoyed it. And the young kids enjoyed him.
You said he seemed like he enjoyed it. Did he seem like he enjoyed the little kids?
I mean, yes, I too, we had him to go into the other, we got some other programs. The best program is one of them, where we put a lot of emotional disturbed students that have, issues at school, and we're trying to work through helping them to overcome those issues. And that was one of the classrooms that he went into, as well as a few other students in his class, and read the kids, and it went very well. They seemed to be a great rapport between him and the other students.
Was he always appropriate with the other students?
To my knowledge, he always was.
And was he kind to the little kids?
As far as I know, I never seen any issue at all. And like I said, he seemed to enjoy it, and the kids seemed to enjoy it.
Is it safe to say he was well liked?
Yes, very much so. I mean, not only among the other students, but he was also well liked among the teachers. I think any teacher in our building would say they're shocked at the least with this situation. I mean, based on the Jordan that we know at school.
I was going to ask you what your overall opinion of Jordan was when he was there.
Actually, the Friday that I pulled Jordan in to talk to him about the vape was that Friday before this weekend. And, Jordan, I said, Jordan, why did you do that? And he said, Mr. Garland, it was just dumb, but I did it. And I sat there and just talked with Jordan for probably 30 minutes afterwards. And I mean, he was very likable. He was always polite. He mostly followed the rules other than in 3 situations. I mean, he wasn't an issue behavior-wise for us. And I will say they're very closely watched and very closely supervised in our building. But other than those 3 issues, we never had any negativity from Jordan at all.
Did he go out of his way to make younger kids feel comfortable, high five them or anything in the halls? Did you do anything like that?
He did. Miss Stacy was just commenting that the other day, how when he would go down the hall that he would wave at the little kids and they would wave at him. And there was just a good rapport there. And he wasn't around the little kids much at all, the younger kids, because he was in high school maybe with just 9 through 12, but just the ones he read to in the classroom. Those kids that sort of knew him from that is the ones that he would interact with going up and down the halls. And it was always positive.
Was he on track to finish school and earn his diploma?
He was actually, the best I remember, he was behind. We had him, I think he was a sophomore when he was up with us, and he had failed several classes as a freshman, if I remember correctly. But he did, I think he recovered them through credit recovery and recovered some classes while he was with us on Odyssey Ware.
Do you happen to know whether or not he earned his diploma? Anybody make you aware?
To my knowledge, he did. He graduated with 22 credits. I think the guidance counselor at Chucky Doak High School, Shanna, went and worked with him some, and he was able to finish up with 22 credits and graduate. He got a regular diploma.
She went and worked with him while he was incarcerated?
I think, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Is that his transcript, Mr. Garland?
It is.
Would you mind to make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
Absolutely.
Sir? Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let me ask your opinion on this. What does that say to you that it doesn't have to be Tracy? What does that say to you, Mr. Garland, that Jordan chose to continue pursuing his diploma even when incarcerated?
I mean, I have to say I was surprised, but that, he would focus on that while incarcerated. But at the same time, I mean, it doesn't surprise me with the behavior we've seen out of Jordan. I mean, he always done what we asked of him. And in the classroom, I mean, he was always on task and did what we asked him to do. And I know Miss Shanna from Chucky Doak is excellent at trying to motivate a student to work on their diploma. So I was surprised, but it wasn't.
Mr. Garland, I thank you so much for being here. Mr. Collins may have some questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Garland, thank you for being here. Sir, were you ever aware of Jordan running off or anything from school or laying out of school?
I mean, the only issue that I can remember without going through his attendance was just those days that he missed up front with us. Seems like I did hear that he had run off at least once, but I'm not sure that was when he was in our building or if it was before he came to us. But I think the 18 days that we had to add back for ABEC or alternative school time, I think that was due to the transportation issues.
I think the time you're referring to, that was with one of the Broadwaters, as I recall. Is that true? Based on what you know.
I'm not sure.
Okay,
I just know there was transportation issues.
And he didn't lash you out or anything like that at your school?
Never seen any temper or lashing out or anything while in our building that I'm aware of.
Always nice to everyone.
Absolutely. Honestly, I mean, we thought highly of Jordan, and I knew he'd been through a lot and everything, and I guess we just had a big heart for Jordan, and he seemed to have for us too.
You never had an issue out of Bill or Sherry, did you?
No, absolutely not. I had a meeting with both of them and seen them, on a regular basis, and they were always great with faculty and staff.
Did they seem like they were doing the best they could?
Yeah, I mean, to my knowledge.
To your knowledge, I'm not
yes.
trying to put you on the spot, sir. I'm just trying to build a record to make sure we want them to have as much information about his entire background as we can for whatever decisions.
Yes, to my knowledge, anytime we had to call them, they were supportive of us. And anytime, I remember we met with Bill a few times. I'm not sure if we had any meetings with Sherry, but we seen her in the car line and, you know, talked to her and everything. And I don't remember any issues at all.
In fact, sounds like you were floored when this happened. You
Yes.
didn't have- Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from him?
No, sir.
Free to go?
Yes, sir.
Free to go, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witness?
No, sir.
Rest?
Yes.
All right. Vince, rest. Time to take the jury out for a break. We'll come back in. I'll read this final charge to you and you'll go deliberate.
All
Take the
right.
jury out. Be out about 15 to 04. Take them out 15 to 4. We'll come back. I do want to go ahead and make that jury charge from the trial. Make him exhibit.
Okay, what did you say right at the end there?
Final charge to you and you'll go deliberate. Anything else from him?
No, sir.
You were floored when this happened. You
Yes.
didn't have- Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from him?
No, sir.
Be free to go?
Yes.
Free to go, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other witness?
No, sir.
Rest?
Yes, sir.
Vince, rest. Time to take the jury out for a break. We'll come back in. I'll read this final charge to you and you'll go deliberate. All right.
Okay.
Be out about 15 to
Okay, we are now live. So, Jordan did go and get pizza, Justice Jane. Yes, he did. They did say, I forget what they said, but it's one of those pizza places in America. I forget what the name is called, but Caesar something or whatever. But I think that Jordan testifying fucked himself over, basically. I think him testifying, I just think he should never have testified. See the grandpa here. The grandpa, I did not like him. He was very defensive and very aggressive on Cross. I didn't like him. So, you know. And we don't know what case we're doing next. I have to prep. I have to study. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Well, I do know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm going to try and smash a 10-mile walk tomorrow, if not more. So, yes. But for the, I don't know. Next week, I'll have to look into it because Memorial Weekend is on Monday. And also, we have our bank holiday here in the UK as well. So, so I'm not streaming Monday. I know that. But apart from that, so also, well, the problem is there's so many trials that come and then they get pushed on and stuff. So it's really hard to prep. Impressive stamina today, lad. You know, I've had a bad day with my stamina today. Dumpster juice. But I'm hoping to have a good day tomorrow with my stamina. It's really nice weather here in the UK, so I'm hoping to get out early in the morning and get like a 10+ mile walk tomorrow because I feel like I've been lazy all this week. So, but we have had a good stream. I know I enjoyed this stream up until Jordan testified, and I lost interest after that. I was like, well, you're going to be found guilty now. That was just, he should never, ever have. If there's one case to highlight to the defendant, do not testify, it was this one. Now, he may still have been found guilty, but do you know what I mean? Still. Lovely says, life without parole. I don't know. We'll see. Because obviously he was 16 at the time, so yeah, that's one time I get up to piss. But does it? Right, let's transition it, shall we?
Hey man, just want to let you know that sometimes you gotta shut the fuck up. And this current time is just one of those times you gotta shut the fuck up. I don't think you're a bad person, I just don't want to hear you talking anymore. You gotta shut the fuck up.
Would they like for me to go first?
I'm asking you to go first. Okay.
Yes, sir. Members of the jury, I promise you, we don't we don't like to have to do this. Don't want to have to do this. It is tough. But all of us, I've got kids. They're grown now. He's got grandkids. This is about the most awesome responsibility that anybody could be asked to bear. I mean, and you all got one. And I said earlier that this is your community, and you're gonna, the only thing I would, as far as the aggravating factors, these deaths were, I submit to you that we have proven those two aggravating factors, and then you have to decide if what they put on this afternoon, if their mitigating evidence outweigh those, and that's for you to decide. The only thing I would ask you to remember, I'm sorry that Jordan has been raised. He's had an unbelievably tough life. I can see that. But you know, a lot of people have tough lives. And you just can't do that. Jessie didn't have any more life. Sherry doesn't have any more life, and for all purposes, Bill Cole doesn't either. And he had a chance. He's had every chance. He had nothing to say when they asked him in that statement that y'all have heard a couple of times now. Do you have anything to say to you, Papa? No. And then he comes in here 4 years later, and he still points the finger. I said that to say there's just no remorse. There's not many things. Very few circumstances where the law, honestly, where the law allows a juvenile tried as an adult to be given a penalty of life without parole. If this isn't it, then I don't know what is. I think we should just throw away the book. You've got a 7-year-old little boy out playing with his little toy phone. And he beats that kid. And his mama, the only mama the boys ever had, to amount to anything. And to beat her eyes, he hit her so hard, her eyes were black. I appreciate the service that you've performed this week. And we've just tried to lay out, you just decide if it's enough for the ultimate, you decide if it's enough for life without. Whatever decision you make, we absolutely have the utmost respect for. As I said, this is your community. I wasn't raised here, but I've been here long enough now. It's mine. I've been here now closer to 20 years than I have 10. I just ask you, if you need to look again, take a look. State has proven all of those. State's proven enough. What you have to decide is the fact that is having a rough life enough to overcome that. A lot of people have rough lives. Not everybody takes a hammer to a 7-year-old's head. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Talbot.
I think I began by saying I was kind of floored that I would be using skills from juvenile court in a criminal court case. As a matter of fact, I had something personal happen to me that caused me to step away from juvenile court. Juvenile court is really the love of my life, to tell you the truth. And I'm going to tell you what the truth is. Jordan Allen is just like every single one of those kids I have ever dealt with. I'm not giving you that as an excuse, and I'm not trying to justify that. I'm telling you, though, that there is more to him than what has happened today, what has been discussed today, this past week. I hope that through the testimony, you've been able to gain a little bit of insight into who Jordan is as a person. I told you were going to hear about it from several people, and they were going to tell you what I already know. Well, here's what I know. Jordan is good, and Jordan is kind in a whole lot of ways. And I'm not afraid to tell you that I love Jordan as if he were my own. You heard from Jessica Rickard, who works at the detention center, and she told you about all the things that Jordan has been doing to rehabilitate while he's been incarcerated. And she didn't just give us 4 or 5 or 12 certificates. She gave us 20 that he voluntarily did. And while he was there, he got his high school diploma. I mean, most people would have just quit. But he had enough in him to continue and to try to make himself better. Not only that, he took some classes about self-regulation, and he has worked countlessly with a forensic social worker for 4 years and made himself uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to have to talk about things that happen to you. It's uncomfortable to have to talk about trauma and vulnerabilities. And it's uncomfortable to have to admit that the people who are supposed to love you more than anything don't. And it's probably uncomfortable if you're Jordan, that you've got an attorney like me who comes down and tells you every day I see you, to remember that you are worth something. And remember you are valuable. But he does that now, and he talks about his emotions because he spent time with the forensic social worker who's taught him how to deal with it. The Jordan Allen that was in existence when this crime committed is not the same Jordan Allen that is sitting over here behind me. This kid had never had any structure, and I'm gonna let you in on a secret because Jordan told me that I could. Jordan has expressed that he never had family, and he never had anybody he cared about until we got assigned to his case. I'm telling you, this is a different kid. You also heard from Dr. Smith. You heard about her opinion. She's a forensic psychologist who evaluated him. We qualified her as an expert, and she is of the opinion that Jordan is highly likely to be rehabilitated, and he no longer poses a risk if he receives the treatment that she recommends. She told you that those treatment options were available while he is going to be in prison. You heard from Mr. Garland. I like Mr. Garland. He's a nice guy. And it's interesting that he talked about how Jordan was with the small kids. Jordan would tell you he was that way with them because he wanted to give them something he'd never gotten. He'd never been nurtured, and he wanted to give that to them. And then you heard from his mother, and that was pretty grueling, I guess, if you're Miss Sherry Allen. And she just absolutely admits that she felt him in every single way. This child grew up without a mother or a father, and that's all he ever wanted. All those years in juvenile court, even kids who get adopted, you know what they want to do? As soon as they turn 18, they want to go back to their moms and dads. That's all they want. Innately, that's what we want as humans. Well, unfortunately, he didn't get that opportunity with his mom or his dad. Interestingly enough, you'll notice that his father wasn't here. Michael Allen, he's not here. He abandoned Jordan. He abandoned him in his life at every part of his life when he needed him. And he did it again during this trial. I submit to you that Jordan has been failed by many different individuals. He was even failed by DCS and youth villages, if you want me to be honest. But I started out by saying this: we are all more than the worst day of our lives. We're all more than the worst thing that we did. He's a child to me, okay? So I refer to him as a child. He is going to spend decades in prison. It's going to happen. You found him guilty, and that's what's going to happen. I'm telling you that because he will get a punishment. I'm asking you to be okay with that as a punishment, and be okay with giving him an opportunity for parole, giving him an opportunity to come out, do something, and prove to himself that he is worth something. Because every time I said that to him, I meant that.
All right, you think we're gonna need to order dinner for y'all? It's 4 o'clock now. I can get them to start working on that. We need a dinner. If you wanna wait a little while, see if we need dinner, we'll wait just a little while. All right, in council 1 and 2, first degree murder, fixing punishment of life imprisonment or life imprisonment without possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of murder in the first degree as charged in count 1 and 2 in the indictments. It is now your duty to determine within the limits prescribed by law the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for this offense. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of murder in the first degree shall be punished by imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years in such sentence. The defendant who receives a sentence for imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been raised by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase or sentencing phase or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts from the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt engendered by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the sentence. The prosecution has introduced what is known as victim impact evidence. This evidence has been introduced to show the financial, emotional, psychological, or any physical effects of the victim's death on members of the victim's immediate family. You may consider this evidence in determining an appropriate punishment. However, your consideration must be limited to a rational inquiry into the culpability of the defendant and not an emotional response to the evidence. Victim impact evidence is not the same as an aggravating circumstance. Proof of an adverse impact on the victim's family is not proof of an aggravating circumstance. The introduction of this victim impact evidence in no way relieves the state of its burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt at least one aggravating circumstance which has been alleged. You may consider this victim impact evidence and determine the appropriateness of the sentence only if you have first find that the existence of one or more of the aggravated circumstances has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt by the evidence independent from the victim impact evidence. Statutory aggravated circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence for life, imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravated circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. Number one, the murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, and it involves torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death. Number two, the murder was committed for the purpose of avoiding, interfering with, or preventing a lawful arrest or prosecution of the defendant or another. You are instructed that the word heinous means grossly wicked or reprehensible, abominable, audacious, vile, atrocious, means extremely evil, cruel, monstrous, exceptionally bad, abominable. Cruel means disposed to inflict pain or suffering, causing suffering, painful. Torture means the infliction of severe physical or mental pain upon the victim while he or she remains alive and conscious. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstances which the law requires you to consider if you find proof beyond reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole will be appropriate punishment in this case. Mitigating circumstances. Tennessee law provides in arriving at the punishment, the jury shall consider, as previously indicated, any mitigating circumstances raised by the evidence, which shall include but not limited to the following. Number one, the defendant has no significant history of prior criminal activity. Number two, the youth or advanced age of the defendant at the time of the crime. Number three, any other mitigating factor which is raised by the evidence produced by either the prosecution or defense at either the guilt or sentencing. That is, you shall consider any aspect of the defendant's character or record, or any aspect of the circumstances of the offense favorable to the defendant, which is supported by the evidence. The defendant does not have the burden of proving a mitigating circumstances. There is no requirement of jury unanimity as to any particular mitigating circumstance, or that you agree on the same mitigating circumstance. Expert witness. During the trial, you have heard the expert testimony of Dr. Catherine Smith, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic psychology. The rules of evidence provide that scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or to determine a fact and issue. A witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state her opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for her testimony. In giving her opinion, Dr. Catherine Smith testified she took into consideration certain statements made by other persons. Because the statements were made outside the courtroom, they may be used by you only for evaluating the expert witness's opinion and testimony, and cannot be relied on as proof of the truth of the matter asserted in those statements. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness. It is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend upon your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reason, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. In counts 1 and 2, verdict, life imprisonment, or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict on the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravated circumstance or circumstances proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances so found, and shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made a part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. It says here list the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstance You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. Complete one of the two forms and report your verdict to the court. Count number one, punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determine that no statutory aggravated circumstances have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find the sentence shall be imprisonment for life, signed by the foreperson, all the jurors, and dated. Or verdict form, count number one, punishment for imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, list the statutory aggravating circumstances so found, which must be limited to those enumerated for your consideration by the court in these instructions. Check one box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life, signed by the foreperson, all the jurors, and dated. Count number two, punishment for imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determine that no statutory aggravating circumstances have been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find the sentence shall be imprisonment for life, signed by the foreperson, all the jurors, and dated. Or, count number two, punishment of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or punishment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here, list the statutory aggravating circumstances so found, which must be limited to those enumerated for your consideration by the court in these instructions. Check one box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life, signed by the foreperson, all the jurors, and dated. All right, if you'll hand that to one of the members of the jury, we'll be in recess for your determination.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to stay on because it could be hours before they get some sort of unanimous decision. So I'm just going to leave it there because it could be 5 minutes, it could be 5 hours. So and I don't have the thing. But what we'll do is either later today or the weekend or next week, I will post the sentencing if you haven't seen it, so you can see that process. I will make sure that I clip it and post it. So a lot of paperwork, I agree, too much paperwork. They make things so confusing for jurors. I don't get it. Just simplify it. Does he get, as you said, but does a life in prison without parole, life in prison with parole? And then the judge gets to decide the length of the sentence. So anyway, there you go. As I say, I'm spent for today. It's been a long day. I went shopping this morning as well, so it's been a fairly long day. So I do appreciate you. I hope you sort of enjoyed this trial. I know it was a little bit there at the end, but it is what it is. I will see what happens next week. As I say, I will keep an eye out. I will post a video of the actual sentencing when it does come out, so I'll clip it and post it. So, okay, thank you everyone. Have a great weekend. Have a great Memorial Day weekend, and we'll see you next week, hopefully, at some point. So, take care of yourselves. Have a great weekend. Good night.